So if a white person believes that white people are inferior to black people, that wouldn't be racist?
If a white person believes that white people are inferior to black people, would that be racist?
Yes.
No.
I think we should look at January 6th from multiple different angles. I think we should remember those people that were absolutely maligned and mistreated and spent months upon months in solitary confinement for situations that were no worse than any of the protests or riots where black bloc people got to be set out by prosecutors. I think we should look at it as a populist uprising and movement against the state. I would say that some of those people are national heroes for doing what they did.
Hello, how's everybody doing tonight?
What's up, Dylan?
Good.
Hi, I would like to welcome you all to the third ever Hippy Dippy Rumble. I'm very excited to have this one because this will be the largest one in our history. It will have 18 people competing. As our organization grows, so does the amount of people who want a chance at the title. And we have to make room for those people as they all scramble to get that belt, or even an opportunity at that belt. And I can also announce that after today's Rumble, we are going to be finalizing our ranking system, and it's going to be published to the public with the official Hippy Dippy Championship website as well. It'll be a public ranking system where you can check yourself as a streamer and see where your favorite streamer is ranked, and their goal to become the Hippy Dippy Champion, the most prestigious title in Twitch politics, as we all know. As we all know, correct, everyone?
Yeah.
Of course. Thank you.
That Infrared had a really good competitive panel while it lasted.
Yeah, actually, I wanted to say, before we start, we lost someone over the last 2 weeks. And I want to send out a salute to them because I care deeply about the space. And I want to send out a salute to Infrared's Infrared Showdown, which lasted from 2021 to 2021. I'm very happy that it was here while it lasted for under a month. I just want to send my sincerest condolences to the friends and family of the Infrared Showdown. And I know that everybody here at Hippy Dippy Incorporated also is sending our sincerest condolences as well.
Are there any bugle players? Are there any bugle players? Because we need someone to play taps.
We need someone to play taps, yes.
The staff were great, but honestly, he hadn't demonstrated. He just hadn't demonstrated. He hadn't demonstrated.
Okay, so we're going to get started because there's a lot of people who want to be in there. And I will also tell you there will be multiple rounds with multiple elimination. And the votes today will be votes to kick. Not votes to keep, votes to kick.
Oh, we're doing the Democratic thing again?
Yes, we're doing democracy this time, actually.
Ah, okay. All right.
So
I'm fucked.
What?
Yeah.
Not if... Hey.
I'm screwed.
Vote to, what? What's wrong with vote to kick? You know what?
Have a majority left-wing audience?
Okay. Wait. I said vote to kick. I meant vote to keep. I messed that up.
Oh.
I meant vote to keep. We're doing vote to keep. Sorry. I messed it up.
Let the left
I was on Brant's
contest begin.
I was on Brant's yesterday and it was vote to kick and it fucked with my head. This is what happens when you go in right-wing spaces.
I thought you looked familiar.
You thought I looked familiar? Thank you very much. Wonderful. We're going to get into the first topic, and it's a great one. It has to do with the Central Intelligence Agency. So, one of our guests today started an amazing dialogue about the Central Intelligence Agency and its use and efficacy, and whether, it's needed in the modern era or if it's a disgusting organization that needs to be smashed up into itty little bitty pieces. Now, moving forward, everybody here knows the rules. Do I need to break them down for anybody, the basic rules of the show, before we get started on this first topic? Now, just for the few people who might not be familiar, nothing TOS, of course. If you need to get involved, raise your hand, but this is a rumble. I will be less receptive to that, of course. Gappy, what is it?
Oh, I was just testing if the rule was true. That's all.
You're on a thin line, Gappy. Okay? A very thin line. Okay? And then, of course, there is also the rules against going after people's immutable characteristics, race, gender. That means no C word, okay? We're not even playing with that today, okay? No, don't even meme it. Okay, that's gonna be one of the topics, but we're not calling anybody that. We're not gonna meme that today. I'm not playing any risks. Okay, no calling anybody lunch items. Wonderful. And for the intros, the topics, we're actually going to. This will be the only round where we're gonna have an intro, and it's gonna be 30 seconds long. And it's gonna be about should we have the CIA in the modern era. I understand that you all haven't had time to research a topic. That's purposeful. So try to have fun. We're gonna start with James.
Hey, good. No pressure. Should the CIA, should we still have it in this day and age? No, the CIA has literally destabilized more countries than capitalism. And frankly, that shit takes a lot of effort.
Very short. Okay, next, Fabian.
All right. Well, I disavow the latter and absolutely approve of the former. Yeah, fuck the CIA. Let's get rid of the CIA. I think the best way to maybe engage with your audience about why the CIA sucks is look into the fact that they have a $600 million contract with Amazon, and just wonder what that really is about and whether or not the CIA has access to all of your information on Twitch. They have done horrible and abhorrent things throughout their entire history, and most of which we don't even know about it. So fuck the CIA, but capitalism is based.
Okay, Gappy.
I'm going to be completely honest. I 100% agree. I think we should defund the CIA. There was this one time I was playing Tekken, and there was this Lucky Chloe main, and he was Supreme, shut the fuck up. I know you're laughing, okay? There was this one time I was playing against the Lucky Chloe main, and it was the dumbest shit ever. She kept spamming this one fucking move that led to a 30-hit combo that instantly took me from 100 to 0. And the only explanation for why her Wi-Fi was so shit, the only explanation for why she was able to do this for so long was because of the fucking CIA. I think that experience that I had makes just as much sense as saying that the CIA had a $600 million contract with Amazon, therefore it's suspicious. My experiences are just as valid as all these other theories as to why the CIA is suspicious, and honestly, I think we should defund it, and we should also make sure that Lucky Chloe mains aren't able to work for the CIA or any sort of government capacity anymore.
Okay, next, we're going to throw it over to Supreme.
Sure. Nobody knows what the CIA actually does. I've heard a lot of people complain about the CIA. Every lefty I've ever met, the only thing they have to mention is like operations that were conducted under the Cold War, under the presidential policy of containment. They were only acting upon federal executive policies that carried between presidencies. I can't defend the actions of the CIA during that time. There were uncertain times. It's complex, and the CIA has restructured many times since then. So it seems like there have been lessons learned. The CIA is a foreign human intelligence agency. Their job is to collect human networks to better facilitate information gathering to keep our foreign adversaries in check. We certainly do have foreign adversaries. We have plenty of prospective empires in the world for which we're competing with resources and global influence. Iran, Russia, China, just to name a couple. These countries all have foreign human intelligence agencies. To eliminate ours completely would be shooting ourselves severely in the foot. Everybody is familiar with the failures of the CIA and maybe some even atrocities that have occurred because they've been declassified, because we have some amount of freedom of information. I don't think the countries that that we're competing with that have human intelligence agencies are nearly as transparent. You never hear about the successes, and maybe often for good reason, because we want to be able to reserve some accesses that allow us to have those successes. My personal experiences with the CIA have been completely professional. I've collaborated many times with the CIA.
Okay, done. Okay. We're going to throw it. I love how I had to cut you off. I've collaborated many times with the CIA. It's a good time to cut somebody off. I'm going to throw it now over to Biggs.
Yeah, so first I just want to thank you all for coming out tonight. I think the CIA is probably pretty bad overall, has a lot of negative things that can be attributed to them. Like Scott said, there's things we don't even know about, but the things we do know about is just awful. So if you think we've only scratched the surface of this is just so bad, this whole agency. What's even worse now is they've gone against our own people now of this country. Like, I don't want them interfering with foreign affairs, but when they actually start affecting American citizens themselves, that's where it's like even more egregious to me personally. And my daughter's grabbing my face. But yeah, that's basically it. I think the CIA should be abolished. I think that most things can be handled by local law enforcement or in much less extravagant other agencies from the federal government side.
Okay, next is going to be Hunter.
Yes. So, okay.
Yes, we absolutely need to have a central intelligence agency. I think we're all familiar with the Russian hacking, the Russian interference from our last election cycle, or maybe it was the one before that, sorry. We need a central intelligence agency when we have other adversaries that are constantly trying to fuck with our democratic process. One. Two, the CIA is not supposed to be fucking with American citizens. Very rarely are they allowed to do that. That's mainly supposed to be handled by the FBI. The CIA is supposed to be focused on foreign affairs, and they collect data and analyze data that informs our foreign policy. Lastly, I will say that the CIA needs to be looked at as a tool of the executive branch because that's what it is. It is not a sentient being. It is multifaceted with multiple divisions and multiple people making up that organization.
Okay. Next, we're going to go with the person with the wonderful flag. Tim.
Occurred is occurred.
Thank you. So, yeah, a little bit weird going after Hunter because took about half what I was going to say out of my mouth. Yeah, the CIA has had some excesses, right? The big issue I'd point to is, for the most part, the kind of shady, dastardly things they've done have mostly the people can complain about, mostly during the Cold War, which, you just got to remember it was, trying to counter the Soviets, right? But yeah, the CIA has had excesses where they overstepped and where they did things that aren't appropriate. Doesn't mean the whole mission of CIA is like defunct, right? We want them to counter other nations' attempts to sabotage or infiltrate. That includes, in recent years, Russia and China, right? It's important to counter these things, and I don't know, that abolishing the CIA or whatever seems like a gross overstep.
Okay, next we're going to throw it over to Preacher.
Yeah, I think a lot of what I was going to say has been covered already, but I think a lot's been attributed to the CIA that really isn't theirs, especially stuff to do with Central and South America. Yes, they do have some shade in their past, quite a bit of shade in the past, but to think we don't need them is kind of weird. I mean, that means we would be sending our military into places blind because that's where the intelligence is coming from, the CIA operatives in foreign lands. I mean, I don't agree that they should be working against us. No, they should absolutely not be against the U.S. people, the U.S. citizens, but we need them to do what they're doing. And maybe they could be used a little bit of a revamping again, but we definitely need them in foreign lands, getting the information so that our troops aren't going in blind and that we know what's going on and we're keeping in touch, keeping our fingers on the pulse of what's going on internationally. I'll leave it at that.
Okay. And with that, I believe everybody has been given a time to speak as an intro. So now I'm going to open it up. But I will say one last thing. My biggest rule will always be when I'm talking, no one else is talking. So if it's difficult to hear me right now, go into Discord and turn me up. You will not have an excuse for not hearing me unless you have an actual legitimate hearing disability. And if you do, please tell me about so in DMs.
Oh, I do have a hearing disability. I'm actually hard of hearing. I'm not even like playing.
That would explain why you didn't just send me the DM when I said to send me the DMs.
Hey,
Awesome.
hey, you fucker. Okay, 1v1 me in crap game if you really want to throw shit on me, okay?
Okay, I get it. You video games, big man. Okay, we're now gonna start. Anybody can start.
Yeah, I'll hop in. I think it's really funny that the people that are apologists for the CIA are like, "Hey guys, don't worry." Like, I know we know about MK Ultra and Bay of Pigs and like all of the horrible things that the CIA has done, but that was the Cold War, right? Like, we had to defeat the commies, and we've had some restructuring from them. It seems like a bit of like a inoculation attempt from the fucked up shit we know the CIA is doing today, right? Like, we know that ISIS was armed, like Zero Hedge reports and things of that nature. We know that the CIA is still doing fucked up shit, that they're still involved in other countries, that they're still trying to do, like, in order to gain intelligence and work with other intelligence apparatuses, that they're willing to get their hands super fucking dirty. And this often leads to blowback. This leads to dead brown children all across the fucking world. And this leads to blowback and terrorism within Europe and within America. Just fucking cut it out. We don't need them. We could just as easily have private or social organizations.
Okay, as a brown child, I think it's kind of Go for it.
Yeah, I was going to say some of the covert operation actually that the CIA does has been demonstrated in preventing wars and preventing full-blown wars from taking place and preventing lives from being lost. The problem when you bring up the MK Ultra and the Bay of Pigs shit is the reason it's relevant to talk about the fact that that was Cold War era CIA is because you ignore the fact that before that, when those things were taking place, this was before more oversight was put in place. So Executive Order 11905, for example, in 1976 was signed by President Ford, and this was in an effort to reform the CIA, and it provided more into oversight, and it banned political assassination. So the reason it's relevant is because you're pointing to things that the CIA did that were fucked up, that were bad, that were illegal, and they should be held accountable for that. But you're pointing to that, and that took place before these before.
I love it, Hunter. You managed to twist it back to that so that you actually had an argument for maintaining the CIA and maintaining the status structure and all of the horrible shit that they did, despite the fact that they're still arming terrorists today.
Hold on, point of fact.
I think
point of
I'm
fact.
literally bringing up the fact that it's been partially reformed. It doesn't mean it's perfect, but I think that a lot of the times when we have these conversations about the CIA, we think that there's some like evil independent organization or agency when this isn't true. They are a tool of the executive branch. They can be used for bad, but they can also be used for good. There's a lot of fucked up shit that has been prevented from the intelligence provided to us from the CIA, not to mention us day-to-day plebs, okay? We have access to the World Factbook, which is a yearly report released from the CIA featuring all kinds of information collected from all over the world. So this idea, this is the problem, is it's so one-dimensional. You're looking at this as a one-dimensional thing.
Hold on, point of fact. Hunter brought up that the CIA stopped numerous wars. I would just like to point out that they not only did not stop, but they actually caused 2 drug wars. Also, for the record, we're still losing those wars. Thank you. You may continue.
Drugs won. It's over. Drugs won.
Did the CIA write the policies that led to the drug wars? To the war on drugs?
I'm not 100% sure. I know that the Vietnamese did not bring over
the CIA does not write laws.
pounds of heroin in a pontoon boat across the Pacific through the entire Pacific U.S. naval fleet.
That's interesting. We could probably go back to the question I asked you, which is, was the policies that enacted the drug war or the war on drugs, was that created by the CIA?
It was mostly led by, quote, the executive branch, but that's really not an excuse. That's the I was just following orders tale, which is always a really awesome way to just explain away.
Wait. I didn't get to hear at the end of the statement. James, could you finish?
No, I'm just saying that's not you can't use the excuse of, but because they didn't do this, even though they did this, they're still doing good. So you can't just use one bad thing to explain away everything else and just go,
that's actually true. Hold on, let me ask you this. Is the CIA one contiguous monolith?
After Supreme, Gappy was next.
Is the CIA one contiguous monolith that like acts in lockstep? It's just like one big organization and everybody's acting on the same directive in lockstep.
The CIA is multiple agencies that work in a hierarchical structure, which at the end
wait a
of
minute,
the day,
the CIA is multiple agencies?
Yes, they have multiple subdivisions.
You have no idea what you're talking about. You should probably learn what the CIA is before you talk about it.
Well, also you should learn a little bit more about the drug war thing, because I'm pretty sure that what you're referencing is the CIA put crack in the black communities thing. I could be wrong, but
that would be the 3rd drug war they lost. Yeah.
Okay, I that's usually the one I'm most familiar with. That is most common to be brought up and is also untrue. So
I'm just curious. What percentage of the classified?
Wait, Gappy. I said Gappy. Wait, stop. I said Gappy was next. Gappy?
Okay, because I think Supreme brought up a good point that a lot of these policies aren't being created literally by the CIA, unless we're going to the theory that the CIA is like secretly owning the government and the CIA literally is the deep state. You can't put every single agency under the executive branch as fault to some degree by some decision made by the person at the head of the executive branch or by decisions made by the legislative branch, etc. Right? OSHA is not going to be responsible for the fucking drug war just because it's under the executive branch. So if the policies weren't created by the CIA, I don't think we can really say that the CIA was the one leading and spearheading these efforts and spearheading these wars when these policies were created not by the CIA but by the people who were elected into office.
Yeah, I think this kind of falls in line with the same thing that we have with a lot of these three-letter agencies, where we have, I believe the word that James was looking for was maybe departments. We have a lot of the right hand and the left hand don't know what each other are doing type of situation. So when it culminates to actually provoking wars, not only what you mentioned, the drug war, James, but also wars in other countries. Like there's a lot of times when the CIA has been involved in actually instigating these wars or proxy wars or whatever it is, right? We had them funding terrorism in the Middle East to fight the Russians back in the 80s, whatever. That was the Cold War stuff, whatever. They actually have stuff
Well, today.
now. And today, yes. But what they have now is actually after that stuff ended in the Cold War, that's when things shifted to actually focusing on things here in the States, because we actually had stuff where they had these guidelines put in place in the 80s, which were just actually released in the last like 4 or 5 years. What they actually were was some of that redacted and such. So we actually have cases where the CIA has actually now turned its sights on the American people themselves. Now we try to prevent that with regulation, like Hunter brought up earlier. There is oversight and stuff. But the problem with that is we have agencies that interact with each other, like CIA, NSA, and we all know what happened with NSA with spying on people and stuff like that. So the problem though is what I find is the fundamental issue with these agencies is there's no actual hard accountability. The most we can do here is vote out people that put these people in power. But the problem is because there's that gap in actual liability, we actually lose control as people, and therefore we have very little recourse to actually make changes to these organizations when they do become corrupt, which I believe they are.
Wait, I think you're missing the point that no matter how much regulation we have, the CIA is going to be affecting things no matter what, because the CIA can't be regulated.
I don't
mean,
think we need the
we see them
CIA.
do stuff right now. I mean,
we
I
have
literally saw
plenty
a
of things
Comrade
that we're
Waluigi
talking
tweet.
about, dude.
I saw a Comrade Waluigi tweet 2 months ago that showed that the protests in Cuba were 100% by the CIA, because he said "Not today, CIA." Okay, because those protests were really big. Okay, you cannot fucking tell me that isn't evidence of the CIA acting upon these things. Okay. I can trust these individuals more than I can trust the CIA, okay? How many followers does the CIA have? How often do I see the CIA on my timeline versus people who are actually making real change? Actual people with red flags, MLs, tankies, and the like. They are making far more change and making way more of a difference in foreign policy than the CIA is. 100%, okay? I'm going to trust those individuals way more than the CIA.
The problem we have is that there's
Not a conspiracy.
there's a pretty big lack of transparency with these agencies, especially like when you think about it, the CIA, what they do by definition is confidential and secretive. We just don't know necessarily what they are always doing because we can't know for national security's sake. However, that lack of transparency oftentimes gives ground to a lot of suspicion because who knows, right? It's all closed doors. It seems easy to hypothesize and sort of theorize that the worst thing is happening. And I do think that that lack of transparency gives ground to the distrust. The problem is I'm not sure what we really do about that. As far as the lack of regulation, I agree that there could be more regulation or more oversight, but this idea that there's just none is untrue. Even CIA doing covert action, for example, this needs to be fully confirmed by Congress. It's not like the CIA can just go out and decide to go and do whatever the fuck they want. I mean, there are systems in place to make sure that they are not acting out. There are specific inspectors that are independent from the CIA that still work at the CIA to make sure there's not wrongdoing taking place. Like, there is oversight. So we can argue about there being more, and I'm in favor of there being more. However, this idea that there's none or that they're acting independently, it's just not true.
So I don't think anyone is.
Wait,
I'll let
1 second.
Supreme go. He's been waiting.
Yeah, I was gonna throw to Supreme. I got his name down. By the way, if I give you a thumbs up, that means I wrote your name down for everybody in the room, just for future notice. Okay.
Yeah, it's as Hunter says, most information that people have about the CIA is literally rumors and urban myths and urban legends. That's it. Most people don't know what the CIA does. Hunter is correct in saying that there are currently implements of oversight that act all throughout the intelligence community, right? There's something called the intelligence community that includes about 20 different agencies that all fill a specialized function. The CIA is one of those. They do foreign human intelligence, okay? Human intelligence is a type of intelligence where we collect statistics, we collect intelligence, we build out networks in foreign countries to just better our intelligence gathering activities. We have the Office of General Counsel. We have the Office of Oversight and Compliance. We have an entire foreign intelligence surveillance court. that provides oversight, and they do audits all the time. They do audits all the time where OGC will come through and audit everybody, make sure that all the information that's collected is compliant to federal law, so on and so forth. I mean, like, most people just don't know this stuff because they don't actually think to put their feet to the ground and learn anything about this stuff. They're happy to just go on Twitter and virtue signal about it.
So, like, yeah, you've got to think about
Supreme.
Wait,
how could it possibly?
Okay, Fabian, you were the one who kind of like gave it over to Supreme. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to make sure you get time to talk.
Yeah, well, I mean, it seems like there's two people here that are debating vigorously and kind of know what they're talking about on this issue, Hunter, Avalon, and Supreme. So I guess I have a question for you guys. As an American citizen that is unaware of the internal processes, right, that is going on, what are we to think, and how are we supposed to support a state-run agency that is predicated on violence, because the state is predicated on violence, but even more so, this kind of intelligence gathering and, secret background warfare and stuff. When we see Edward Snowden whistleblow on the NSA and show massive constitutional violations and show that the NSA is incredibly corrupt, that show multiple people lying to Congress. And we know that Nancy Pelosi knew, we know that people that were on Foreign Intelligence Committee knew about all of these things. And the only action that has occurred is that he is threatened with jail and being prosecuted under the Espionage Act. And despite having proof that these people were getting rubber stamp approval from the powers that be to do evil, immoral, and unconstitutional things, not a single person has gone to jail, and no one has had any significant punishment. And we haven't seen any form of additional regulation or oversight other than a couple of like hand waves and talks. So like, how you say the same thing as oversight for the CIA? Like, fuck that. Like, how am I supposed to trust that?
The NSA is not the CIA. I don't know if we need to make that clear.
No shit, Sherlock, Gappy. Everybody gets that.
Clearly, you don't seem to understand that here, since we're bringing up.
Do you not think that there are similar things in place for the NSA as there is for the CIA, FBI? Like all these agencies have watch groups that don't do any fucking watching. That's the problem.
Do you not see that the watchers between the NSA?
Wait, hold on.
There are watchdogs.
It's fucking ridiculous.
Wait. Okay, so don't try to sway me. I'll make my impartial decision, like a little panel dictator. Okay. I'm going to have Gappy finish his sentence. And then I'm going to have Biggs probably respond. I'll write Hunter's name down. Supreme, I already have your name written down. Don't worry.
Do you not?
Oh, and Tim, I'll write your name down too.
What?
Obviously, I don't think we're focusing on the real issue here, because we had these issues with the NSA, but we're not talking about OSHA right now. There are OSHA watchdogs right now, and we're not seeing these same issues and the same type of discussion with OSHA. I think it's insane that leftists are focused on the CIA when really there could be so much corruption right now in OSHA that we're not actually focusing on here.
Right, well, if you want to meme,
I'm not memeing here. I'm not memeing here. I'm using the same fucking logic that we're using here for the CIA, okay? We should be focusing on fucking OSHA because apparently we have just as much evidence for OSHA as we do for the CIA. Maybe OSHA did something shit 50 years ago. This is just absolutely fucking stupid. We're like doing like QAnon level conspiracy theories here. So you know what? Yeah, I think we need to focus on OSHA at this point.
Okay. So Biggs, you get to respond to that, and I have a list here.
I obviously, Gappy's memeing here. I know he says he's not, but like when you have things that are basically shown throughout history, we have a history of the CIA doing things that are probably not good, right? And then we have these other agencies. Whoa, let me finish, sir. Let me finish. So then you have these other agencies that supposedly probably have similar, if not, especially, security agencies, whatever that say is. Would you think they would have more regulations, right? Because they are actually directly involved, with Americans and not just foreign policy. So you would hope that they would have even more stringent regulations. Yet we see these type of things that come out after the fact of all these problems. So if you guys want to hand wave away all these past things and all these things that we've seen in other agencies, like obviously, yes, it's not one-to-one because it's not the same thing, but we cannot trust what is actually being monitored here. Like we know the CIA has done many bad things in the past. I think we can all agree on that, right? the fact that you guys think that because you guys are basically appealing to authority, like saying, oh, the people that are auditing them, all the time, they're doing their jobs. Like, who the fuck knows what they're doing? We have no idea. There's nothing that's like you said. There's no transparency to that. Whether or not we can know the specifics of what is actually happening is irrelevant to what we're seeing in the audits and stuff like that. Because you can still have malfeasance being brought to light without actually endangering any security risks. Okay. That's just true.
And we do largely. If there is malfeasance, I mean, we hear about people going
They
to
were
jail.
literally brought for freaking pedophilia charges just recently. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, man?
Yes,
What are you even talking about?
Wait. What are you talking
dismissed
about?
as an internal investigation.
Hold on, wait. Excuse me.
We had a whistleblower.
Am I allowed to respond here?
Yeah, you respond. Then we got to go back to the list.
Why was that found? Why was child porn found on the computers, Biggs? Was it because there was an inspector general auditing and doing their job? Biggs?
Somebody had to come up and bring it up. Somebody actually had to bring an investigation to find out. It was something that had to be brought.
It was because the systems were doing it.
You don't understand how this shit works, man. What are you talking about?
We need like
you know systems in place that did that.
Hunter, I'm so glad you were right. Hunter, wait, I'm so glad you're right. You look really good, and you sound really good yelling at me, by the way. Just bringing that up.
Thanks to the systems in place, that's how that child porn was found. All of those people were either brought to another level of counsel or fired or resigned. Lastly, there were also people in the Pentagon that were found to have child porn on their computer. This is disgusting and fucked up.
Yes.
But hold on. This does not discredit the entire agency. Are you going to tell me that because the Pentagon had some employees that had child porn on their computer, we should discredit the Pentagon and the intelligence provided to us? Are we going to go the QAnon route that the entire government is controlled by pedophiles? This is ridiculous.
We should definitely
interdimensional space demons.
We should definitely, because of these things, we should definitely take a much deeper dive into what these people do, what they have access to, and what they're actually doing. That I think we can all agree on.
We are agreeing on
That's
that.
the QAnon whistling.
I don't agree with that.
I mean,
okay, so I'm gonna go to Supreme next. You have a list.
So it's funny. I can tell just how much people know about these agencies based on what they say about them. Earlier, whoever top left was, you said something about how NSA deals mostly with American citizens. Who here? I'm going to do a knowledge check, and we're going to find out how much people know about this stuff because I hear people throwing around Snowden's name and what Snowden did and shit like that. We're going to do a quick knowledge check and see how much people actually know about these topics. Who here can tell me the NSA's mission?
Like word for word?
No, just generally
I will
what they do.
openly admit that I cannot.
Generally, what function they perform. I told you guys earlier that the CIA's general purpose is foreign human intelligence. Who here can tell me what the NSA what function they serve?
I would actually have to look that up. I wasn't prepared to talk about the NSA.
Right?
Sure. So it seems like nobody is prepared to tell me what the NSA does. I'm prepared to tell you. The NSA does foreign signals intelligence. That's what the NSA does. Most people think the NSA's job is to spy on American citizens. They think that because they read a Twitter headline or something like that. They have no idea what the NSA actually does, what their activities are meant to serve. Who here can tell me what Edward Snowden uncovered?
Are you sure this isn't just what the NSA says they do?
I mean,
Wait, well, you invoke the NSA, so we're going to do a knowledge check.
Are you sure?
Nobody knows what
Stop. Okay, so I would like to hear Supreme finish the question. We only have I want to make sure we get to Tim and Preacher, who haven't been talking that much before the round ends, so we can be somewhat fair.
Who here can tell me what Edward Snowden blew the whistle on? Can you tell me about some of the programs and what those programs were?
I mean, I can tell you a layman's explanation. I think. Like,
sure, give me a layman's explanation.
He discovered that telecommunication companies were unconstitutionally providing backdoor access for the NSA.
Who decided they were unconstitutional?
You could see them on their face. They didn't have a warrant for these things.
Hang on a second. Are you telling me that Edward Snowden blew the whistle that we had programs that allowed us to collect things on American citizens without a warrant?
Yes. They were rubber
stamp approvals. That's not true.
They weren't warrants. And they were asking
that's not
for
true.
access from AT&T, Verizon. He discovered, he showed the extent, which many Americans were obviously not aware of the capabilities of like the Five Eyes program and like
that's not true.
The
Five Eyes is not a program. The Five Eyes is a term to collectively describe a group of people that share some intelligence. It's the United States.
Are you gonna debate, bro, the terms, right? And
I'm here to inform you because you don't know.
You're flexing the fact that you clearly work in some some capacity and have some technical knowledge, and that's fine, but you're not actually engaging with the topic or the discussions. What you're doing is you're dismissing the discussions and then saying, well, let me educate you because I have a technical knowledge. And you know what?
Yeah, you're
If we
saying
were in a
things that are
1v1,
incorrect, so I'm setting
I
the
would
record
love
straight.
anything. And like we've
but
heard
you're not
multiple
engaging with any of the questions.
we heard the well, sorry.
Sorry,
Like you
which question
ignored
am I
my
not engaging
question
with?
completely. I said, how are we supposed to trust the CIA when all of these levels of oversight were supposed to occur? And we had massive leaks of unconstitutional things occurring, things that no one knew had any discussions or
You don't have
debate
any
on.
understanding of what those things are, and you've already incorrectly stated that they could do things warrantlessly. No, they needed FISA warrants.
Yeah, rubber stamp approval.
No,
from
how do you
secret
know they were rubber stamp? Because you saw it in an
because they
Oliver
were
Stone
allowed
movie?
because they were allowed to fucking tap into fucking AT&T and have communications of American citizens, and nobody fucking voted for that. And I don't even fucking like democracy.
Okay.
So, that type of like any type of cell phone data, like CSLI or something, can still be collected with a warrant. That comes up in other. It even comes up outside the context of the NSA. Like if there's a fucking murder that happens, people can collect data from AT&T. I don't know why we're so focused on. Oh well, we got data from AT&T. Yeah, that happens anyways. That can happen with a fucking local police department or with a fucking state's attorney.
I just wanted to point out that Biggs totally appealed to the conspiracy right there. He was like, is that just what they said? Is that what they wanted you to think when talking about the NSA, when how he was defining
We literally
it?
have track records of these agencies lying and lying
but
and lying
the
over and
fact
over again.
that, like, you're like,
You're appealing to
wait.
It absolutely.
Wait, I said. Okay, Hunter, I'm gonna have Hunter finish. Then I gotta let Biggs respond. We only have 42 seconds left, but I want to make sure Tim and Preacher can go. So it's Hunter, Biggs, Tim,
I'll
Preacher.
concede my time to Tim and Preacher.
Okay, got it. So, Hunter, then Tim and Preacher, then. Okay.
Yeah, all I'm gonna say is when we suddenly say, "Oh, we can't believe them to tell us what their agency even does," all we have at that point is baseless conjecture, which ultimately comes down to nothing more than a conspiracy.
The
So
whole
that's
point
all
of these agencies is to be secretive.
All
That's their whole point.
They can still tell you what they do or what they exist to do, man. Come on.
Who's
You know,
ready?
this
to
is
I wish I
ridiculous.
had the confidence in government that you do, man. I wish I would live so much nicer if I did.
I wish I had the ignorant bliss that you have, man. Yeah, I
What
would
do you-
live more
I'm the
comfortably
ignorant-
too.
you're the
Clapper lied to
Okay,
Congress.
sure.
Do you want him in jail? Like we know that for a fact. He
Oh.
lied to Congress under oath. Like, do you want him in jail?
Okay,
talking
so
to me?
okay, be clear.
Everybody.
Wait, Fabian.
If someone lied under oath, they can go to jail, yeah.
Fabian.
You're so brave, Hunter.
Fabian. Have you been struggling with your identity recently?
Not personally. Why? What's going on?
Did you change your name to Tim?
No.
Okay, Tim.
Thanks, fellow Redbeard, for giving the floor before that. But yeah. So I don't really know what to say here. This is kind of weird. Like, guys, you're talking about the CIA and how bad it is, but then everything you bring up is the NSA, right? Like, these are not the same thing. These are two different things. And whenever we're talking about, like, well, what's the CIA do? You bring up something the NSA does. Like, well, what about Edward Snowden? He didn't work for the CIA, right? These are different
He did
things.
for he did
just
for a
have
short
to
period.
roll with the
Okay.
conversation.
But-
What about?
We just
Oh, so we
roll.
Yeah,
look at
okay,
the
that's
why the new N word on Twitch is nuance.
And anyways,
I was
so
using
like,
it to
yes,
show how we can't trust one institution because we have so much evidence of all the fucked up shit that was going on, and it's the same systems that are put in place
Right.
to oversight one as to oversight the other. So how am I supposed to trust
Evidence you haven't researched and
Right.
that you don't
Even
understand.
True at all. There's a House
so-
committee, the Congress.
Okay.
with all the issues-
Stop. We literally can't. We don't have the time. Tim, continue, and then
So-
we gotta go to Preacher.
I understand, like, yeah, you don't trust the government because there's different agencies, right? But your argument literally makes sense to say, hey, I don't trust the NSA, therefore I can't trust HUD, right? This just doesn't work. It's silly, right?
Well, I
So
mean,
whenever we talk about
yeah.
I'm sorry. So whenever we talk about the CIA and what their involvement is, like, key thing here, you guys, one of the big complaints you guys are bringing up is lack of oversight. Look, there is some oversight, right? It's not transparent, right? But if it's transparent, these are groups that are trying to counter, namely Russia and China's intelligence operations, as well as other countries. If we know what our country's doing with this, what the CIA is doing, so does China, so does Russia. The lack of transparency to some degree is necessary for their job to function. And if I remember the last few years, you guys seem to think that Russia was involved and we need to do something about it, but you don't want to enable the agency to do anything? Like, come on.
Preacher.
Yeah, it kind of sucks because I'm working out of the area, so I'm in a hotel, so I really can't shout over top of everybody, and it's driving me up a wall. I have to be patient. I haven't heard anybody who is actually in support of keeping the CIA say that it's perfect and we should just leave it as is. I'm pretty sure we've all said that it could use some housekeeping, some renovating. But I'm seeing this view of stuff lately. It's either it's great and we keep it, or it's horrible and we destroy it. There's no like, hey, let's work with what we have and fix it. And that's where I'm at, because at the end of the day, the CIA. Well, listen, we already have foreign actors in our country from Russia, from China, from all over the area. Knowing what our people are doing, we should be able to have our CIA in foreign countries, keeping up with stuff, finding out what's going on, and like I said earlier, getting the information so that our troops are not going into harm's way. I am usually against the three-letter agencies. This is the one agency I am not against keeping. The rest of them, get rid of them. This is the one I do say we need this one.
Rip IRS.
I mean, what about like the...
Okay, wait. Oh, okay. The poll has been released into my chat. If you want to deploy it into your communities, that's where you're going to have to grab it from. It's easy polls. It's because straw poll has been destroying tournaments as of lately due to it just being glitchy. So we're using a different one. We tested all of them until we found the one that was the easiest for us. It just so happened to be easy poll. So everybody can vote. You guys can keep going if you want. Just know that for the next like 2 to 3 minutes, it's not really going to count that much. But you can do it if you want to.
I think Tim brings up a pretty good point about the element of like, we can't have complete fucking transparency with the CIA just because of their inherent work. I mean, like, if anyone who's ever like worked in anything related to like technology, like cybersecurity, for example, like you can't leak everything. You can't leak every single way that Fort Knox is protected, right? Or how the Google data servers are protected, or how Amazon protects its data centers. Because then you're basically giving away every single way that it could potentially be exploited and every single hoop and hurdle that they have to get through, right? That's why when hypothetically a single company that was related to streaming had source code leaked, one of the biggest concerns was the fact that this could open up to new security concerns and exploits, because now everyone has the keys to the castle. They just have to figure out how they're actually going to get in, right? So while I do think we do actually have a relatively high amount of transparency compared to other central intelligence organizations in other countries, we can't expect the CIA to be completely fucking transparent with everything just by nature of the work that they do, right? The same thing happens with cybersecurity or any sort of sensitive information or products.
Of course, this inevitably breeds rumors, though, because of that. And that's the unfortunate thing. I mean, how many times have we all heard that the CIA put crack in the black community or something? I've heard that one multiple times, and for a long time I just assumed it was true because I heard people say it, I saw it on Twitter or whatever. But upon looking into it, you never hear people mention that there were 3 separate independent investigations into those claims, and all of them came back unfounded, including a House committee investigation, which actually specifically used the expose article by Gary Webb, which started this whole this whole rumor. Basically, they used his article as an outline for their investigation and still came back unfounded. No evidence. It just wasn't true. But to this day, we still hear about how the CIA put crack in the black community, and it's just like this ongoing rumor.
Bro, I saw it on Twitter, though, okay? Comrade Waluigi was a pretty reputable source. I don't know what you're talking about.
Even James said he wanted to abolish the CIA here. Like, come on.
I'm with it.
It is literally the leftist, the leftist horseshoe version of QAnon, and it's so disappointing because like usually what we see on like the left leaning and even like on leftists is a really big emphasis on like combating disinformation, right? Because we see that so often from the right. We see so many people, like so many family members that we know, who get sucked into QAnon or whatever and get sucked into these crazy conspiracy theories, and we try to combat that and disavow those things, but then we proceed to engage in the same type of behavior with, frankly, a lot of online people who thankfully are too young to be able to vote. All these 15-year-olds and stuff on Twitter talking about how the CIA caused everything and how the CIA is complete dog shit and how none of these parties are ever going to be trustworthy and we all have to vote green or whatever. It's just disappointing. It's just disappointing to see so many people on this panel engaging in those types of conspiracy theories.
I love
QAnon or some shit we would.
I love how like I love the constant need to deflect.
Hold on,
right? Everyone that is in big support of the CIA.
I'm gonna be real quick.
It's just tough to argue against a conspiracy theory, to be honest.
Yeah, hold on a minute. The one good thing about the CIA is the fact that Hunter and I we've never gotten along, but because of the CIA, we're actually agreeing today.
Well, I just want to say, like, I just love
Amen.
how the panel is just those supporting the institution of the state, that is the CIA, are like, well, you know, let's talk about the Cold War and like how we fix those things, or like, oh, you have concerns now, like, oh, let's pivot away from those concerns because you know it must be 15-year-olds on the internet and it must be the Alex Jones of the world, right?
Oh no, it is
And then
15-year-olds.
And then
for
it's like,
sure.
oh,
Okay.
like, oh, you have some other concern.
Wait. We gotta stop the vote. The vote's over. Okay. We have the results. Okay. I'm gonna go from who got the most votes, who got the least amount of votes. Okay. Second, let me get some ominous music.
What was this website made in? It looks so old.
Well, you know what? It works. Okay. Unlike everything else. Wait, how do
how do I get the link?
How do you
Can
get
you put
the
it
link?
in the voice text in your Hippy Dippy?
It was in my chat for my.
How do we not
thing.
know that this is also a part of the CIA? You know, I mean, like we haven't
never
checked any
know.
of the logs here. We haven't been able to FOIA everything.
Yeah, I
You
have
have
no
no
votes.
You have
This
no
is
votes?
curious.
Okay. Shh. Shut the fuck up. Okay. So the person who got the most votes was Supreme with
It's gotta be the
24% of the
CIA.
vote, 90%.
Lucky Chloe Mains.
Hell yeah.
Second
Supreme.
most, Gappy 5 with 21% of
It's
the vote.
Gappy V. It's Gappy V. You know how to pronounce it. All right.
Okay, shush. I'm trying to run my show. Jesus. That's why it's not Gappy number 1.
Insulting the only person of
Just
color on
Jesus.
this panel right now. Okay.
I'm gonna have to.
He's not going to stop.
Okay. Wonderful. Next, it is Hunter Avalone with 18%. After that, it is Fabian. Actually, no, it's James from the Internet with 12%. And Fabian Liberty with only 2 less votes at also 12%. And then we get into a bottom 3. Now, this one's going to be difficult because it seems that the vote was tied for 2 people, and we're kicking 2 people out this round. Preacher and Tim tied, but Biggs, I can tell you, good friend, good buddy. I love you, buddy.
I love you too, Dylan. Thank you.
But you
Hey,
have to.
Dylan, I'll make it easy on you actually, because I am in a hotel and it's getting a little bit late and I got to be up early. I'll step out and there's no more tie.
Wonderful. Tim, you've just been saved
See you
by
later,
a preacher's
preacher.
kindness.
You guys have a good one.
Enjoy your CIA check.
That was very godly of you.
Beard, man.
Okay. Wonderful. We'll have 2 people joining us shortly. You guys can re-engage in the dialogue. We'll have one more round of this discussion, and then we'll move on to everyone's favorite Discord. Okay, you can re-engage.
Have a good night.
Good night, guys.
So, I mean, if I understand you right here, Scott, you know, you can't trust the NSA, so you can't trust any of these other groups. Does that go for HUD?
Yeah, I'm an anarchist. Fuck the entire government. I don't trust any of them.
So this is what kind of started the discourse, is me asking people who they do trust. So like, if you actually don't trust our entire government, any of our institutions, any of our intelligence agencies, who do you trust? And how do you know? Like,
I trust
I guess
myself, and I trust people I actually know, and I trust companies or institutions that I work with that I have done personal research with and have reason to believe. I don't
Sure,
trust anybody else.
I
that has
understand
power.
that, but virtually everybody has some kind of an institution that they fall back on to a degree. So, for example, if you got a notice today that a nuclear missile was headed towards America, an alert from the Pentagon, would you not believe that? Or would you be like, well,
I mean,
this
if I
is the
was
Pentagon.
living in Hawaii, I might be a little bit less inclined to believe that.
I know there was
Anybody
that
remembers
one
that deep
mistake
take?
where there was a
But,
human
but
error,
yeah,
that
where
doesn't
I'm
prove your
living,
point at all. So, yeah, you want to answer the question?
yeah, I mean, like there's obviously there's a certain risk assessment involved, right? So when you say, do you trust someone, right? Like there's a difference between like, do you trust someone to house sit for you, and do you trust someone to babysit your children, right? And so the question is, do I trust institutions that are not democratically run, that have an oversight that we only kind of tangentially are aware of, and that have massive amounts of power and the ability to engage in things that could potentially lead us to war? No, I don't fucking trust them at all. But you know, you see what I'm saying? So like the amount of power that they have and the amount of effect and influence they have on my life is really kind of more important than actually the amount of trust. If someone had that much power over me, I would have to have supreme and extreme confidence in, and I don't.
Which institution are you talking about? So, for example, the CIA is literally the oversight there comes from people that we have elected. They come
Yeah,
from
well,
people.
democracy is evil, so like I dismiss with that.
Okay, yeah, it's I guess it's hard to reason with a psycho.
Okay.
Right? That's how the saying goes.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
well, it's hard to reason with an authoritarian grifter, but I do it anyways.
Sure, an authoritarian grifter. That totally makes sense.
I kid you not, Hunter, on my Discord, proudly the largest political Discord that doesn't allow fascists. One of the big topics we were debating is whether or not you're a grifter.
I'd like Fabian to tell me, could he define grifter? I know this is off subject, but just really, really fast.
okay, quickly, and then we got to go to Supreme, and then Gappy.
Put your hands on your head, and can you define grifter?
I'm not gonna do it for you, buddy.
So you don't know what it means then. So you called me that because you read it on Twitter and you
I called you
decided that it was
I
a
called you that
common
because you
insult.
started off as a right-wing anti-SJW cringe compilation kind of guy, and then you somehow intellectually moved yourself to the left, which is extremely rare.
None of
Right?
this is proving
You
it
changed
that
your
I'm a
opinions,
grifter.
therefore you're a grifter.
Wait. Can you prove what's a grifter though?
Well,
Me changing
hold
your
on.
opinion is
Stop
not
the
a grifter.
presses. Something that Supreme Areno. Also, hi Supreme. Something Supreme taught me early in these days of the Twitch platform is that there's a lot of people who are righties that end up on the left. That was like the first thing he told me. Like, there's a lot of people who ideologically might have like extreme views, like maybe on the right, and they just end up on the left due to like experiences.
Yeah, I mean,
There's
obviously,
nothing
Let the
wrong with
record
that.
show that he still hasn't defined what a grifter is. Just like his information that he gets on the CIA, all of the shit he's hurling at me is based on nothing but Twitter headlines.
Okay, so
I
we're
don't
gonna,
use
wait,
Twitter.
Didn't your
Okay,
like
okay, wait,
paycheck
wait.
suffer a lot?
Okay, we got to move off of Grifter. We have to
Okay.
keep moving. So Supreme, you were
You're
next on the
safe,
list.
Fabian. Congrats.
What's
Sure.
that?
You're safe.
So-
Dylan bailed you out. You never had to define the word.
Okay, got it.
I didn't really have an opportunity to, but okay.
If neither of you shut the fuck up, I'm gonna mute both of you. Okay, Supreme.
Okay, so we discussed earlier about the role of intelligence agencies and why it is that there has to be some level of opacity, right? Why they can't be perfectly transparent. The idea is that by nature, what an intelligence agency does is try to preserve an access, right? What an intelligence agency does is has access to privileged information on our foreign adversaries, and that the value of that access is defined by the fact that nobody knows that we have it. Right. So by nature, making something completely transparent means that we burn that access. If our adversaries know that we have that access, it's not a valuable access anymore. Can we get like broad agreement that this is part of the dynamic of living on a planet that has competing countries and competing powers with different competing interests?
Obviously, it can't be completely transparent, right? I mean, there is some benefit for it, but we can't ignore that just because there are some benefits of keeping things secret, that doesn't mean there's no cost of it, right? I do think there is a reason not to trust these agencies, at least to some extent, maybe not to the extent the other panelists are saying. But yeah, while it is true we need to keep some secrets, the fact that we keep so many secrets is also a good reason not to trust these agencies.
So what are some mechanisms that we can employ to guarantee some level of transparency? How about one that automatically declassifies any classified material after a specific event or a date? Does that sound good to everybody?
I mean, that's
that already exists.
Like that exists. Why are you doing that? You're trying to trap people instead of just engage in the conversation.
There's something to that, right? Like we can maybe have a conversation of how long that period might be, depending on the document and stuff like that. I mean, there are lefties, especially black radicals, like chomping at the bit for the MLK files, even though that's like a totally separate thing. Maybe, but we'll find out. But it's like, I mean, maybe they could be sooner, but I don't know. Like, that's probably like up to people way higher than us to determine, you know?
Isn't that mostly FBI though? Like not trying to like come at you.
That's why I said that's probably a totally different thing.
Yeah. Oh, fair
right?
enough. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Gappy. Gappy.
Oh, okay. I'm unmuted now. Yeah, I feel like I already made my points. You know what? I'm gonna pass it back to Supreme because you know what? I think everyone in Dylan's chat right now can agree that Supreme's making some really good points. I think Supreme deserves the time to further elaborate on the importance of making sure that the CIA isn't required to keep everything completely transparent, and about the insane conspiracy theories that are currently being given by other individuals on the panel.
Agreed.
Sure.
Why
So
didn't
you
I
think that's
unmute you?
a straw man?
Yeah. Like name one insane conspiracy theory.
Hey, I passed my time to Supreme.
I'm a grifter. That's one.
Well, can I actually ask a center question if that's okay, Supreme?
Go for it.
Yeah, so like one of the things that when I was listening into, which I agreed with, but I don't know like where you might lie on this because you might have a bit more knowledge here, is that the intelligence agent, like the intelligence community, is huge and encapsulates so many organizations. And even on just like a quick search of like, okay, people keep throwing around the idea of intelligence community, like how many organizations are there? And it's like, holy fuck. Like you got like State Department, Defense Department, NSA, fucking like DHS, all of DHS.
Alphabet soup.
Yeah. And I guess my question to you is, how do we not run into the trap where it seems like in this panel where like we might have a critique about something within the CIA, but then it's actually within the intelligence agency or it's intelligence
Or a
community more
different
broadly.
agency, you mean?
Yeah.
So, well, part of that is dependent on people actually being informed on the topics they discuss, which is, I guess, a tall order. Something I've observed over the past couple of years, not just on Twitch, but literally everywhere. It seems like most people are just happy to spout nonsense about things that they don't understand about literally any topic. But
Yeah.
I think this is a thing I've been thinking about, and I think this is a thing that deserves that people need to understand. Part of oversight and compliance comes from redundancy. It comes from somebody mentioned earlier that these agencies have a huge ability to wage war or to push strategic lawmakers or legislators or strategic heads, military top brass or whatever into certain wars. One thing that redundancy of these intelligence agencies looking at similar things from different angles, it allows them to have like a level of oversight on each other. Basically, they exist as checks and balances for each other to some degree as well. So if one agency is trying to go rogue the way that many people believe the CIA does, other agencies can chime in and work with lawmakers and be like, hey, they say that they have this information, but we have information that either counters the narrative that they're trying to build or doesn't corroborate it at all or something like that. There
So to
is
expand on that a bit, like what
Mhm.
would and if you don't have the answer to this, it's fine. Like obviously we all have different like experience in this. Like what would that type of checks and balance look like in like say like Contra, for instance?
What about it?
Like so if people believe that um Contra was a very nefarious thing and the CIA should be held responsible for it, how could the other institutions hold that institution responsible? Do you understand kind of the question
So
I'm
the
knocking at?
Contra stuff, you would have to remind me. I'm not an expert on like like
The drug
Cold
thing.
War
Yeah.
Yeah, so
history.
let me just make like a broad example then.
Mhm.
Let's say hypothetically speaking, oh god, hypotheticals. Let's say hypothetically speaking, the State Department just went like full on rogue, whatever
Mhm.
that might look like. And we're going to define rogue as going against their mission and just going against their mission statement broadly. And so, like, how could other departments hold that department accountable? Like, what would that look like in like a
Well,
practice?
they can feed information to the same strategic leaders that we've elected or whatever. They can feed that information to those people to try to undermine any narrative that a given agency is trying to build. So the reason I'm not an expert in Cold War history, and there's a lot to know about like the CIA's activities in South and Central America, and I know a fair bit of it, and I can't defend it, right? Like it seems to be as bad as everybody claims that it is. I looked into it a little bit briefly, but one thing I'll say is that after 9/11, the capability for an agency to go rogue per se or to like single-handedly or unilaterally drive strategic policy was much greater before 9/11. One of the big lessons that came out of 9/11 was the idea that that these agencies were competing with each other for resources and for power and stuff, and that like they independently held information that were they to collaborate more could have prevented 9/11. So I can say that after that, one of the big legacies of 9/11 is that it has promoted more collaboration and more interagency collaboration between these agencies that could, likely will prevent, some measure of one agency like going rogue or having like unilateral power to do things.
Don't you think that kind of goes against what you were said earlier, though, about how there are checks and balances on each other? I mean, if they're all collaborating now, wouldn't the checks and balances be a lot less? Like,
Just to
it's a
be
lot
clear,
easier to see.
The idea is that they have access to.
Hold on, the NSA and everything. Yeah, they can share information to like they can share intelligence to like prevent certain attacks and whatnot. But usually the oversight is done by I know there's a House House committee, and then I know that Congress oversees certain actions as well. And then there's also a inspector general. This is where people oftentimes, you'll see lefties especially they love the meme where it shows the CIA investigated itself and found that they had nothing to do with the crack epidemic or whatever. Lefties always bring up, LOL, the CIA investigated the CIA and said they're innocent, when in reality, this was the CIA inspector general who is independent from the CIA. The only reason he's CIA is because he's the inspector general. He's not employed by the CIA. He's not hired there. Even according to the US code, he cannot be dependent on the CIA at all. So a lot of the times it's just this little misinformation that people don't understand, and that goes a long way in propagating this spread of misinformation about the CIA, which further propagates rumors and whatnot.
Right.
I
And
think
we have, we have
point.
three main we have three main oversight organizations. First is the House Select Committee on Intelligence. Then there's the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence.
Right.
There's the Presidential Intelligence Advisory Board, I think it is, right? So we've got three different routes, excluding, what you just mentioned, the Inspector General, which isn't really part of the CIA. Like, we do have different agencies that, will look into what they're doing.
I will say from experience that the IG's office is trash. But one thing that I think is really interesting, just to like kind of throw a little bit of a curveball, but sometimes if you can stomach it, right, and you can see people speaking on like C-SPAN or something on the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence, pay attention to the questions that get asked over and over and over again, where they force someone to answer in the affirmative or the negative, right? And get a hard answer. Because a lot of times when you see that, what is happening is politicians know that they're doing corrupt, wrong, immoral things, but they don't have the ability or power to speak out against it, because they simply don't have the votes from the other people. And you can see them forcing them to give answers so that they can cover their own ass, or so that they can hopefully try and get them for lying. And this is, of course, what you saw with Clapper, right? Like, you had senators that knew that they didn't have the power to kind of like to go against what the intelligence agency community was doing, even though what they were doing was immoral and wrong and unethical, and nobody wanted it and nobody voted for it. And so what they kept doing is they said, are you collecting mass data on individuals that you don't necessarily have a warrant on? And they would say it over and over and over again. And he would say, like, not wittingly, right? And he would try to give them a hard answer. When you see them doing that, you can kind of tell some stuff that's kind of going on behind the scenes.
That kind of happens in any congressional hearing, though. I mean, like, it's like, I don't want to compare it to like a cross-examination per se, but I mean, like, generally anyone who's going to any of these congressional hearings, barring it being like one where like they're trying to get input from the individual, say like with that Mr. Rogers hearing from a long while ago or whatever, these people, these witnesses are going to be fighting against these Congress people. That's why you see so many of these videos of like, oh wow, Soy, look at this congressperson got a gotcha on the congressional hearing.
Of course,
because it's just
so
I'm just saying, so rare. I just think it's kind of absurd to bring this in the context of the intelligence agency and act like it's abnormal by any means.
It also feeds into conspiracism again, because you're like, look at the interview, you can tell from his eyes that he's actually hiding something. Like, this is bullshit.
I get it. You guys pivot to conspiracy. You pivot. Oh, that's Cold War.
I'm not really.
Instead of engaging. I'm simply letting people know that sometimes you can kind of get an inkling. That's not a fucking.
Are you? I don't know.
That's complete fucking speculation, though. Like, we're just.
We don't fucking know.
Okay. You're talking over each other. Okay, so I'm gonna have Fabian finish and explain why speculation.
Yes, it is speculation, right? Like, that's all we fucking have. But what I'm saying is, sometimes you can, if you're trying to understand what is going on and you're trying to be informed ahead of time, you can pay attention to these things and you can put other pieces together. I'm not saying go on fucking naturalnews.com or fucking QAnon boards and read some random shit from a person and think that or go to infowars.com and build a fucking case. Oh, really?
Yes, really. That's right, honestly.
Like, what I'm saying is you can see sometimes that individuals are trying to do the right thing, but they're shackled in doing so. And you can see that after the fact, after evidence comes out later. And we saw this with Edward Snowden. We saw people trying to push them hard to admit to things in affirmative answers, hoping that in the future, when things came out, these people could be punished. And of course, they never were. because they don't
So
punish their own.
do you want officials to just speak in the affirmative or negative, or do you think it's better for them to participate in nuance in their answers as representatives of the institutions?
Well, I'm talking about when they're asking direct questions and they're trying to use nuance as a means of lying.
What
Well, like, what does it
what?
mean when they say unwittingly? Like,
Wait,
is
what do you mean
that
nuance as
lying
a
or is there more?
means of lying? Like what example do you have of a
Well, like
politician
when
doing
Clapper
that?
went to the Senate Intelligence or Select Intelligence Committee, right, and said that we were not conducting mass surveillance on American citizens. We were. That was a lie. And so you saw individuals that did not have the ability to really like blow the whistle themselves, even in the Senate, right? Because there is a process, and they're not allowed to just open up and just start spouting off state secrets, right? So what they're trying to do is they tried to hammer him down and to get him to say that yes or no, so that in later date when things came out, they could be like, look, he lied to Congress.
But do you think it's possible for officials to not have all the information for their own hearings?
Absolutely.
Oh, okay.
So then
I
couldn't you
mean,
just as
nobody has
easily
all of the information ever. What are you talking
So
about?
wait, couldn't you just
I don't know how you guys engage with this, but okay.
based on well, no, Joe, you ask good questions because based on that, we could just as easily now speculate that they're actually just telling the truth or going above and beyond to be as accurate as possible.
Like
Like,
I'll give an example, right? So like one of the things that a lot of parents were freaking out about was this idea that Merrick Garland was lying during his hearing about parents and domestic terrorists. And specifically, I forget who it was, brought up the case in Loudon, and he just had no idea. And then there's like
You
YouTube
forget who
video
it was? Like,
upon
no,
YouTube
you
video.
really.
There was
oh,
YouTube
Fabian, you
video
can't call
upon
anyone out for
YouTube video.
anything, bro. When you literally called me a grifter,
There's
couldn't even
YouTube
fucking
video
find
upon
the
No.
word.
There was
He
YouTube video.
came
There was
at me
YouTube
first.
video
I
upon
want to hear what Joe has
YouTube
to say.
video. There was
No, he
YouTube
came
vi-
at me for
there was
clout.
YouTube
Okay,
video
No,
stop,
no,
okay,
no,
stop,
no.
YouTube
stop,
video.
stop. I can't hear anything that's happening right now. Okay, so Joe, can you please talk? If anybody interrupts, I'm just gonna mute you,
So
Joe.
the concern that I had was that you would have parents misinterpret what that hearing was to paint this idea that he was lying about the memo that he received from the NJ, or not NJ, excuse me, from the National School Boards Association and the response letter. So then what you ended up having happen was like, I can't believe that Merrick Garland was being so weaselly about him actually calling parents terrorists. And it's like, and then it's like, how could he not know about the case in Loudon? And it's like, it's very possible that he didn't know about the case in Loudon because he basically said, I can't speak about the specifics of that case. And then parents treated that like conspiracy. Like you can
I mean,
look at
No.
that can
No,
happen.
no.
But
He's calling me
you think
out.
James Clapper didn't know?
Wait. I know. He is calling Fabian out. I hosted the last convo, so yeah.
To be clear, I'm not calling Fabian out. I'm trying to lay an
You
example.
kind of are.
Yeah, you are.
Okay.
You're bringing up a very specific example.
I'm
that
bringing
just
up a
happens to
specific
have me.
case based on my experience.
Yeah,
because I don't have
no.
something to pull up
No,
from
we
the
all
CIA
see your snake. We
because
all
I'm not
see your
trying to
snake
spew
shit.
bullshit on a panel.
Look,
I understand.
I came here to give you
I
respect.
understand. I understand.
No.
I understand.
No, shut the fuck
I
up.
understand.
No.
I understand.
Okay,
No,
so
you
look,
don't get to dish gallop and call me out.
I understand that you and I have context that's separate from this panel, but I'm kindly asking if we can table that. I can say my point and we can move on from that.
No,
If
you don't.
You and I want to have a
you don't
private
get the,
conversation about this. We can. But
I'm
we
not.
don't
No,
have
I'm
time to deal with this on the panel unless
You've
you want
been
to turn this into a cage match.
All right, cool.
I want to
So,
have a private
anyway,
talk with Fabian too.
I'll give it 15, 20 seconds. I'll keep it brief, right? You tried to call me out and then link me to a bunch of other shit that I didn't say. And you're trying to start again on this drama because you're butthurt about the fact that you came in here and tried to get clout and you ended up looking like an idiot and a rape apologist and a fucking bigot. So just keep that shit to yourself and don't try and bring up something that is tangential to the conversation so you can sneak diss me in the middle of a fucking panel. Fuck you. I came in here good faith and I didn't say anything about any of the drama between the two of us. And you wanted to try and fucking sneak diss me. So fuck off and we'll continue without that conversation.
Great. So one of the things that the parents did in the Loudon case was specifically when it came to that hearing was this idea that Merrick Garland was lying about him knowing about the Loudon case. And then you would have like groups like Parents Against Critical Theory, Mothers for, I forget what it's called, like Mothers for America or something like that, and other organizations saying that, like, look, like he's not answering this question directly. Like he doesn't even like. How does he not know about the Loudon case? And it's like, hang on, it's totally possible for officials to not have all the information about intricacies within certain areas. And just because an official goes up there and says, I can't speak on this at this time, or isn't able to have like a clear answer, doesn't mean it's some conspiratorial nonsense. That's all the point I'm trying to make here. I
Okay.
don't know what to
So
say.
Okay. So, I just want to make sure we get away from Loudoun County. I feel it's very separate from what we're talking about. Gappy was raising the hand. I'll throw it to Gappy. Then I'll throw it over back to who was just talking. What's your name?
Wow, thanks. Pan?
Okay, Pan. And then we'll move on to the next topic.
I know Fabian's response to this is going to be like, oh, wow, pivoting back to the conspiracy thing. But I mean, when we're literally talking about, oh, look at how they answered on the specific question here when they said no, not wittingly to this conversation, to this cross-examination-esque scenario, when this is something that happens all the time, we're basically diving into conspiracy theory level stuff. I mean, when you're admitting that, like, oh, yeah, this is basically just speculation at this point, it's totally fine to say, I don't know. It's totally fine to just say, I don't know, maybe I have a hunch, but I really don't have anything to base off of it. So at this point, I'm going to go off of what I actually like know concretely at this point, right? But to say, like, to act like any of this is fucking objective truth or fact, to act like we truly know the CIA is continuing to be corrupt to this fucking day, look at X, Y, and Z, when we're basically just going off of like prior bad acts and like character evidence to try and bring a pattern of conformity therewith to the current scenario, it's just absolutely stupid. I mean, it's totally fine to just say you don't know about the CIA, you don't know about the intelligence agencies and shit. Yeah, and it seems like
we're talking about current evil shit they're doing, not fucking Cold War.
It's totally fine to say you don't understand how intelligence agencies work, just like how it's totally fine to say you don't understand like why they might want to not be fully fucking transparent. Why we might need to still have a Cold
War. You're fucking lying.
I'm just saying. It's totally fine to say you don't understand why maybe the CIA might not want to be fully fucking transparent with everything. It's totally fine to say you don't understand why the CIA might be competing with other agencies. It might be acting in other foreign countries in the same way that other foreign countries are trying to act upon those same other foreign countries. It's totally fine to acknowledge the nuance in the conversation instead of just going soy and going full one-dimensional based off a fucking court conversation or based off some random some random fucking tweet we found online.
We get it. All you have is character assassination. You can't engage.
No. It's because you're relying on
character assassination for like 2 minutes. I just let that shit rock.
We're relying on character evidence. We're using prior bad acts to prove a pattern of conformity therewith that the CIA.
No, you guys
by its very nature and by its very inherent
acts. No, you guys are very inherent in yourself.
There are two things here. This is actually
there's a fallacy there by using that type of character evidence.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
actually, I was about to bring that up.
I'm gonna throw this over the pen, and then Pan, and then I do want to move on to the next topic. So we've been talking about this for almost an hour now. Pan?
Yeah, I think there are different levels of plausible deniability. When we talk about Garland forgetting the details of a case, I think that's pretty plausible. But when we talk about the head of an intelligence agency forgetting about a massive program, I think that's a bit less plausible. I think it's probably the case that he was evading the question. I don't think you guys would sit here and say that, oh, everybody who goes up in front of and does these congressional panels, well, they're just trying to provide as much nuance as they can. You know, that's why he couldn't give a yes or no answer. It's because he was trying so hard to give the complete answer. I think we can tell that it oftentimes that's not the case. Now, sometimes it is the case, right? Like, I'm not going to claim that there aren't politicians trying to get yes or no answers to, like, yeah, did you ever stop beating your wife? Questions like that and stuff. However, I think it's fairly reasonable to assume that in certain cases, it's pretty obvious that they are trying to avoid the question because they have a political incentive to do so. That's all I wanted to say.
You do acknowledge there can be nuance there, right? Like if I ask Fabian, like, are you in fact a cloud chaser? He can't just admit to it and say yes, right? There's probably going to be a lot more nuance in that scenario than just saying, yes, I am a cloud chaser.
Well, of course, but I don't think not every single question needs a nuanced answer, right? Like sometimes
whether or not a program does something is not, you don't need a nuanced answer. It's a yes or no answer.
Yeah, or whether or not it exists, right? Like, forget about what it does. Does it exist? I think there's some questions where you don't have to provide a nuanced answer, and a yes or no answer is completely legitimate, and it's legitimate to try to get someone to commit to a yes or no answer. I think that's fine.
Okay.
Fabian was mainly relying on speculation, though, so I think that's why we were.
Okay, well, I'm not Fabian.
Well, not mainly, entirely, I would say.
Okay.
I was saying we could also speculate the other way around, but
I mean, we could, but I mean, I think it's completely reasonable to. Sorry, go ahead, Dylan.
I do want to move on to the next topic. So we've talked about this for an hour. So there are many things you can eat. And out of all of the lunch items you can eat, one of them is a lunch item that is made in different forms. Some of it circle, some of it square, some of it in Lunchables, some of it over there. Now, today we are talking about the C word discourse. 2 streamers have been banned for the use of the C word. Well, 3 actually. It was Fawn, Bosch, it was Hassan, and we're just calling it the C word. You can call it the lunchable item. You could call it the lunch item. You can call it many things, but we're not calling it what it is because I'm not playing any games. Don't try to get around it. You can just please follow this rule or you will be immediately booted from the competition and from my show permanently. Okay, so the question is, should this word be banned from Twitch? Should you not be allowed to call people this word as an insult, as actually is more specific? That's the question. And I'm gonna have intros for this one because I want to. So we're gonna start with James since he's in the middle.
Oh, wow, I'm here. As far as it being a word that should be banned off platforms, no. The problem with banning words is that people just come up with another word and then another word and another word. If you have any questions, please see the last 185 different derogatory terms for people of color that have been invented over the last 30 years as we've banned words or said they're slurs or you shouldn't say them anymore. And then we just pivot to another expression. And the C word, if you ban it, will become Wonder Bread, and then it'll become matzah, and then whatever it is, there will be a new term. So banning words and terms is usually a bad practice. Saying usually, for all of those of you who want to stick me to an absolutist position, I can already see you licking your chops down there. However, should it be a bannable offense? Is it an actual slur? It's a 2-tiered answer, one that requires nuance, and I don't know that we're going to get to nuance in the intro. So I will be more than happy to discuss and debate the nuance of it after everybody else has their intro.
Okay. Next, I'm going to throw it over to Fabian.
Yeah, no surprise here. I'm a free speech absolutist, right? I think you should be able to say whatever the hell you want to say. And then I think if you don't want to hear certain shit and websites have functionality to be able to block or ban, then you should use that functionality to block and ban and cultivate the community that you want. I think Twitch has all of the necessary tools with emote only chat, being able to, turn advertisements on, being able to block people, kick people, time them out, ban people, that it honestly just shouldn't matter in any capacity. I think we could get a little bit more in the discussion about whether or not Twitch actually is a private company when corporations are protected by the state through bankruptcy and all kinds of legal loopholes, Section 230, getting money from the CIA, etc. But I think like free speech is there to protect the type of speech that you don't like. That's the whole point of it. So if you're trying to justify that this is bad words, then you're going against the very idea of free speech.
Okay. Joe Lewis?
As the only Black American on this panel, I say, let these white people fight.
Okay. Next, I'm going to throw it over to Hunter Avalon.
Yeah, I really hate that the question is should Twitch ban people for saying it, because I don't really know. I mean, I think that ultimately if they're going to ban people for using racial slurs, it's the most consistent approach. Of course, I'm sure we're going to get into a little bit of the nuance about what this word means, the historical context and whatever. But I will say, yes, it is a racial slur. There's no getting around that. But also, it's not as bad as other racial slurs, just like there are some curse words alone that we recognize are bad and some are worse. So I think that, there's some nuance there, but ultimately, if Twitch is going to ban people for using racial slurs, I mean, the C word is a racial slur, so I guess it's ultimately consistent, as silly as it may seem.
Okay. Now I'm going to throw it over to Supreme.
Sure. So whether or not Twitch should ban this thing, I personally think that the current terms of service, the current rules or guidelines by which they would do this, ban a person over the use of the C word, is actually pretty damn based. It's just universally, applied. If anybody wants to read the actual language, it just says that they will not, or that it is against community guidelines, against the terms of service to use any language or terminology that is meant to express hate, towards any person based on a protected class. One of those, classes is race. It doesn't matter which, where you fall in there. I think we can all agree that white is considered a race. I'm sure we're going to get into some mental gymnastics about what the true definition of racism is or whatever. And I know that we've seen a lot of people engage in that. But at the end of the day, if a white person walks outside and somebody asks what race is that person, and 99 out of 100 people say white, then white is classified as a race. It's the perception of the public consciousness of these classifications that are imperfect, that people have no choice of existing in, and that are completely contingent on people's perception.
Okay, I'm gonna throw it over to, and we're about to end in a minute, so gonna be Pan quickly, then Tim and Gappy.
Yeah, I think that the C word is obviously a racial slur. However, it's extremely mild and doesn't even come close to other insults. So I don't think that it should necessarily be banned. Like, for example, if I can call Gappy an inbred donkey fucking bitch, I think it's appropriate that he's allowed to respond by calling me the C word. I think it's ridiculous. Yes, it is obviously racial. Obviously, it's derogatory. But there's a difference in the offensiveness of insults. And I think the reason we want to ban racial slurs is because of how deeply offensive they are. So what I think we should be targeting is deeply offensive speech. I don't think we should be targeting just something because it's in the broad category of slur. I think what matters is the offense, and I don't think there's that much offense behind the C word. So,
Gappy?
Okay, first of all, the only inbred here was Fabian, okay? So please make sure you direct at the right person. Getting back to the original thing, and actually, I'd rather start by addressing your thing. If you called me all of that, I still don't believe I should be calling you the C word. I think the current Twitch standard in regards to the community guidelines of making sure that we're not racist towards individuals and not being derogatory towards protected classes is totally fair. But if I were to call Pan the C word, that would not be considered reverse racism, period. That would just be straight up racist, okay? White people, when we talk about combating racism in society, and as the other minority on this panel, when we talk about combating racism in society, it's not about me wanting to be able to hate white people or me being able to say fuck white people by any means, okay? It's about people like me being able to have an equitable chance in society and being treated equally by society, both legally, politically, and culturally. It's not about whether or not I can say the C word, and I think it's very ironic that a lot of the people who are advocating to say the C word and being able to do that and being able to make fun of white people are ironically white. That these individuals, basically, for lack of a better word, want to finally have that opportunity to be racist towards another group without getting in trouble for it. So they want to be able to call each other the C word for some reason. It's absolutely pathetic. And this is basically like antithetical to any sort of progress towards combating racism in current society. Additionally, thinking that white people are the only people who've done anything wrong is such an Americanized take. If you go to countries like out in Asia and the Middle East, there are so many other protected classes or ethnicities or groups that are seen as the bad people or seen as the people, the majority oppressor. I don't think that it opens the door for white people to be made fun of, for example, in Japan, where they're very much a minority there and we're not the oppressors by any means. I think it's absolutely insane. It just shows how Americanized Twitter and current Twitch politics is that we're even having this discussion.
Okay. And we're gonna have Tim go now, but while he's going, the vote has been posted in my chat, and so people can start to vote.
Yeah, so I don't think it's a good thing for Twitter to be allowing things like this. It's just bad for the platform. I would make some distinction here, though. I think it's one thing to discuss the word as I understand it. I didn't watch the stream, but as I understand it, Vosh said the word when discussing whether it's okay to use and whatnot. I think that's a very different category than, as I understand, Hassan was calling people it. Calling people racial slurs, even if it's a kind of a more minor one, I don't think that's something that should be tolerated. It's not a good thing. Yeah, it's a good broad category to say don't call people racial slurs.
Okay. The vote is going around. How does everybody feel how they're doing right now and about their odds?
I had a great time being here. Thank you all so much.
Same.
What about you,
I
Gabby?
don't know why Dylan isn't on this poll. I feel like we should have an opportunity as other individuals on the panel who are providing this content to hold the...
Okay, Hunter, what about you?
We need to unionize.
I mean, I have a nuclear idea, Dylan, if you want to humor it.
What is it?
What if you were able to kick the host, but it just gets replaced with another host?
Got it. I can have Brittany host it.
No,
Great
like,
idea.
can you imagine that? Like, you kick, it's like, oh god, Dylan sucked. You kick Dylan, and then it's just Brittany, and it's like, oh
Yeah.
god,
Oh,
Brittany
yeah,
sucked.
you have the
Sorry,
option.
But
Brittany.
here's the deal.
And
Here's the
then-
deal. Hold
And
on.
then after Brittany, it's just Richard Spencer.
Yeah,
Hold
that's
on,
what it
here's the
goes.
deal.
So the
Here's the
hosts
deal.
get worse
Dylan.
and worse to punish you for your
That
hubris.
escalated quick.
Dylan, if you do that though, you have to join the fray. You don't actually leave. You just aren't the host anymore. You join
True.
the fray. And you already know what the topics are, right?
Brittany really wants me
So
to
you
go
have an
politically
advantage.
revoked too. Oh my gosh.
I'm starting to like this idea.
I was
Okay.
wondering if you're talking about the same Brittany.
Yeah,
You
we-
can bring
we're
back
talking
so
about
many old heads. You can bring back Trio Logic. You can bring back Zerka. Like, God, it'd be a family reunion.
Brittany would be the leftist host we were all looking for.
that. Finally.
Sure, truly.
Okay. So the results are in. Let me read the results quick. If you didn't vote yet, that sucks for you. We don't have mail-in voting. You should have brought your voter ID.
Oh god, it's Georgia.
Okay. The person in first place with the most votes is actually Gappy5. Gappy5. He's in first. That's what he is officially written down on the vote. Gappy5.
I think there was a misspell there.
I think I trusted. Well, if are you not Gappy5?
Yeah, no one voted for him. He's Gappy.
Yeah,
Heppy.
I appreciate
Yes, he's out.
I appreciate
Okay.
everyone who voted for me. I
Street
appreciate
Fighter
everyone
V.
who voted for me.
So, are you
Gappy
Gappy?
5 is Gappy 5. I appreciate everyone voting for
Okay,
me.
got it.
Gappy
Got
5,
it. Okay,
yeah.
cool, dope.
V
Okay,
skill.
so next is Supreme. After that, it is Fabian Liberty. And third. After that, it is Hunter Avalo. Well, actually, no, Joe Lewis. Actually, Joe Lewis was ahead of Fabian, sorry. Okay, then it's Hunter.
Oh.
Then it's James. Meaning that the two people who are leaving today are probably Tim, Problematic Pan. I am very sorry. You're just too problematic.
I understand. Look, I came out with the hot takes. Didn't expect to get this far, but I'm proud of myself. You know, made it all the way to the second round.
Uh-huh.
Sure, I only started in the second round, but
Uh-huh.
still.
Wonderful. Tim, you have any last words? Okay, so now we will keep moving forward as a unit. You can discuss the topic at hand.
I mean, does anyone here feel like does anyone here feel like people should be allowed to call white people the C word?
Yes.
Yeah.
All day long.
Hold on. The better question is, does anybody here feel that it is not racist to use hateful, disparaging terms towards white people on the basis of the color of their skin? Does anybody here believe it is not racist?
Are you hypothetically a white person while doing this?
Yeah, I think there's some nuance.
Sure.
I mean, like, I think obviously it's racist sometimes.
Okay, so yeah, do I think it would be racist for a white person to call another white person the C word? And that makes it racist as opposed to just, I don't know, bigoted, angry, insulting, demeaning, whatever.
You're demeaning
No,
someone on
I
their
don't.
race.
I don't.
You're demeaning someone off their race.
So hang on a second. Are you
You're
claiming that
the-
that a white person cannot be racist towards white people?
No, of course not.
No, I'm answering your question, which was, do you believe that calling a white person the C word if you're a white person is racist? To which I answered no.
Right. So your reasoning for why it can't be racist for a white person to call another person the C word, even if it's out of anger or hatred or meant to disparage a person based on the color of skin, that would not be considered racist. So I'm asking you now, do you believe white people can be racist against white people?
No.
Okay.
I do, for the record. I have a total.
Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Well, to start with the larger macro issue, and this is going to go down the rabbit hole that you don't want to go down, or either.
Oh, I want to go down it.
People champion them. Oh, okay. Is that white isn't a race? Now, before we start, I'm going to concede certain points of this because I know the argument and I know the conversation. Number one being, as far as most people, the general populace is concerned, or white people have been called white most of their whole life, so they don't know any better. Ergo, they believe that white is a race. So since they perceive
Which
themselves
races
to
are
be
real,
white,
James? Let's
they
just skip this.
preserve-
Which races are
they
real?
Well, sorry for talking while you were interrupting me, Supreme.
Listen,
Now
I'm trying to save us time. Just
point.
let's get to the point. Which races
Oh,
are
no,
real?
you didn't want to say point when you were grandstanding before. You weren't concerned with time. Now
This
you're
is the most
concerned with
grandstanding
time.
thing I've ever heard in my
Okay,
life.
okay.
I think it's a valid question.
Wait. Okay, I want to have. Obviously, James is taking the position that Supreme doesn't have. I'd like to hear him quick.
So
Okay.
you said that white people are not a race. Which races are real?
You mean the human race?
Sure. So wait, is black a race? Are black people? Is that a real race?
Well, people who name themselves white people then named black people black.
Did all white people name themselves white people?
No, actually, it was a small handful. It was just white people who owned other human beings of varying colors. They
What
were
if
the
I
ones who
ask a
came
black
up with the
person,
entire color
"Am I
chart.
white?" and they say yes?
Then they perceive themselves to be white because they don't understand the construct of race, nor do I assume that most people will understand the construct of race, which is what I was saying before you totally didn't interrupt me.
Do you
Well, you
know
sort-
there are genetic clusters? There are clusters of people from different geographic areas, and everyone on Earth can more or less identify someone who is strongly like in the center of that genetic cluster bubble.
Okay, yeah, geneticists call those people populations. Race as a construct is not a valuable way of classifying humans. James and I agree on this. It's completely arbitrary. It's not scientific in any way whatsoever. It's just an arbitrary grouping of phenotypal traits. Now, the reason I'm asking this is because your substantive reasoning for why a white person cannot be racist against a white person is because white is an arbitrary construct. I would argue that's true for literally every race. I don't think
Right.
white people as it exists is any different than any other race in this capacity. So why?
And now I
There's
don't
more.
disagree with
There's
you.
more genetic diversity in Africa than there is between white people and black people in America.
Yeah, that's true. Couldn't you also flip this around and then say black people couldn't be racist to other black people? Like, do you think if Candace
That's
Owens
his point, right? Like he's pointing out the logical inconsistency of using that logic to
Right, but,
apply
like,
it
if
to
Candace
white
Owens
racial slurs versus black racial slurs, right?
It's
Are you going to be
possible.
logically consistent?
Well, if he is going to be logically consistent, then it would also have to follow that black people could not be racist towards other black people. Which the example I was going to give was, do you think if Candace Owens gets up and starts talking about N-words, that she's not racist because she's black?
I
Look,
would
it's
also
Not to
bring up.
me. Yeah.
I would bring up the caste system in India. That's like a prime example of people being racist to their own people, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason
ultimately,
there's so many Brahmin in America, right?
excuse.
This is
Okay,
so
all right.
semantical.
We're gonna. Okay,
This is-
I'll.
Racist, like,
Yeah, wait.
the
I
point
want
is
to.
prejudice.
Wait. I want to hear Gappy quick. He seemed to have a
We
visceral
gotta hear
reaction.
from James too, because
Okay,
I'll bring it
I
back
got
to
cut off
James.
by 4 people.
okay.
I'll bring it back to James. I promise.
So, for example, someone might take that Brahmin comment and argue that because like Indian Americans are one of the most successful minorities in America in terms of like median income or whatever, that we are somehow like more well off than the average white individual. Therefore, Fabian might be allowed to like say like, oh, we're just Brahmins who moved to America or whatever. That more people move to Brahmins in America.
No,
I think that type of
assuming.
I
That's
think
not
that
true.
I think that type of logic is just really dumb, or we're basically playing games to figure out who's like, for lack of a better word, like who's more fucked than others individuals. And
Yeah.
ultimately, at the end of the day,
Yeah.
the color of your skin is an immutable characteristic, and just like a disability, just like your appearance, we shouldn't be bullying people based off of the color of their skin. That's not actually advocating for any sort of equality in a society. You just want to be mean and bully other individuals. So if you're advocating for the C slur, you're just saying you just want to be able to bully people whose color of their skin looks white, or maybe their
Right.
ethnic background somehow
that's a
comes from
lie.
people who look white.
When you
That's a lie.
justify,
I believe in free speech. It's that
Okay,
simple.
so I believe in free speech too, but if we are holding people to the standard that they can't say these words that are slurs based on people's immutable characteristics, and you are justifying them, I mean, we need to be consistent on this, right? So if somebody is doing a slur that is based on something that somebody cannot change about themselves, then we shouldn't allow it. That includes the C word. That
Yeah,
includes
but
any
I
words
say
directed at
all
white
words.
people.
I say you should be allowed to say the N word.
I think Twitch is a
Maybe
private
regardless of what
company.
overall.
Twitch is a
Yeah,
private
Twitch
company.
has its own First Amendment right.
The problem is, yeah,
Sort of.
Fabian doesn't understand the concept that if you were to allow,
Don't tell me what I do and don't understand.
if you were to, well, I'm not. I'm
Well, you
sorry, you
could.
haven't really put a good taste in my mouth as far as defining simple words. So I'm not sure I trust you to go any further than that. But yeah, when we're talking about like Stardust, do you want me to throw it back to you? I didn't mean to cut you off there a minute ago.
Sure. Yeah. No, so Fabian, the Twitch is a private company, and I think they have the right to determine what goes on their platform. However, the only thing I will say is that they should be consistent with it when they are enforcing, right? So I am actually very happy that they have been consistent in banning people who use a slur against white people, because as soon as you justify the usage of a slur towards white people on a platform, you are justifying the usage of these slurs to all of us.
Hang
Two
on,
things real quick. I just want to
Stardust.
respond and I'll dip out and let. Number one, when you say Twitch is a private company, Twitch is sort of a private company, right? Like we have a mixed economy. We have corporations, right, that have certain protections. The ability to compete with a company like Twitch is complicated because of governmental protections, because of taxes, because of the fact that it's owned by fucking Amazon. They have massive amounts of regulatory capture and power in the state. Like there's a lot of for Christ's sake, we've mentioned it several times, or at least I have. $600 million contract with the CIA, right? Like they're in some ways entangled and enmeshed with the state, right? So to be like, oh, they're a private company so they can do whatever they want is a little bit absurd. Second, it doesn't just, you're talking about should, which is a question of ethics, right? It's not a question of legality. Right? Are they legally able to make their own terms of service? Absolutely. But we're asking whether or not they should do something. And free speech is not just a constitutional protection from the government. It's an ideal. And I think you should support the ideal, and you can still say that someone is not supporting that ideal and that is a personal issue to you and a political issue without it necessarily being a legal one.
But the problem with that, Fabian, is that level, like going that direction, actually would restrict other people's free speech. So, for example, let's say you allow the N-word to be spewed all over the place on Twitter, right? That could, in very many ways, prohibit Black people from having a platform where they're not being disparaged on the basis of their race, which would ultimately restrict their free speech.
Yeah, no, I don't engage with the stupidity of positive and negative rights, especially when you have the ability to ban and block people.
Company, and that they should allow the N-word on their platform. But not only does that not make any sense, it doesn't even make sense with how
logical
sense would function. Actually,
Hunter, wait, Hunter.
Okay,
Hunter,
1 second. 1 second. Is that Joe Lewis or Space Demon? I can't tell.
I am the Watcher.
It's the Watcher.
But
wait, can I see Joe Lewis again, or is that impossible?
It is possible, but I do have a question that Hunter actually posited. I'm kind of curious about.
Okay. Could you ask this question after James could go, because he was originally
No, it's cool. Hey, it's been 15 minutes. We can let it roll longer.
James,
I can get back to where I was interrupted at. It's good. Let Joe go. Joe hasn't said anything.
I did say I will not interfere, but Hunter did bring up the idea that historically the N-word has evolved in such a way that it can be used as a means of endearment.
Wait,
I ask, what if it's possible for the C word to be used as endearment? And should it be?
Let's try it now.
Like, what up my C word?
No, we're not. We're not.
Frankly,
no, we're not. I don't know if we're
base, Dr. Red Pill.
It might be possible. Well, actually, sorry, that wasn't directed towards me. Sorry.
No, I mean, yeah, it's possible, yeah, but if we're looking at least the reason Hassan was banned, it was not at all a form of endearment. The clip that I saw was him yelling at someone in his chat, calling them a stupid bitch, and then proceeding to also call them the C word. So it was like a compilation of all these insults mixed in with also insulting a person based on their race. So could it hypothetically be a term of endearment at some point? Maybe, but the way that it's been used recently, it's not.
I think when it comes I think when it comes to when it comes to specifically like race or ethnicity, because of how difficult and how gray it can be to prove someone's race or to disprove someone's race, frankly, I don't think we should be saying the C slur or the C word as a term of endearment. And for the same reasons, we shouldn't be saying the N word as a term of endearment either. Without going down too much down this rabbit hole, because I don't want to end up like veering towards TOS or anything like that. I don't think we should be using any of that type of language. I think the idea of reclamation can get really fucking dumb in that regard, because then we're constantly at this like ebb and flow of like trying to figure out how much of it is reclaimed versus how much of it isn't. Honestly, at this point, I think the solution really is just to just not use the word in that regard, right? There are other ways to be endearing to an individual of the same race or the same characteristic or immutable class of immutable characteristics without having to rely on a term that was previously like derogatory. I think the same applies to the F slur as well, without actually getting into the more specifics there. Like, I don't think we should be trying to weaponize those words for our own good, because they are still at the end of the day weapons.
Well, but Gappy, to push back slightly here, like Black Americans don't use the N-word with a hard R towards each other. So my question to you then would be, has there been a slur that evolved in such a way that is endearment within a group of individuals?
The Italians.
So I think the answer here is that, like, I do think there's some merit to the idea that even in an endearing fashion, all this does is reinforce racism and colorism, and just reinforce the validity of race as a construct that we should be working towards abolishing, right?
Yeah.
I could see that, but if a community decides to take that word back as a means of endearment, like, are they allowed to do that?
I would say the reason that we should, that we should consider this permissible for now is because, like, Black people, as they fit into that category based on the arbitrary construct, are still inheriting the disadvantages that were placed, that were enforced upon them explicitly by the state for hundreds of years. So to that regard, like, I wouldn't argue that we should move towards racial abolition immediately, because we would still have the danger that everybody who would have once been considered Black, according to the state, would just carry those disadvantages forward into perpetuity, right? So, like, the idea is to try to undo the disadvantages and the disparities such that they're not inherited by everybody who once would have, qualified under that term before. So I'm okay. Like, I understand this now, and I'm not like a huge proponent of even eliminating the soft A for this reason.
Yeah, because the reason why I asked that is that sometimes, like, in conversations about slurs and stuff like that, and the idea of like communities, I guess we'll say, kind of broadly speaking, like taking back agency for themselves. There's always this idea of, like, especially with the N-word, where there are people who are not Black who posit ideas that Black people ought not to use that word. But then in the same light, and again, I'm not saying you're doing this, Supreme. I want to make that incredibly clear. I'm not saying you're doing this. I'm just saying I've heard this in different types of, like, I've heard this adjacent argument where, like, there's point A, point B. Like, point A is that Black people should be allowed to participate in America in a way that is equal and just and equitable. But then at the same time, they leave this carve out, like, well, except you shouldn't use this word because it was used against you in a way that was negative, and therefore we shouldn't use any slurs at all. Like, it just feels kind of weird to me as well. And again, I'm not saying you're holding that position, but that's just something that I've been kind of struggling with over the past few years.
We're getting really
the way
stuck.
that I've if I could, thanks, man, appreciate it. The going off of this, I guess, from my own experience, without going into like naming off Indian slurs in particular, the reason why, like, I don't. I guess we can. You and I started. We have all the power here, okay? The reason why, like, we don't. The reason why, like, for example, I don't see like the Indian community by any means like trying to like claim the idea of like Indians being like really good at math, for example, as one of them, is because ultimately, as Supreme said, it still perpetuates that stereotype, right? And when we talk about combating racism as a whole, the idea is equality, right? The idea isn't to say like we're good in this regard or like fuck this group or anything else like that. And I think what happens when we and obviously I'm not Black, right? So it is in a way me speaking on behalf of the Black community, which has its own, I guess, baggage there. But when I say, like, I don't even think we should be saying the soft A, it's because it does come with that baggage, right? I think ultimately the goal really should be that we can create a society where everyone's equitable and is able to treat each other with respect, culturally, politically, and I guess socially, societally as well, to throw all those big words out there. And I don't think that's really going to happen by trying to reclaim certain words. The words have baggage. I mean, the words were used historically, like, poorly, and I don't think changing the verbiage of it slightly from an ER to an A is going to make any big of a deal. It's
I've got a pen and paper here real quick. Can you guys list off those slurs? Because
okay, give a second. James, did you genuinely want the conversation to keep moving, or do you want to ever get
Oh,
back to you?
yes, I genuinely wanted to get back to the conversation
I'm sorry,
about the
Jim.
racial
Yeah.
construct, and it's something that we were, we were having a discussion about. Supreme and I agreed about some of it, disagreed about some of it. But I think at the end of the day, like the linchpin of the conversation of saying whether or not something is racist versus just saying something is insulting or something is mean-spirited or something is a bad comment. Like racism is its own specific thing. And if we're going to talk about race and racism, then you do have to separate A, the construct from B, the perception. Like I acknowledge that most quote white people like believe that they are white people because they have been told they're white people. Like I get that. I'm not saying that isn't a thing. I totally understand it. But every time this happens, this allows us to have the conversation where we can then explain to people that race is a construct. And hopefully every time this conversation gets a little less fucking painful.
So James, I have a quick question. Like the thing that when you look at this from a perspective of like theory of forms, right? Like I do think there is something to be said that like, you know, I don't want to say that like skin color somehow denotes culture or where you're from or anything like that, but we do understand that there's certain correlative power, right, between experiences people have. I mean, are you of the opinion that if we moved to kind of like a post-racial, like where we no longer socially construct race, that like we won't have other kind of phenotypical ways of viewing people as a means of like a specific type of culture, or do you think that it would be better because it would be like clothing or something that is a choice as opposed to an immutable characteristic or something?
I'm sure we will always have something like that. There will always be some kind of differentiator. Like,
wouldn't it be the
I
same problem, different name then though at that point?
But it
Not
would be, but we're not
That's a
talking
reductive
okay.
perspective looking at it.
To your
I mean,
point,
I'm just asking his
question, though, for
opinion.
James.
I'm just digging a little. Like,
I think maybe
making an argument here.
Maybe if it would help, like maybe I think we're all under maybe the same page here that we're like when we're talking about whether or not the C slur is racist to individuals, we're going off the idea of like the perception, I guess, by your own theory or by your own logic here, right? By the perception of individuals who see themselves as white, or the perception of people like myself who see myself as Indian in that regards, right? I think the conversation that you're trying to lead us on is definitely an important conversation to have, but I think it's besides the topic right now.
Yes.
Because I think we are all talking specifically about like the perception of individuals and like whether or not someone like myself would be allowed to say the C word to an individual who I perceive to be white because of the fact that I perceive them to be white.
I just want to ask, sorry, can I ask a really quick question to James? Is you said there's a difference between a racial slur and an insult. And of course, there is a difference between those things. I'm just wondering what makes the C word in your mind an insult and not a racist insult?
Well, I was going to the last question, which was what Supreme asked me, which was, would it be racist for a white person to call another white person the C word? To which I said it wasn't.
That's not my question, to be clear.
No, that was the last question.
No, the last question was, can a white person be racist towards white people?
Hold on,
Oh, that was the last question. Okay. And to which I said no. Okay, so come again then, Hunter?
So what makes the C word a mean insult and not a racial slur? Because in my mind, you're insulting someone on the basis of their race. It's probably a racial slur. It's pretty easy for me. But I'm wondering what's just
what does the C word in sorry, James, go for it.
No, you go, Joe. Cool. Go, please.
No, I asked Joe. Sorry. I asked James specifically.
Oh, okay. Okay, sorry, Joe. I'm just gonna cut you out here then and talk about race without, So now I'm totally blanking on what you asked again.
Allow me to jump in, okay, and talk about why racism is bad, because it seems like during this discourse, a lot of people have forgotten why racism is bad and why racist behavior should not be tolerated, regardless of direction. We should omnidirectionally consider racism bad, okay? Racism is anything that reinforces the concept of race as a real or essential quality that somebody has, okay? Everybody arrives in the world the same way, fucking confused and surprised, and born into a body that they did not get to choose. All of these traits are involuntary and immutable. I want to see if anybody disagrees with this.
Yes, I'm going to disagree with you. There's a difference between bigotry
the point
and
is
race.
it's an immutable characteristic.
The question.
Wait. What? If we asked if anybody disagrees with me, and there's one person he's talking to, I'd like to hear that one person speak and not hear people like speak up in agreement. Since there's one person who disagrees, James.
I disagree.
The difference between The difference between bigotry and racism is that racism has the blanket requirement of a position of power and or superiority. One is racist because they believe somebody else
Sure.
is
Quick question. Can I go to
superior
China
to
and
them.
call Chinese people a racist slur? Is that not racist anymore?
Do you want me to answer the first
I
question
want you
or
to answer
which
the
one?
question I just asked you.
Okay,
Yeah.
so ask that question again now.
Sure. Is it racist for me to go to China and call a Chinese person a racist slur against Chinese people because they have all the hegemonic cultural power?
Yes, because you believe that they are an inferior race to you. That's why you were
Can
being
a white
racist
person not
towards
feel that
them.
way about
Anyone
white
could believe
people?
that.
Wait, so the whole idea is about
can't-
inferiority versus superiority, right?
It's nothing to do with power. This is the
Wait,
academic
okay,
thing
wait,
that
okay,
people
okay,
always
okay,
try to
okay.
weaponize.
Wait, okay.
Should I do
Okay,
them
okay,
all
wait,
at
wait,
once?
wait, okay. Yes, be clear. There's one person, okay? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna
still
throw
disagree.
one of you in an alleyway and have some people run up on you and beat the shit out of you guys, okay? That's how we're gonna do this, if this is what we're fine with, okay? So we're gonna have him answer one question at a time. Supreme, can you continue your engagement?
Sure. So you said what makes it racist is the belief that there is some inherent quality of race that people fit into, and the belief that some people who fit into this quality are inherently deficient or in some way, inherently
Inferior.
superior or inferior based on this quality. Okay, so if a person believes that white is a construct, white is a race that has some essential quality that can be associated to people. So in this case, the basis of having white skin is an essential quality, and that somebody believes that people with white skin are genetically inferior than people who have non-white skin. Would this not be considered racist?
Yes, if you believe that you are superior to another person based on an immutable characteristic based upon your perception of race, then yes, that is racist.
So how can a white person not be racist against another white person if this can occur?
Because a white person can't feel superior to another white person based on their race
It
because
has
they're
nothing to
considering
do
both
with
of them to
feeling
be
superior
white.
to another white person. It's the feeling that all white people are inferior or superior to some other
Yeah.
race. In this case, it would be the feeling that white people are inferior, say, to black people, even if they are white.
Also, the term white trash exists.
This is
Well,
just, it's such an
well,
easy
J-
bullet.
Hold
to
on.
Okay,
get.
I think
James,
it's really
James,
important we get an answer to this.
Okay. We're gonna go down the James, is there anything else you wanted to say before I move on to somebody else?
No, I was just trying to figure out the cacophony and cavalcade of voices. So, yeah,
Okay.
cool.
Next is gonna be
Sure.
Stardust then.
Well, I feel like it's
Okay.
really important we get an answer to that question.
Okay, James, did you want to answer the question?
If he wants to ask it again and I can answer it uninterrupted, sure, I'd love to.
So if a white person believes that white people are inferior to black people, that wouldn't be racist?
If a white person believes that white people are inferior to black people, would that be racist?
Yes.
No.
Why?
The term is
I
meaningless.
I understand the perspective, but
Wait, what?
I disagree with the framing of it though.
But
because
how
do
is
we
it not
have-
racist then? Because by his
No,
own
hold
standards,
on,
it would be.
hold the fuck up. So the thing that's really frustrating in this conversation right now is that there doesn't seem to be an establishment as to, if we go back to the C word generally, like what is it about the C word specifically that is disparaging towards white people? Like I think that's the floor that should be set, and then maybe we can move
Implying
from
they're
there.
Sure, I
It's
can
meant
answer
to
that.
belittle and say that it's meant to belittle and like make fun of them or bully them because of their immutable
what's the-
characteristic.
right, but what is that
Right, so
invoking?
it's
Like if you
usually
use
levied.
if you use the N word against a black person, for instance, it invokes a level of so many layers of that inferiority based on their education status, based on their class, based on their family structure. There's a lot of baggage that comes with that word. I'm just trying to understand the baggage within the C word. That's all I'm trying to understand here.
Okay,
Okay,
wait,
it's
stop.
my turn. Okay.
It is I was gonna say it's actually a Stardust turn. Fabian, I wrote your name down.
Can I go next?
Fuck everybody. Fuck all you.
I'll write you
Okay.
guys' name
Anyways, sorry. So the reason why it is disparaging towards white people is because it is usually levied against low-income white people who probably don't have ancestors who partook in the slave trade, and it's usually levied against against white people who who are in really dire economic situations, and as a result, they're not educated, things like that. Sorry, chat is fucking distracting me. But I understand that there obviously there's a difference between the N word and the C word, but it doesn't change the fact that the use of the C word is implying that this person is somehow racist or had racist relatives, where most likely they probably didn't. So
Wait. I'm hold on. Let me try to censor this. I'm
yeah,
not trying to. I don't want to like straw man or whatever
yeah.
the fuck.
Mhm.
So like
I
you're saying
appreciate it.
that. So the C word invokes this idea of lower income, lower class white individual. Is that what you're
Lower
positing?
income, lower class, racist white people, uneducated, and you know, I mean,
You're
there are
implying that
different, there are a bunch of different definitions of cracker and sources of where it came from, but the one that
Stardust.
seems to be,
Stardust. We're not
oh,
using that
sorry,
word.
my
She
bad,
wasn't there for the
my bad,
opening of that.
Okay,
So
we're not using that word.
my bad,
C word.
C word,
Okay.
right, my bad, I
Base.
apologize.
yeah. Oh, sorry. Go for it.
It was endearing.
There are multiple sources. Sorry, I'm so sorry. There are multiple sources for where it came from, but the one that seems to be most known, most well known, is the one of whip cracker. Fuck, dude. I'm sorry.
That was a
Fuck.
verb.
Okay.
Well, my
All
vote
right.
just disappeared. What
Wait.
happened?
So
we
again,
said
like
it's gone.
I want to make sure it's like a very like understandable
Yeah.
floor because there's like a lot of people watching here, right? So again, like just to again to clarify one more
Yes.
time, you're describing that like the C word invokes this idea of a poor white individual, just in oversimplification, but in terms of like setting at some type of floor.
Well, it's levied at poor white people, but it's meant to imply that those poor white people have ancestors who were
Evil.
the whip. So,
Wait, like
That's not the etymology of the word, but that is the myth. So that's probably what
well,
most
there are
people-
multiple
It
etymologies.
can be one
That's the thing.
etymology of the word. It's fine.
okay,
Yeah.
can we
If I can-
use that as like the way we navigate, or is there like anybody else that wants to add to that or
Yes.
something?
Yeah, I'd like. Oh,
Okay.
go for it.
Happy go first. I took a lot of
I'm
time.
so
Okay.
sorry.
Aw,
I'm
thanks
so
for doing
sorry.
that.
Let me. No. Okay. You're only gonna have to apologize if I lose my job. Okay. So we're gonna have to throw it over to Red Pill. Actually, he's ahead of you, Gappy. Then Gappy. Then Supreme. Fabian is ahead of all of them, but I'm gonna bully him. So Red Pill.
Yeah. I want to get back to like the gist of this. We went into like a tangent on like maybe we could use the word endearingly and take it back. But like the
Okay.
thrust of like the situation is Hassan used it disparagingly. And like Joe was kind of like hinting at like, but what could we possibly attribute to that group of people that could be disparaging about the term? I mean, the term is like the intent was negative, and like in his search for negative attributes, he pulled that word out. And that word like can be applied to everyone in that group. And I think that's the main problem. And that's kind of where I want this conversation to be funneled is like, I mean, one, why did he think it was okay to do that? Why are so many people supporting him and like coming out in favor of the ability to do that, to apply like a negative connotation and like spread that on a whole
we
group of
under
people?
But there's I would if I'm being as charitable as possible to Hassan, I have not watched the clip in question, so I think this discourse is just let these white people fight. But I will say that it seems like there is a level of validity in that the C word, when it comes to the hierarchy of racial slurs, is fairly low. With that being said, we can still acknowledge that hey, maybe he's participating in the idea of people just like this is absurd, like the absurdity of saying that like if someone calls you the C word is demeaning might be an absurd notion for Hassan, so he decided to just sling some dick and throw it around. Unless you disagree with that interpretation, I'm trying to be as
I,
charitable as possible.
That's a possibility. I think it's wise to maintain the precedent that like using this against any group is bad. That's just a very easy line to draw. And like to say like, oh, this one group is like fair game in this way. That's like we don't want to go down that slippery slope. Let's just like
It also like
let
if
go
you
of all
think about it,
slurs.
if you
However innocuous.
if you think about it, like if you start calling somebody that word, they're most likely not going to stop and be like, well, what is the history of this word and what does it actually represent in the broader context of things? No, like they're being attacked on the basis of their race. If anything, they might think you're just making fun of them purely for having white skin, which at the most simplest form would still be fitting there. It just doesn't make any sense. I've used the word one time when I was talking to a white nationalist, and that's partially because I do think it can imply the white person in question is racist. However, moving forward, and especially after this discourse, I don't plan on using that word again because it's just why do it? There are better words to use. There are better insults to make, and like again, no one cares about the etymology of the word when they're having insults hurled at them. Like that's just not how we look at things.
We're gonna throw it over to Gappy next. Gappy, Fabian, I guess. Then Star and Supreme.
If we're talking about
only if Star watches her words very carefully.
I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I'm really sorry about that.
Okay. Gappy.
I didn't mean it. I
know. No worries.
I think when we can compare whether something is more racist than something else, right? But I don't think the etymology is going to prove whether something is or isn't racist. For example, after the Ahmaud Arbery case, there was a new slur that I'm not going to say that was used to disparage against black people. And that word that starts with the letter J doesn't really have any sort of baggage related to black people, but it was weaponized and used as a derogatory term towards those individuals, right? Just because the etymology isn't there doesn't make it any less racist. I can come up with a new word, like if I start calling Dylan Lego in order to make fun of an immutable characteristic of him. I'm not trying to meme here.
Next is gonna be Fabian.
Yeah, so I had this conversation with the more radical objectivists and anarcho-capitalists in my community that are even weirder than I am sometimes. But objectivists are really good at one thing, and that is coming up with definitions. And so we were trying to piece out like what is and isn't a slur. And I think it was an interesting thing that he brought up was this idea of possibly there being two parts to it, which is one, remind the target of the slur about a certain derogatory and context of potential mistreatments, and two, potentially to suggest to the surrounding audience that these mistreatments should be considered against the target. So the idea being that when discussing whether or not something is or isn't a slur, you have to not only discuss whether or not it's used to denote the color of their skin or their immutable characteristics, but also whether or not it actually signals anything to the other people and to the person themselves, some level of potential mistreatment, some historical context, some level of something that signals to other people that like, yes, we should denounce this person, or we should mistreat this person, or they are deserving of negative behavior of something, right? And so like, I think some of the discourse between like the cognitive dissonance between the N-word and the C slur is that we recognize that that is very blatantly and patently obvious with the N-word, and these conditions are far more nebulous and contextual with the C slur, right? Like, I think a lot of people hear the C slur and they think it's a joke, but then there are other people that have legitimately maybe faced white hate crimes and been beat or something, right? And like, they obviously are going to view that word in a totally different context. So I just wanted to maybe like add that to the discussion a little bit about maybe there is a little bit of nuance in whether or not something is a slur and why we maybe like see these differences.
Stardust, 30 seconds. Did I ask you about what the C word might invoke in terms of white people?
That it would.
Did that happen, or did I just? Yeah, did I ask you that, or did I just dream it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So Fabian just wasn't saying shit. All right, got it. So like, I guess like the issue that I
that's what you got out of it, then you're a poor fucking
bro.
listener.
I literally spent about 5 minutes trying to set a floor here. Red pill pushback on it, which again we can invite that, but then you just kind of just said some shit that just like seemed like you was like, oh, now I'm finally caught up in the conversation.
Okay, I actually want to cut the crosstalk and talk about the issue.
Okay, well, first, Gappy,
nice,
Star, Supreme, and then we have to vote out some people. 3 people. Gappy?
Okay, so firstly, I know I've been memeing before. I wasn't actually trying to meme there. I'm very sorry. Okay, but to what I was saying, if I call myself like math god, for example, and I come up with that, and I'm trying to, it doesn't matter that like, oh, the etymology of that term isn't really affiliated with Indian people and doesn't go so far. Yeah, it might not have the same weight of baggage, but it still is in fact racist, right? And that's really the issue that we get here. That's still attacking me over an immutable characteristic. I think the concern in regards to the etymology of like, say, the C word versus the N word goes to the issue of weight of the racism rather than the not going to like the like it goes to weight rather than admissibility. It's going to the weight of the word rather than whether or not it is in fact still racist. But if it's racist, it's racist. We shouldn't be allowing people to attack other individuals based on immutable characteristics, even if it's a otherwise seemingly innocuous term like the C word.
Yeah, I think that also when talking about the etymology of the word, that's important, kind of like what Gappy was just saying, is the etymology of the word, although it doesn't determine whether or not it is a good or bad word to use today, it does determine some of the historical and institutional weight. So again, since black people are a minority in this country, if you go around saying the N-word a lot, it's much more likely to lead to downstream negative institutional effects just because stereotypes can go a lot further. So I think that what Gappy said was very, very accurate. I've been trying to say something very similar. What is, yes, the etymology matters as far as the institutional weight, but it doesn't determine whether or not it is or is not a slur.
Okay. We're gonna throw it over to Star, then Supreme, and then we're wrapping up this topic. Well, we're wrapping up this round. Apparently the next three people most certainly want to weigh in on this for some reason.
I just want to apologize. I just came from Killstream and I didn't curse at all while I was there, and now
They really had an effect on you, huh?
But anyways, sorry. So I would say if this word, if the C word, is not meant to dehumanize or at least very much disparage somebody, right? Why are people substituting blank roach, right? That's all I would ask, really, you know?
I don't even know this.
If you're Oh yeah, people are using that. There's yep.
There's
Oh, like the Indian one?
No,
No.
there's one for
You know,
No.
there's a lot of snow this time of season.
No.
Also, I have
Gotcha,
roaches in
gotcha,
my
yeah,
walls.
yeah.
Well, the
I mean,
point,
there's
yeah.
also-
Is this a
But
Gen Z thing? Like, what the fuck is this? I'm so
No,
lost.
I've heard that
It's new
term.
words.
I've heard
It's
that
new
term
words that are
used.
developed, right? And I mean, like, I think
Ew.
there is a point to the. Well, not.
I
But like,
heard this shit in 07.
brought back up, or like relatively more recent words. But the point is, like, yes, if Twitch is going to ban a specific word, they're going to come up with other words, right? But that's why the community guidelines focuses way less on do we ban certain words, and barring with the exception of the hard R. They rather take it at a holistic perspective and say, if you are trying to be racist or have harassment towards a group of individuals based on an immutable or protected characteristic, we're going to ban you for that. So if you are using the C word, or if you're using something related to snow, or if you're using something related to Indian and mathematics in a derogatory way because of their protected class or because of their immutable characteristic, yeah, I think that's something that should be banned, going back to the original question, right? Just because one might have more weight than the other, say like the N-word versus like math god or whatever, doesn't mean that they aren't both bad, both racist, and both should be denounced in society.
Well, how do we wait? But it's a contradiction within the TOS, but that's a whole. We can talk about maybe later, Gabby. But
No. Feel free to bring it up.
It's still meant to dehumanize people, right, and disparage them.
Sure, but then there's a gap within the TOS because there are like slurs of endearment and using things in an endearing way, and then there's a little wiggle room within the terms of service because then people can say, well, I'm just using it in an endearing way, and that does that like that dog whistly shit, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's why I proposed for. That's why they're able to look at everything.
Wait. Okay, I think that the reason why that's there's a history, right, between certain words being used as a term of endearment. There is no history of that with the C word, right? Not that I know of, at least.
This is why I
actually
proposed.
unironically redneck.
This is why I proposed a new definition.
I know. I wish I didn't.
And
know
you guys
that,
just let it like whooshed everybody.
Okay.
I think maybe James and Wicked.
Okay. Look, we got to do the poll soon, so I got to throw it over to Supreme. We're running out of time.
Okay, I wanted to answer your question as quickly as possible. I do want to cut through this as quickly as possible because this topic is really, really important to me because a lot of people want to open their mouths about this topic and profess about it, but it really seems like nobody understands the fundamental reasons why we ought to consider racism bad, or like reinforcing race as a valid construct or something. So the question you asked was, what is this sort of negative baggage that a white person is meant to or is expected to interpret when they receive the C slur or something like that? I would say that's irrelevant. It doesn't matter if the baggage is negative or positive or even neutral, okay? I'm sure that you can agree with me on this, Joe, that there is a stereotype, a positive stereotype, for example, that Asian people are good at math or something like that. The reason this is harmful is because it creates a paradigm that that people who are born into a body that is going to have them considered by society as Asian, them as an individual, they are meant to compare to that. They're meant to measure up based solely on their phenotypal traits, and that this ends up being harmful to those people. It doesn't matter if it's positive or negative. The etymology, I also think, is completely irrelevant, okay? Because language is a matter of delivery, intent, and interpretation. So the etymology can be one thing, and a person's intent can be completely different, and the third person's interpretation can also be completely different. The reason that racial slurs and like words that are meant to implicate somebody or indict somebody based on the color of their skin or any other racial quality are bad is because if it's being used as an insult, it necessarily creates a paradigm that says, I'm insulting you based on the color of your skin. That means that having the skin color that you have or having the racial quality that you have is inherently undesirable or negative. And the people who end up catching the crossfire are every individual who has that quality, who has that trait. So if you're insulting somebody based on the color of their skin and that skin color is white, then you're necessarily insulting a fucking 4-year-old girl on a playground that has white skin as well, and saying that she, by nature of having white skin, has some negative quality. Do you have any argument with anything that I've said here so far?
With me?
Yes.
Oh no, I'm like, again, like I'm not. I didn't want to like. I hope it didn't sound like when I was like asking you questions earlier that I was positing like a position that I think people should call other people the C word. I think that tactically speaking, politically speaking, there's definitely an uprise with white identitarians and this idea that individuals are anti-white and that the anti-whites are trying to take over society and shit like that.
Sure.
I'm deep down that rabbit hole right now. But with that being said, like my argument and I guess my position is that I think that we should not use it. And that's just period. And for me, it's for political reasons because of the fact that I know that there is an outgrowing of this idea of just like bullshit that black people are inherently racist towards white people and that white people are these like woke saviors and trying to be, it's just like all this weird shit that I just personally don't have time with. You know what I'm saying?
Sure. To add something very quickly, because I know,
by the way.
To add something really quickly, because I know we have to go to the poll real quick. Just to be clear, I don't think that we shouldn't say the C word because of tactical or political reasons. I just believe it's intrinsically wrong, and I would hope that everyone else would feel the same.
Okay.
Yeah,
I agree.
Can we say any slurs if
Can
they're tactfully?
we're done. Okay.
Sorry.
So
all the words.
So everybody, what does the room think of affirmative action quickly? I just curious.
Is dog shit.
I don't really have
a liberals that
anybody.
It can be changed. It can be improved upon. The fact that half of the entirety of the world's population is classified under one race kind of sucks, honestly. Because Southeast Asians
I've perfected it. I've perfected it right now.
You perfected it.
Yes,
okay.
I did.
Southeast Asians are at a disadvantage because of that.
Well, actually, technically, you're right about what I'm about to do. So what I've done is, I like an entertaining show. And I've realized that the room seems a little lefty. And I believe that conservatives are deserving of a little affirmative action. And so, the 2 conservatives on the show will be protected for this round, and 3 lefties will be eliminated in a vote to kick scenario, not vote to keep. 3 lefties, half of you will be gone. So I guess that did technically, since the only Southeast Asians on the show are the lefties, that did definitely severely affect the Southeast Asian population of my panel. Good luck. I'm posting it in my chat.
Oh boy.
Wait, who are the conservatives?
I'll volunteer as tribute.
Yeah, it's the only time I enjoy
what I
being
was
called
wondering.
conservative.
Oh, this is kick, right? Voting to kick.
This is voting to kick. Yes, I'm trying to confuse people.
Oh wait, shit! I just voted to kick myself.
So better, yeah. Well, good luck there, Hunter. But
good.
So now you guys gotta, kind of turn on your fellow lefties. That's good luck for you. Let's see that lefty unity last through this, okay?
Can I just say, I went through fucking hell to get here, okay? I went through fucking hell, okay?
Kick these CIA shills.
Yo, Supreme, I didn't want to make it seem like I was being antagonistic, by the way.
No, you weren't. I'm sorry. And I'm sorry I took on a tone that's made it seem like I was really just trying to get the info out quick because I know Dylan's got a show to run.
Yeah. Love you, buddy.
Are we allowed to talk about this while the poll's still going?
Yeah, you can still talk about it. Or you can advocate for why you should not be kicked, or cause that would be my advice.
Okay. So if I were to predict where you were going with asking that question, I imagine what you would say was like a white person being called the C word. If we're to choose the etymology that they're cracking the whip or that they're slave drivers, and that it's like implicating a person for acting like a slave driver, being racially insensitive or something like that. Was that kind of the direction you were going with that question?
I like the thing that I'm really interested in right now. I don't think we may have talked about this because it's been a minute. It's very like, for the first time in my like livable, observable reality, this is the first time I've ever seen like white Americans, by and large, being very conscious of the racialization in America. And this is going all the way back to like 2017 or so, 2016 or so.
I would say the beginning of BLM, like ever since Trayvon Martin. Yeah.
And something that's kind of interesting is that there is like this type of conversation about
one
like,
moment, chat. If you voted wrong, you're just stupid and that's your fault. I don't do revotes. Continue.
Yeah, and like I'm always curious about like how these work, which is why I said like let these white people fight. Mainly I was memeing there first off, obviously, but second off, like I'm really curious about how white Americans have these conversations about slurs, because I would argue by and large it's not really encouraged to like observe like how these things interact with each other. And while like like the conversation between you and James was a little combative there, but still like to me is really interesting as all. You know what I mean?
Okay, so is the idea here that by using the C word to refer to white people that you're including them in the topic of racism and like sort of stimulating these conversations, and that could be one positive utility of like using racial slurs towards people?
Oh no, not at all. Like my whole thing is that like I think that there should be like these conversations should exist, but while at the same time, we should always like, for me, it's like kind of have the conversation, but keep the eye on the ball of like what we're trying to do broadly in society.
Each of you, lefties. Well, it's mostly over. I'd still like to hear it. Supreme, why should you not be kicked?
Because I'm the smartest motherfucker on this panel.
Stardust, why should you not be kicked?
I went through the hell of kill stream to get here. Okay, I
and you almost killed my stream. Okay,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. I apologize.
It's okay. Joe Lewis.
Because if you kick me, the probability of Fnatic replacing me goes up by at least 90%.
Trust me, never gonna happen. James.
If you kick me, you allow Dylan to change the voting criteria midstream and thus allow him to steal the true democratic process from all you people who love the Democratic Party and the democratic process.
Spoken like a true anarchist. Powerless as usual. Hunter.
Yeah, I should stay on because if not, I'm going to get in big trouble with my boss over at the CIA.
Gappy.
You should vote because Stardust. I should stay on because Stardust and I are the only non-white people or non-white people here because it seems like Joe Lewis is making a very white argument in regards to the C word.
Hey.
Okay, and so now I have the results. The first person who's safe, who got the least votes to be kicked, is Stardust. Wonderful. The next person who is safe.
Done that. Sorry.
The kill stream really changed you, didn't it?
Stop.
What is Wes doing to you, Stardust?
Wow.
Please.
Damn.
Where's Nick Dolio? We need a drama video on this, okay?
You're my new aircraft Sparky. Okay, I'm throwing it over to Gappy 5. Who's the next person to not be kicked off?
Wow, I'm so proud of this community.
The next one to not be kicked off and the last person safe is Supreme by 1%. He was saved. Joe Lewis at 16%. Is tied with Hunter Avalone at 16%, and James from the internet at 33%. Have all been voted off. I'm very sorry. Do any of you have any last words? I'll start with James.
Stop the steal.
Wonderful. Hunter?
I'm going to have to talk to my boss about this, and it's not going to be pretty. Thanks, Dylan, for having me on.
Happy to have you here. Happy to finally give you a CIA debate. And we're now going to throw it over to Joe.
Yeah, good chat. Hey, Supreme, I miss you, buddy. Let's talk more soon, okay?
You too.
Wonderful. Now we're going on to a great topic as we have the people move in. Now I'd like to ask the room, how are they feeling going into the last 3 guests joining? I mean, you're part of the final 8.
I'm actually feeling pretty good considering that I know that, Stardust is really bad at Monopoly and Supreme main's Heihachi, and Heihachi players don't really deserve a lot of any sort of credit or rights. So I'm feeling pretty good about it relative to other lefties, okay? Yeah, sure. Oh, I can do a bunch of electrics. I'm so cool. I labbed a bunch. Yeah, you're so cool, Supreme, all right?
Okay, rambling aside, Dr. Redpill, what about you? Everybody probably views you as the most underdog of all the underdogs.
I feel bad. I feel like I'm here just because of affirmative action. I feel like there's like a mismatch, but I'm gonna try to rise to the occasion.
Wonderful. What about you, Fabian?
Yeah, so I mean, it's a popularity contest, and I'm obviously the least popular person here by and large and by a lot. But sometimes it's better to be infamous than famous. So, we'll see how that works out for me. Because nobody likes me here, but it's okay. I'm right.
Stardust, as you continue to go down the alt-right pipeline during this stream, how do you think that's going to affect your odds of winning?
Well, I have always said that I am the fastest rising villain in Twitch politics, so I guess I'm really fulfilling my destiny right now.
Wow.
Name drop.
Supreme?
Not even close.
What was the question?
Great. Anyway, now we're going into the next topic, which has to do with the most pressing issue that we're facing right now as a country. Now, this is a little heated, and so if somebody wants to drop out because of the seriousness of this topic, I understand. The war on Christmas, Trump has declared victory. He said that he has ended the war on Christmas. But others say the war rages on in the trenches. Gingerbread men remain uneaten. Holiday jingles remain unsung. And Happy Holidays continues to terrorize small, white, mid-sized Christian families. And so the question is the war on Christmas real, or is it complete bullshit? I'm going to start with Turk to introduce the topic.
Oh, wow. Okay. So yes, I do think the war on Christmas is real. However, I have a standing as a not a crazy Republican that I do say happy holidays to people because I don't want to offend people. I like to actually have constructive conversations and be kind to other people that I come across. But the lack of Christmas being celebrated as a Christian winter holidays kind of sad. So I celebrated as well as my family. But that's for me to do, and I don't necessarily have to expect other people to embrace the things that I do, and that's kind of how it goes across the board for other people's religions and other things. We have to be respectful for what they choose to do, and let them live their lives.
Okay, Supreme.
Yeah, so I think we would have to establish what the war on Christmas is the idea that there's some cultural push to keep people from practicing Christmas or to punish people who do choose to practice Christmas. In general, I feel like Christmas has sort of flowed from being a religious holiday to more of a secular sort of state holiday. Everything from basically all the rituals we practice when it comes to Christmas, the tree, the star, giving gifts and stuff. Most of this stuff is not really founded in the Bible. Some of it is pagan rituals even. But in general, this is in the Constitution, and this is perfectly crystal clear. The United States government is not supposed to make any endorsement or respect the establishment of any given religion, right? So if the conversation is about why is it that we're asking all these people to participate in what is maybe originally a religious ceremony or something like that, is that not the state celebrating or endorsing one religion in any one way? If this is happening at schools, if this is happening at government institutions or something like that, I don't think necessarily starting the conversation around like maybe we shouldn't by default be encouraging people to be celebrating this one originally religious holiday or set of rituals is a thing that we ought to do. And in fact, it seems pretty clear in the Constitution that the state's not supposed to do this. I wouldn't say that this is like indicative of a war on Christmas. For that, we would need like a pretty explicit push to punish people or decry people who do choose to practice this religion or celebrate this holiday. And just to wrap up really quick, listen, my birthday is December 25th. Some fucking asshole steals my thunder every single year and people celebrate his birthday instead of mine. I've never been able to have a birthday party because of this, because everybody's always busy. Okay, so listen, this Christmas, if you don't feel like celebrating Christmas, if you're not a Christian or something like that, listen, this look is not a coincidence. I've been around a long time. Anybody is free to celebrate my birthday on December 25th and give gifts on my behalf because I think gift giving is poggers as shit.
Okay, one more question. Is Happy Holidays a slur?
Me? Are you asking me?
Yes, I'm asking you, Supreme.
No, I don't think it's a slur.
Okay, just wanted to check. Next is Dr. Redpill.
Yeah, I don't have any super strong feelings on this. I mean, maybe obviously war is hyperbolic, like there's not an actual war, and the state is not going to intervene and do anything. I think if people take this claim seriously, they're basically saying like the zeitgeist and the general consensus from many of their contemporaries is that there's kind of like pressure just to like get away from tradition. You see this in a lot of ways. You see this like traditional wives. There's kind of this. There's not like a strong coercive force telling them not to do the traditional thing, but it's just like it feels like we're moving away from that. Maybe that's an organic movement. I don't know, but I don't think there's a structured, focused war on Christmas. There might be some people who want to be more politically correct and try to police people's language and like convince them not to use traditional language in reference to it. That's pretty much the extent of it.
And is Happy Holidays a slur?
Of course.
Thank you. Stardust?
Happy Holidays is not a slur, and I will continue to say it no matter what anybody says. There is no war on Christmas. If anything, there is a war on Halloween and Thanksgiving, because every year, as soon as it turns to September, everybody starts going crazy for Christmas. I love Christmas. It's nice. It's a nice national holiday. It's a nice non-religious holiday. But I love Halloween more, okay? I love Halloween more. You get the chance to bring your body on the brink of diabetes, and then for one night it's acceptable,
And
okay?
confirm.
And then you go back to normal, okay? And you know what? I think that it's Christmas needs to back off a little bit, okay? I'm feeling very invaded. My personal space is invaded. I don't like it that Christmas is just shoved down our throats. It's putting shit in my mouth, okay? Before I even ask for it. It's September. Why are you putting shit in my mouth? Don't put shit in my mouth. Don't shit in my mouth, man. That's all I gotta say.
Okay. Kat?
Well, first of all, Stardust is kink shaming because that's 100% my thing, but like whatever. Also fuck Christmas, stupid ass holiday. Yeah, I don't know. Like honestly, like first of all, Jesus was born in April, so I don't know what you're on about. Also, as a Jew, fuck it. Yeah, but is there a war on Christmas? No, unless it's the one I'm personally enacting. Otherwise, yeah, there's no war on Christmas. Like go eat grass, I guess. Yeah. Thanks.
Fabian?
Sorry about that. Yeah, so I think there's a lot of things we could talk about here. Do I think there's a war on Christmas? It's obviously hyperbolic. I think there's a couple of things. Like, are we talking about in America? Or are we talking about elsewhere? If you're in France, right, there's certainly a cultural war that is brewing that is much deeper between, like churches are consistently being burned down and things like that. But even that's not really a war on Christmas, right? I think Christmas as an institution has been kind of subsumed by corporations. And in the same way, we tend to recognize rainbow capitalism when they come out and want to like tacitly support the LGBT community, and we know they don't mean it. There's also this kind of push towards watering down traditional religious holidays. And to a certain extent, it's like, is that like neo-Marxist, anti-religious philosophy? Or is that simply just a reaction to the fact that a recent Pew Research poll showed that 29% of people in America, now say that they're religiously unaffiliated or atheist, right? So it's like it's kind of a chicken or the egg scenario. I think the war on Christmas is obviously right-wing reactionary talk, but I do think there are a lot of things that can be discussed here about the importance of religion, holidays, and maybe we're throwing the baby out with the bathwater a little bit in the way that our culture is changing and shifting.
Okay. Heemed.
Okay, first off, I just want to say Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim and Eid Mubarak to everybody in chat for the holidays that are coming up. I think shout out to everybody celebrating the Eid. I want to say I don't think that there's any sort of war on Christmas necessarily, besides the one that CTV actually sold me on recently. He said that because of the pagan thing, there's always been a war on Christmas with different religions and whatnot trying to claim the winter solstice. For example, as an Iranian, we celebrate something called Shab Yalda, which is literally the winter solstice. It falls right around Christmas. But I want to actually wage a war on Christmas right now. Are you ready to hear it? I want to make a motion where we officially move Christmas from December 25th to January 25th at the earliest, okay? I feel like the Christmas pre-shenanigans are kind of fun. They bring a good spirit. The stores are lit up and like it's nice when it's like cold and depressing. And then it ends right at December 25th when you still have all of January and all of February to put up with the shitty, cold, depressing weather. So and also it's not even usually cold on December 25th. Yesterday people motherfuckers were outside in shorts where I was. So I think that it's a good motion. We should wage a war on Christmas. Move it to January 25th. Let people enjoy the pre-Christmas spirit. Let people enjoy Thanksgiving more and Halloween more. And everybody is happy. Wicked Supreme can celebrate his birthday for once. And there you go. There you go. That's my take.
I do want to inform half of the people in chat that they are going to hell. And I'm going to throw over to Gappy next.
I think one of the best things about America is, for better or for worse, some of the rights given to us in our First Amendment, Ayo Fabian, including the free exercise clause, which allows, individuals to practice whatever religion they want or not even practice a religion if they choose to be religiously unaffiliated. So I don't really think there's a war on Christmas right now. I just think we're seeing a global shift in terms of people being religiously affiliated or not religiously affiliated. Oh, sorry, I was muted in my chat, so everyone was saying true. I was saying some really base stuff. I think moving it to January might be cool, so that way we can all go over to Supreme's house and have a big birthday party with a big pizza. I do think though that there is a lot of the times when we have these holidays that have kind of evolved from like a religiously affiliated holiday like Christmas or Thanksgiving to a more culturally based holiday where people of all different cultures celebrate it, regardless of their religion, that sometimes people can be very quick to point out all the flaws in the religious background of it, even though it's evolved into something much different. So for example, with like Thanksgiving, a lot of people are very quick to point out some of the flaws that happened in our American history, which are actually things that happened in regards to how we treated the migrants and how after the Mayflower, how individuals, natives to America were actually being treated then. But I don't really feel it's necessary to bring those up nowadays, considering that Thanksgiving has evolved so much from a holiday celebrating the history of America or celebrating the past of America to where we are now, where it's more just about being thankful, celebrating the family and friends and all the different things that we currently have in modern society. So while there isn't a war on Christmas, I do think that there is maybe, I guess, a little bit of concern with how we're treating Thanksgiving, but I think it's so arbitrary and petty that we don't really need to worry about it too much. Also, we should all go to Supreme's house and give him a big cake for a birthday party, okay?
That's right. Supreme said he'll post his address in the chat. Now, Fabian, I want you to get us started, since you're a dissenting voice of sorts.
Yeah, like I said, I don't think there really is a war on Christmas in the American context, but I am a little bit worried about this philosophical practice that's being put out by corporations and like this mean to like turn it into this hyper consumerist holiday as we kind of lose our religious traditions because I mean, I'm not going to like read Nietzsche here or anything, but I think we all understand that as we lose our religion as a society, we have to replace it with something. And I'm worried that we're not replacing it with good things. I'm worried that we're replacing it with political ideologies, both in the left and the right. And you're seeing more radical left-wing ideologies prop up as we lose our religion, but you're also seeing like the kind of the groypers and the far right and populist movements and I think one of the big reasons we're diverging and having balkanization in America is so much of this push that has become anti-religious to try and accelerate this anti-religion movement. I myself am an atheist, but I do think we should at the very least pay attention to these things because we're going to feel the consequences of them, even if we don't necessarily agree with those traditions.
I think there's a war of tradition in general. Maybe we could expand the scope out since we probably don't have that much disagreement with Christmas specifically, but in general, it seems like I don't want to say traditions are under attack, but look, going back to the C word discourse, there's this progressive and
Did you know that after closing statements or opening statements, we no longer talk about other topics?
well, it's related directly.
Wait, Cat. I don't remember your name being Dylan Burns, the moderator of the Hippy Dippy Royal and owner of the Hippy Dippy Company.
Hey, Gappy. I don't want to sleep on the couch, okay? Stop. Okay, Redco,
Dude, my
continue.
couch is comfy, man.
Yeah, I'll finish. I'll finish
Get used to it.
quickly. It's okay to shit on Christians in our society. It's not okay to shit on Muslims. So in that way, like, is it okay to shit on Christmas or Christians? Sort of. Like, yeah, we take it way less seriously because it's considered the dominant group that
Who's shitting on
participates in it.
who actually shits on Christmas though? Everybody
On,
likes
how
Christmas.
about on
The
Christians?
majority of the people on the panel here.
Yeah.
What?
Well,
Right?
Wait, I didn't shit on it. I said
I
liked
like
it.
Christmas a lot. I like Christmas a lot. We have a
You like the
Christmas tree.
Christian Christmas or the secular
And it
Christmas?
was okay to
No, I
shit
mean,
on Muslims for
wait.
a long time.
Wait, can I ask you a question? Do you think that Christmas, in general, is mostly celebrated by Christian, like going to mass on Christmas Eve and stuff?
no,
kind
but
of people?
Eid is, right?
There's a
No,
huge
not
amount.
necessarily.
There's a huge amount of people that jump onto Christmas because it is a national
It's
holiday.
fun. Yeah, and it's fun.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's
So,
why
like
I
me,
spec-
for example, yeah.
That's why I specifically asked: are you talking about Christian Christmas or secular Christmas? Kinda
No,
go
I'm
to what
talking
Scream
about
was saying.
secular Christmas. But I do agree with you guys that religiosity in general is declining. That could be for various of things. Like I think a lot of the reason that people used to have religion back in the day was because they didn't have answers to like basic questions of life. Now you can like Google like what is this? Why is the sky blue? Like you can just Google it. So many things are more available to us now that I think that like need to just lean on religion is obviously
Heem,
declining.
you point out
So-
something really important here, right? Is that you're able to find presumed facts on the internet. You're able to find, different narratives on the internet. You're able to research things. We've come across, scientifically, we've learned so much. But the problem is that religion doesn't just make claims about the factual reality of the universe. It also makes claims about what we ought to do. Right. And so what is happening is as we throw
You know what I
away
really miss
religion,
about religion? I really miss just like, I don't know, throwing rocks at gay people, I think we're really missing out on that right now. Like that's what we need more of. I miss church because I just enjoy being fucking whipped and not getting laid.
You're
until I had
joking in a video game,
primary.
right? You're joking and talking about video game stuff, like we're
No,
Roblox.
No,
this is the
pure
second
Roblox.
time
Yes. Talking about video game stuff right now, right?
Pure video games.
Cat is sleeping on the couch tonight, guys.
But as you're interrupting to kind of like divert from it because you just want to attack the
I
idea
just
that
don't see
religion
why
has
we
any
need
morality.
like so what like man, you don't
Well,
think
I think
you
what
can figure
she's-
out my morals without like reading like a
Yeah,
2,000 year
I
old
never
book
said
about,
that.
Okay,
like
I never
sodomy.
said
Like I
that.
can learn in other ways. I think like we're completely fine. Like okay, and so people are becoming more a-religious. Whoop-de-doop. People are happier.
I will say
Okay, wait, stop. Okay, we need one at a time. So I'm just gonna
Oh my
have.
God. This is so philosophically poor that
Okay,
it's just
okay.
gross.
So everybody wants to speak, so I'm just gonna throw it to Heem, and then
Okay,
you're just
thank
gonna
you.
be freestyle because if everyone wants to
All
speak,
right.
then it's pointless for me to pick who goes.
Oh man.
Okay, I want to bridge the gap here. So I will agree that religion in the past provided like a sense of community that I definitely feel like is missing in modern urban living. I will say at least,
Social
right?
capital,
That sense,
sure.
yeah, or just like seeing familiar faces all the time. That isn't just like at work and stuff like this. But I think this is a good opportunity to like innovate new ways. You know what I mean? Like during the pandemic, for example, a lot of people had to come up with new activities to do or new things to do. Some people took up like I know, for example, my cousin, she started going on like a walking group that would just go and do hikes and stuff. And so I think you're kind of right that like there is some thing that community aspect that religion provided that is being lost out, and people are like missing whatever it is that the benefit that
Like
provided.
soldiers,
but I
in the
disagree.
army, we did friends
Yeah.
like way
If I
before
can,
anybody else.
I think to Stardust, you know what? You go ahead because I know I have a better opinion than you, so I'm sure that
You know
mine
what?
requires more time.
I'm glad. Yeah, I also have my hand up first. So, thank you, Gappy. I do want to say I would like to contrary to what people are saying here. It was actually acceptable to shit on Muslims for a long time. And I still
Well, it
think
is.
that it's as an atheist Muslim myself, also I celebrate Eid, even though I'm not like a believer, right? I know plenty of people who
Same.
celebrate Eid who are not believers. So I don't know that there's necessarily a war on tradition, as much as because if there were a war on tradition, why would Heem and I be doing this, right?
Okay.
But um, I again, I would say I think that there's so much focus on this holiday that doesn't even remotely look like what it used to look like anyways, right? What it originally looked like. Is it really tradition if it's become this huge commercialized holiday where everybody breaks their wallets to get everything useless under the sun for for their family and friends? I think that it never was what it was. It's transformed completely. It's completely unrecognizable.
Yeah.
I just want to be able to celebrate Halloween and Thanksgiving
Fuck
without being.
Halloween.
I
Halloween's
love
great.
Halloween.
Language.
Let me get diabetes for a night, my dude. Okay,
I can
Dude,
teach
that's
you how
all
to
I
get
want.
diabetes really quickly. I'm on that path right now.
Halloween
okay?
is great.
Hell yeah, dude. Let's go.
I'd like to, as someone who is atheist, who doesn't celebrate Christmas, I would like to push back a bit on what Katarana was going after towards. Most people who are Christian aren't Christian evangelical apologists praising George W. Bush. They don't believe, most Christians don't believe the earth is 5,000 years old. Most Christians aren't taking the Bible in a literal interpretation. I would actually fair to say most Christians just go to church. They just believe in God and they mainly do it for the sense of community and for like some sort of explanation for a higher being. I don't think it's really fair to, while there are some really fucking awful shit that's in the Bible and everything what Kat said it is in fact like in the Bible, right? I don't think we want to take that argument against the Bible and apply it to all Christians altogether, right? Because most Christians don't actually engage in the Bible in that regard.
Yeah,
They
it's
haven't
just
even
like,
read the shits.
if we're talking about like, I wish we would go back to the way old things were. Like, I'm not talking about like, 10 years ago. Like when we say how things used to be, it was like 60 years ago when everybody was like, man, I really hope nobody around me likes men. Ooh, scary. Like, and I just don't really see why that's necessarily we should bring that back.
I do actually agree with you in the sense of like, the idea of we need to protect tradition is kind of dumb. I mean, societies have changed for countless years and years and years. I feel like the idea of like protecting a certain culture, protecting a certain tradition is kind of dumb because who knows, maybe 100 years from now, we're going to have different information. We're going to have different practices. The world's going to evolve in so many different ways that we might end up embracing sort of new culture that'll end up becoming our old tradition, our current tradition.
So you would be completely okay with the White House losing all of its decoration for any kind of religious, cultural holiday? It's
I hope they do it tomorrow.
Well,
and then we
also is your name
no.
Gappy? Kat, is your name Gappy?
I didn't know he said your name.
Well,
I was responding to him.
Okay,
but it was whatever. It's Dylan's panel. But what I'm basically trying to say is, if we want to take this approach, we have to completely strip all of the cultural and religious stuff that's going in the government, local, national, all that stuff. No more tweets from the president's accounts or any of the other official accounts. We have to completely secularize the government. So if we don't get our tweets saying, Happy Hanukkah, we have to be okay with that.
Well,
as a
the
culture,
idea,
as a society.
Well, maybe 100 years from now it'll evolve that way. But
No.
Currently. Okay, the answer currently. Right now, I believe, and I'm sure Fabian would be very well aware of this. There was that case about, I think it was the US v. Engels or whatever, in regards to the Establishment Clause. The government is not allowed to have any sort of preference in regards to a certain religion, right? And I think there's a difference between the government just saying Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, or whatever, and just wishing it to people versus having a specific preference towards a religion. If they want to put up Christmas decorations or put up Hanukkah decorations, or put up stuff for Eid, that's totally fine, right? As long as it's not, preference in regards to how the actual government functions. I don't think a decoration is going to be infringing on anyone's rights in regards to the Establishment Clause.
So we should stop putting up rainbow lights on the White House too, then.
If I don't believe rainbow lights are causing any issue in regards to the Establishment Clause or in regards to the government preferring any sort of religion to the point where it's infringing other people's rights.
Rainbow lights aren't religious.
Like the Establishment Clause. The Establishment Clause means the government can't essentially. I'm very much paraphrasing this. I wish we had someone like Pisco on here, but it's very much the idea is that the government can't have any sort of can't force any sort of preference of religion onto its people, because we want to be able to have the free exercise clause in peace, right? So if they want to put up lights and stuff, that's totally fine, right?
Well,
but
it's law. That's the only little tiny difference.
Oh yeah, the Establishment Clause is like law. It's not
right. It's
not
like
constitutional.
It's not like the president tweeting out "Merry Christmas." He's not allowed to do that or something.
Yeah.
So
if it's tweeting and stuff, it's fine.
So having a national holiday for Christmas, that's showing a preference to a a religious thing that needs to be getting rid of.
Yeah, I would say that, or we would have national holidays for everything if we really want to extend the winter season. Maybe every kid currently in the chat right now can get an extra week of holiday break. That'd be pretty.
Make every day a federal holiday. And no
yes,
government.
let's do it. Every day is a federal holiday. Every day, guys. December 25th is now officially the real federal holiday. It is now Wicked Supreme's birthday. Okay, everyone is going to take a day off school. We're all going to play Tekken. We're all going to wish Supreme a very big happy birthday. Yeah.
But that's praising and idolizing Supreme. That could be considered a religion too. Then
That's acceptable.
Oh, okay.
What if we just named it to winter holiday or something? Just winter holiday. Happy winter
Just winter holiday.
Let me Star, Heem, and then Red. Was that your question, Star?
No. Oh man.
Damn, I
what
done
was
been
gonna
having my hand
say?
raised.
Well, I stopped
You
doing
know
the hand
what?
because literally
Wicked-
everyone raised their hand, and if everybody raised your hand, then the point of raising hand is pointless. Just open flow.
That's why I just jumped in.
How about Supreme goes first, and then yeah.
I like that idea.
Yes.
Okay, sure.
I just wanted to talk about one thing real quick. Heem, you proposed earlier maybe moving Christmas to at the earliest January 25th on the basis that it creates a lot of cheer and joy and helps people through the dark times of winter and stuff months ahead, right? You would describe maybe all the way from September to December or something. And you said January at the earliest. Why not March? Why not like near the end? Would you agree with maybe moving it to like maybe March 20th, like near the end so that there's a home stretch? You think that's a pretty good idea? Okay, listen, you said that real quick. Okay, no, you wouldn't like March?
Maybe February.
Okay, like late February?
Yeah, let me check
Okay.
my calendar. I'll get back to
I think it's like maybe not so surprising. Maybe you forgot. I doubt you forgot. But I think it's kind of weird that you would want to like steal the thunder of a couple of holidays that occur after Christmas, because you did said there was nothing to look forward to after Christmas and that you just had to like endure the darkness of winter.
I mean, in
guess
terms
you
of
forgot about
decoration.
something called Martin Luther King Jr. Day and
Yeah, because there's
entirety
shut the
Black
hell
History
up.
Month.
Shut the hell. There's so much
That's
decorations and
time for me.
stuff.
I look forward to Black
Okay,
History
bro.
holidays every year.
This is
Black
scope.
History,
This
the
is
whole
scope.
month we get.
You mean Robert E.
Lee
Day, don't you?
I think New Year's is a great compromise in that regard, because many people follow this Gregorian calendar, and it's like, hey, this is a great time to actually celebrate, and we should decorate with holly bushes and not Christmas trees, winter holiday trees. Make sure we've got Frosty the Snowman, because that's plenty secular. Now let's do it New Year's. Let's do that, Heem.
Quick question, Kat, what's on your head?
Bread. I was told I have to dress like a French person today, so I put bread on my head.
Why? Because French people lose so many things?
Probably.
Kat, I'm breaking up with you. Next is gonna
whatever.
be Star.
Based.
Okay, so right, I think that Christmas as it is actually has spun so out of control. People are, I just feel like Christmas is so expensive, right? I like Kwanzaa better, honestly. Kwanzaa is way better. You get to make a gift for the people that you love. You don't have to spend a whole lot of money, but Christmas, oh my God. Like I was dating a guy who celebrated Christmas, and I had to get like Christmas gifts for all of his fucking family, and it was so expensive, and then I ended up breaking up with him after. Like and you know, of course I couldn't have broken up with him before Christmas. Jeez. No, of course I didn't. But anyways, it's just so expensive. It's already like something that I feel like would cause me a lot of stress if I were like the average like person running a family, right? And I think that it's not necessary. There's no tradition that's being like waged war upon here. It's literally just become so consumerist.
You can make plenty of Christmas presents.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
people are gonna look at you like you're a full-grown adult. You're 30 fucking years old. Why the fuck are you making me something? Like,
yeah, that's
you know?
totally going to change if we just switch to
Yeah, because I
Kwanzaa.
don't
What are you
look towards
talking
the
about?
secular meaning of the
Kwanzaa's
holiday.
better, dude.
Like, did you
Kwanzaa's
just
way
raise
better.
your hand and you had nothing to say? So you were just like, pander to Kwanzaa.
Here's a fun
That'll
fact.
work.
You
Here's
know
a fun
what?
fact.
Actually, Fabian, you can shut the fuck up, okay? Because you've been saying absolute nonsense this entire time, okay? Don't come at me like that.
Well, call
Okay.
me out on it.
So here's
I'm
a fun
calling you
fact.
out on it. Don't fucking talk to me,
No,
okay?
be
I don't want to talk to
specific.
you, bro. Okay?
I want a
Shut up.
soapbox for a second. Can I
Okay.
get that
Hold on,
privilege?
I'm not
Got it.
finished. I'm not fucking finished, okay? I don't like how expensive Christmas is, okay?
So don't
Every other
participate in
holiday
it.
is
Who's making you participate?
Society.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, there is no war on it, okay? There's no war
Be a
on it. If
trendsetter.
anything, Christmas is warring on the people who have very small wallets, okay? That's what the real
Secular
war is.
Christmas is, yeah.
So we should ask Turk. Turk said that he that he said that there is a war on Christmas. I want to know to the extent that that's true or that you feel that's true.
So I think there's a war on Christmas because as a religious holiday, the holiday of Christmas has all sorts of Christian ideals that are supposed to be wrapped into it. Going into my soapbox for a second, I actually managed to buy a PlayStation 5 at MSRP today. I'm actually actively trying to find someone that's not able to buy a PlayStation 5 for their kids for Christmas and sell it to them at cost so that they can make their kids happy. That's what the Christmas spirit is about, making sure other people's needs are being met and spreading the love of Christ. That is what Christmas is about.
Well, hang on.
Can you not just do that like as a normal person?
I can. I can
are
do
you
that
not,
on a regular day
Are you not
too.
aware that it's like constitutionally illegal to perform any sort of religious test? Like there's a no religious test clause. There's no way, like it's technically illegal for you to establish this is the correct way to practice my religion. That's the whole point, is that we give people the leeway to practice a religion on their own terms and only to the extent that they want to.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that other people have to do what I'm doing as well. I'm saying that I'm going to follow the way that my holiday is supposed to be done and actually execute it to my interpretation of what that's supposed to be. I could care less if I do that.
Why can't we just do that any day of the year?
We can do that any day of the year, and I
So
try
is
to
there
give
really
to
need
all
this
sorts of
holiday?
different,
Like it's just a
causes
special
and
day
everything.
to like stimulate the economy, and I don't get it. Like, why not just be nice every day of the year?
Okay,
Why
it's
not
there
just
for
keep
more
it
than just stimulating the economy.
any day of the year?
I try every day of the year.
Well, hang on.
Wait. 1 second. Dear God, we give thanks for the time we can all be together. We give thanks for this food, which is bountiful and delicious. We give thanks for the joyful holiday when we can celebrate our Savior and His love for us. With joy we pray. Amen. There you go. Just wanted to make
Amen,
sure.
brother.
I'm just making sure that some of you who are obviously going to hell have a chance. Okay, continue.
Okay, so like, what is making you feel like you can't participate in that, though? What you said, the Christmas spirit, selling a PS5 to somebody at cost. What's making you feel like you're not allowed to do that? What makes you feel like that's something's at war with your ability to do that?
It's not that my ability to do that is being hindered by structural or societal means. It's the fact that society is diverging from what the holiday is meant to be doing, going to what I think Fabian was saying earlier.
Now you're creating a
the
prescription
holiday
that
of
everybody
Christmas
has to...
is getting destroyed by the secularism.
But wait, but now you're creating a prescription that everybody has to practice this holiday in a religious way, or in the way that you deem to be more religiously
And if you go back to my opening statement, you don't have to celebrate the Christian holiday of Christmas. Don't do it.
But you have to embody the like religious ideals of the holiday, is what you're saying.
If you're going to celebrate the holiday, yeah, you should be.
But there's no religious test. You're not allowed to test somebody that way. People are allowed to engage with the religion only to the extent they want to and based on their own interpretation.
And they're okay. That's fine. I'm saying that for the Christian Christmas holiday, you should be adhering to the Christian beliefs and you should be participating in the holiday.
Wait, you just said that it's fine if people don't do what you're now prescribing that they do.
And I'm saying should. The word
right, that's
there
what makes it a prescription.
Turk, why do you think people in your circles, I don't know if they've stopped practicing Christmas religiously or if you've felt that, but I feel like America, like in general, like that's kind of been the trend,
Because
is the
it's less
direction of less
religious.
religiosity.
Because it's
I totally agree with that.
secularized.
I agree.
But
Yeah.
I think that's the beauty of our country is the fact that even if everyone is Christian, they can have their own different interpretations and practice the Christian holiday of Christmas in whatever way they feel or choose, right? That's one of the things that we ought to protect. It's fucking great that people, whether they're Christian, whether they're not Christian, whether they're an evangelical who wants to follow by the letter of the Bible and are Christian apologist and follow the word of Kent Hovind, or if there's someone who just absolutely hates Christianity for some reason. It's fucking great that they're able to interpret Christmas however they feel and celebrate it in whatever way they feel without any sort of prescription as to how you ought to
And do
celebrate.
you see why this could be understood as the war on Christmas? The definition and the exercise of Christian as it's been done
It's the
for many
protection
years.
of our rights as American individuals to be able to celebrate these holidays in however way we feel and in however way we prefer.
Right, and the definition and the use of Christmas is being eroded by the secularization of it. And that's why there's a war on it.
But that's based on an entitlement you're not allowed to have. You don't get to be entitled that other people practice your religion on your terms.
That's why we have. That's partially why we have the separation of the church and state here. Is
I
to
think
make
what
sure
he's
that
saying is
we don't have any sort of national preference.
I think what he's saying is the war is the just drift towards secularism.
Is the erosion of what Christmas is meant to be for. Yeah.
I think.
Wait, who decides what it's meant to be for?
I think you have to
Christians.
zoom out to better understand this, right? And I know a lot of you, I know pretty much everyone here is, with the exception of the Turk, is atheist or agnostic or something, right? But
Based.
I'm
like zoom
Jewish.
out, zoom out a little bit, right? And try and place yourself in the conservative camp for a little bit, right? Imagine that you're an evangelical conservative, not a young earth creationist, right? And understand that it's not just like the idea that we put Christmas in a box and then try and define the war on Christmas while looking at one religious tradition holiday, or by looking at even cultural traditions. I think the important thing here is that people feel under attack, and I would say wrongfully so to a certain degree, right? But they see the culture changing in their opinion for the worse, and it's because the people are losing that cultural dominance of Christianity. This used to be a Christian nation. I'm not so sure that America is really a Christian nation anymore. Is that for the better? Is that for the worse? Like, time will tell. But I think what ends up happening is that when we lose a lot of these traditions, right, and we lose a lot of these, and we stop going to church and we stop doing things, we don't just lose the tradition. We don't just lose the social capital from going to church, but we also lose a certain value system that was a shared value system throughout the country that allowed us to be so multicultural, is because we had American ideals and traditions that in many ways are founded upon Christianity historically. And now that we're losing that, I think you're seeing a lot more fracturing within our communities and within our culture that has become part of a larger culture war in and of itself.
Okay,
Can I ask you guys?
Yeah, I want to throw it to him specifically. He has been waiting for a while.
Okay. So I want to ask you guys. I guess what you guys think about like Starbucks not putting Merry Christmas? Like, do you think that that's
Good.
a part of the war on Christmas, or do you think that that's just like a secular angle of it that isn't really like reflective of the Christian part?
I think
You can go.
I think Starbucks has the right to try and be neutral and try to appeal to its individuals in the same
Well,
way that,
yeah,
like,
of course. I'm not looking for your opinion. I'm not looking for your opinion.
Do you
I
wanna
already
ask me
know
directly
yours.
then?
I think it's great that they're allowed to. That they're not supposed to. They're not forced to put a
course.
religious preference.
Gappy, I know,
Gappy,
Gappy.
do you believe in God, Gappy? Because this was meant for people believing in God.
Okay,
Yeah, I
okay,
want-
so,
I
so
wanna
we're
know
asking,
from
just say you're
Fabian
asking
and
to Turk
Turk.
then.
Sorry, I'm Fabian.
I'll answer that directly. I think that them putting happy holidays on there is perfectly fine. I'm not going to be sad if I drink my Christmas blend through a happy holidays mug. That's
So you don't think that's
pretty
part of the
surface level,
war
man.
on Christmas?
I think it's part of it, but if you go back to my intro, I see the tea leaves, I see how society's moving. If people want to keep doing happy holidays, I'm going to try and be a considerate human being in this country and say, you know what? If y'all don't want me to be part of this, I'm going to celebrate this over in my little world, and we're going to do that kind of thing. And I'm not going to say, guys, you are evil people for not celebrating Christmas the way I do, because that's not good.
We gotta stop. It's getting really late, and there's 8 of you, and we gotta eliminate you. And this round, we're not eliminating a ton of people. So I'm gonna post a poll in my chat. Everybody, before I do though, say your name. Top left-hand corner, Dr. Redpill. Raise your hand.
Dr. Redpill.
Okay, raise your hand. Scott, raise your hand.
Fabian Liberty Scott.
Gappy, raise your hand. Gappy 5.
I'm Gappy 5.
Thank you. Heem, raise your hand.
Number 1 beard on Twitch. Come on, let's go.
Kat, raise your bread.
Hi, I'm the Jew lady.
Thank you. Turk, raise your hand. Supreme.
Hello.
Wonderful. And Stardust.
Hi, fastest rising villain in Twitch right now. So
Perfect. The poll has been posted. You have a limited amount of time to go get the votes for yourself. If you don't, goodbye. Okay. Good luck, everybody. You can debate right now if you want to continue debating Christmas, or
So
why.
can I ask one more question?
Or why you should not be kicked. You choose.
We're voting to keep, right?
This one is to keep. Yes.
I would love to have a proposal. I want to kind of bridge the gap with Heem and Supreme and other people. Let's embrace the secularism of Christmas. Let's move it to a different day, and let's do like New Year's, because it's going to be a much less logistical issue there. And let whoever wants to celebrate this holiday do it for New Year's. Because
Hell no, 2 holidays is
Can I ask you a question?
You're
Would
not
you prefer that non-Christian people stop saying Merry Christmas and celebrating? Like someone like myself that is like agnostic and not religious. Would you prefer that people like me don't even put up a Christmas tree because we don't believe in the foundational Christ, thing behind
You
it.
do you, man. If you want to
Well,
not
well,
say
obviously,
Merry
yeah, but
Christmas, yeah, that's you,
no, I
man. I'm
just
not
mean
gonna be
like,
like,
what
oh
do
my
you?
God, Heem didn't put up a Christmas tree this
No,
year. What a
sorry.
heathen.
No, sorry. Let me rephrase. So my question was like, do you think that as a Christian who believes in Christmas, do you think that that would be preferable? That like it's not taken over by secularism at all, and that we just like don't celebrate unless we like go to
Sure,
church every Sunday.
I would love for the Christian holiday of Christmas to not be secularized, as would many other religions love for their sacred holidays to not be misinterpreted or
I mean,
executed.
I
Right?
would.
Can I? Go ahead, Gab.
Oh, sure, and then I'll throw it over to you. I think I guess coming from some partial experience because I wasn't raised up in a Hindu household. I think like another like an example of, I guess, like, for lack of a better word, cultural appropriation, I suppose, is like yoga, right? There is like a Hindu background to yoga and like the practice of meditation and whatnot, but it's been appropriated and has become a more secular tradition. And while that can be like an upsetting that like, oh, people are taking this and like taking it to some other fashion or whatever, I don't think we really. I have to acknowledge that even if it can be upsetting, I don't have the right to police how they actually end up using it, barring it being completely like fucking offensive, like infringing upon one of my own other rights. So while it can be like and while I certainly understand how it can be annoying for like very devout Christians that like Christmas is becoming secularized in a way, I think we also have to acknowledge in the same vein that we have to make sure that we can protect the right for people to celebrate Christmas in a secular way, for the same reason that we should protect the right for someone to celebrate Christmas to the letter of the Bible or to the letter of their own religion.
Okay, votes are in. So I'm not gonna go through the whole hubbub real quick. I'm just gonna say that Gappy's safe, Fabian's safe, Heem is safe, Cat's safe, Stardust safe, Supreme is safe, Turk barely safe by 3 votes. Red, I'm sorry, buddy.
It's all right. Thanks for having me.
Wonderful. We're only doing one elimination since it was an easier topic. You know, War on Christmas. Who really gives a fuck? You have a good one, man. You want to shout yourself out?
Christians, maybe? I don't know.
No shout outs, no
Okay.
social media. Or
Any
anything.
last thing you want to say?
No, thanks for having me, though. It was fun.
Happy to have you. Okay. Now, we're going to go into a lighter topic than that, but there's going to be a lot of eliminations this round. 3 to 4, I haven't decided. So, good luck. It's a lighter topic. So, it's almost been a year since January 6th. How should we remember it? We're going to start with Fabian Liberty.
I think we should look at January 6th from multiple different angles. I think we should remember those people that were absolutely maligned and mistreated and spent months upon months in solitary confinement for situations that were no worse than any of the protests or riots where Black Bloc people got to be set out by prosecutors. I think we should look at it as a populist uprising and movement against the state. I would say that some of those people are national heroes for doing what they did. At the same time, it was kind of dumb, and I think there's better ways to protest. Especially unarmed protests is kind of silly. I think they should have been armed, and I don't think they should have breached the building. I do think there will be more and more investigations that will get dumber and dumber as time goes on, and that's unfortunate. But you know, we'll see what history thinks of these people. I'm sure everyone will think that I'm a horrible person for saying that.
Next is Supreme.
I think January 6th should be remembered for what it was. A very close call, a very near miss for the integrity of our democracy and our national elections. I think the only question that you should ask yourself, if you're familiar with January 6th and you've seen the footage and seen how violent those protesters were, the only question you should ask yourself is, what would have happened if those legislators had not evacuated or had not been given a chance to evacuate, or if they had breached the chambers of Congress for the election officiation before they were able to escape? What would have happened? Did you see the way that they treated the Capitol Police? I mean, those people were intent. Yeah, I don't know. Equivocating with other protests that happened earlier in the year amount to nothing more than a whataboutism. I wouldn't even seek to equivocate the treatment of people that were at various protests throughout the year. I think that stuff is irrelevant because the goals of those other protests were not as bespoke as this one. I'm happy to see that there's investigations going forward to try to make the case that the January 6th insurrection was perpetuated and motivated by a specific group of individuals. And if we have smoking guns for that, then it spells. I think it exists as a really important precedent for the power that an individual can have in the top seat of government, being the president, and maybe his constituents or his aides or whatever. This is a thing that we've sort of avoided throughout the history of the United States, and the fact that one dude may have felt so entitled that he could try to override the integrity of our democratic process, and that it culminated in a near victory to stop the officiation of our election should give us pause to consider, just how tenuous the balance is, and what it means to have like a legitimate and fair election, and how difficult that is to maintain.
Stardust. This is a great
I'm
opinion.
still muted. Sorry about that. Okay. Yeah. So I don't view those people as national heroes. Maybe if they were misled, they thought they were, but they were not. They were probably most likely borderline traitorous. Now, what I would say is we should remember that this is the result of severe misinformation, a severe isolation, right? Because these people are often isolated in their echo chambers or isolated within these conspiratorial kind of thinking groups, right? And we've got confirmation now. The Mark Meadows PowerPoint was sent out. I don't know how many of you guys have looked at that, but you can take a look, and there are every conspiracy that you heard of, it's in that PowerPoint that was sent to him. You can look at their recent investigations found that there were plans they were planning, at least they wanted Pence to deny the election, obviously, but it was confirmed recently. So I think that Supreme brought up a really good point. They treated the officers really badly. So I mean, every time I think of January 6th, I think of that one officer screaming and stuck in the door. It's sad that the crowd that is the first ones to say back the blue were the same ones that were hurting officers that day. That's all I can really say. So.
Okay, next is going to be Turk.
So I'm really curious to see where this conversation goes, because I'm not one of those righties that supported the riots or the insurrection, whatever you want to call it. So should we remember the day? Definitely we should. I have similar feelings to what some of y'all have said, that, it's not how we typically do elections. We could all agree on that. And that had it been an armed insurrection, things could have gone completely differently. So it's like, how should we remember this, right? Should we make sure it's taught in history books in our, high school history classes? Maybe. Should we erect a statue that somehow embodies the emotion that certain people in America feel right now about the January 6th? Or should we just keep the chain fences around our Capitol grounds as a stern reminder that the people aren't allowed into these areas because something bad could happen? I think it's definitely something that we should reflect on. Like Stardust said, a lot of misinformation was put out there. A lot of people in the U.S. are stupid and believe this kind of stuff. So I would be interested in seeing if we could come up with a statue that is eventually just going to get torn down by someone that doesn't agree with it later in the future. So I'm kind of curious where this conversation goes.
Okay, next is going to be Heemed.
Okay, so this is an interesting topic. I just recently watched the entire interrogation tape from one of the January 6th rioters. It was like 4 or 5 hours long, some shit. I got roped into watching the whole thing. And honestly, I at some points I felt bad for him. Remember the discussion we were having previously about the loss of community due to churches? A lot of these people, I genuinely think, were just lonely, looking for a sense of community, a sense of belonging, a sense of a purpose in life. And this was like the calling that they pinned their wagons to or whatever. And what's crazy to me is a lot of people discuss like the actual rioters themselves, but what's unbelievable to me is that Trump and the Stop the Steal movement people got away with like one of the craziest things that I've seen in modern history in terms of like stochastic terrorism. You want to talk about stochastic terrorism? This motherfucker for 3 months leading up to January 6th was stoking the fire, stoking the flames, da da da. Obviously, some people were going to fall for it, and it's no surprise that they did. So yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see that the system was pushed to its limits. You know, a lot of people like to complain and say that like Joe Biden isn't getting enough accomplished or shit like that. But what's interesting is you know, the system is specifically designed so that even if your worst enemies get in power, they aren't able to like completely dismantle it. And what we saw here was like that when Trump was in power, he tried his best to dismantle the entire fucking system, and it still resisted. So I think in a way it kind of is a positive point in that like the system at least has like this underlying foundation that can resist these kind of movements. The ripples, I think, will be felt for generations. I think that it's going to take a long time to restore faith in the electoral system, and that unfortunately the American like political polarization is like only going to get worse in my opinion. Unfortunately, I don't see how either side is going to see eye to eye on many issues. So there you go.
Okay. Next, we're gonna throw it over to Kat.
Yeah, so what it taught me, or the way I think it should be remembered, is a little bit of brain rot, a little bit of treason, a little bit of copium, you know, just mix them all together. We have January 6th. But besides that, I don't know. I think that there should probably just be like, I don't know, something similar to what they have in Munich, where they have a whole museum about like the rise and fall of the National Socialist Party, but just make one floor just called "Why Did This Happen?" Because I'm pretty sure it's complex, and I probably don't know enough about why it happened. And I think it's very multifaceted, and it would be nice to actually be like properly educated from like a non-singular perspective. A non-singular perspective. I think that there needs to be some form of education about what happened, and not just given to like the next generations, but something that like us as a current generation are able to go to within like the next 5 years. But I know it's going to take a little bit of while to be able to gather all the types of information to get that all together. But yeah, I think it's something that we should all see as potentially preventable in the future, and I think that's only done by having it be said collectively as a society that it wasn't good and that we need to educate on it. Yeah.
Gappy's mug has motivated me to make merch because I just want to make better quality products. So
Thanks.
You're welcome. Okay. Now I'm gonna throw it over to Gappy actually.
Oh, thanks. Okay. All right. Well,
With that lead in.
how I think January 6th is something that we should really remember and probably put in textbooks and stuff, because it's probably one of the closest attempts to overthrow the U.S. government in recent history. I think Supreme brings up a good point. What if they were too late? What if some of those Congress people weren't able to evacuate in time? I think the people who were at that riot, while many of them had other issues that came on, like social issues that led them into these types of conspiracy theories and whatnot, I think all those people who led into that riot and tried to storm that Capitol are absolutely the least patriotic individuals in the United States. I would beg to question whether or not we can culturally call those people Americans when they try to enact those types of things and try to overthrow our government. I feel like that's very antithetical to American democracy. And I absolutely think it should be something that's remembered as a warning sign for what can happen when we allow this type of disinformation and distrust in our own electoral system. This is the type of stuff that we would expect to see in less developed countries with a lot of corruption, not in the United States of America. And I think it's absolutely disappointing and disheartening to see people not only either lying about it and saying it's from fucking Antifa or something, or even in some cases, like we see here, like saying they're national heroes. That's absolutely fucking pathetic and un-American to say.
Okay, now I'm gonna throw it over to him for the last one.
What? I already went, bro. I made an amazing fucking speech. Are you kidding me? You forgot?
It was really great. I
Should-
remember.
all right, so I think I really feel bad for fuck you.
Okay.
My shit was based.
So everybody's gone? Okay, great.
Yeehaw.
Sorry, I'm just used to 8 people. Okay, so I'm just gonna give it over to Fabian. I'm just gonna be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be me versus the panel, right? I mean, like, that's kind of how this is going to go, because it seems you guys are kind of all in agreement. Yeah, so I put in the Discord, in the Hippy Dippy Rumble Discord, Look Ahead America's tracking of all of the individuals that have been arrested. These people have faced grievous unconstitutional violations of many of their fucking rights. Most of these people are political prisoners. I mean, Jacob Lang is, probably the primary example most people know when they know, if they know anything about the mistreatment of the January 6 people. But these are people, for the overwhelming majority of them, were involved in the protests, but obviously, trespassing, obviously engaged in some, depending on how wishy-washy your definition of violence is, right? But the overwhelming majority of those protesters were unarmed individuals that they wanted to actually take over the fucking government, as if taking over a building would do that anyways. They would have been armed. I feel like it would have been much better if they would have been armed and not have gone into the building. But at the same time, we don't know how many federal agents were agitators in that situation. That being said, Jacob Lang is a great example of people that were awoken in the middle of the night, forced to carry their mattress into the basement, forced into solitary confinement on months on end without any representation, not being able to see their lawyer. These are political prisoners. And yeah, I call them fucking heroes because this country was founded on the idea of protesting against the state when you have grievances against them. Thomas Jefferson's own words say that the tree of liberty needs to be watered with the blood of tyrants and patriots alike. And this idea that's like, oh, well, we'll just vote and we'll just be happy about it. And no, fuck that. Like, sometimes you have to fucking have some balls and you have to fucking make your politicians scared.
Wait, do you think that you should kill your political prisoners? That's American.
In video games.
Wait, we can't.
Yeah.
In video games? Kill, I said fucking scared.
I
think Stop. Okay, we're gonna go around the room. Stardust was the first to raise their hand, so we're gonna start with Stardust.
I actually think that Gappy was the first.
Okay, Gappy then.
Yeah.
Thanks, Stardust. I actually appreciate that. First of all, with whatever site you link to, the Look Ahead America, just going off of a cursory, it's an American first nonprofit that was inspired by the creation of Donald Trump and fights to stop voter fraud. I feel like this is probably one of those organizations.
It's obviously an extremely biased organization.
Yeah,
because
so
the New York Times is not going to fucking track all of these individuals. I'm not saying look at all of the individuals and fucking take what's on the website as the word of God or something.
Yeah,
but here's a really good list of compiled individuals
Let him
and you
finish.
can do further research from.
So, but regardless of whether or not they're being mistreated in prison or something, which is fucking awful if their constitutional rights are being violated, that doesn't dismiss what they actually did. I think it reminds me of the Miranda case, right, where Miranda's constitutional rights were violated in that interrogation, but I think Miranda was still ended up found guilty of murder or whatever they were charged with originally. It doesn't change the actions that they originally had. Their constitution. Sorry,
it was robbing a liquor store.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. My bad. The constitutional rights of the individual doesn't get deprived because they robbed a liquor store because they ride in that prison or whatever. That's certainly fucking terrible. That's happening. But I don't think it changes the fact that those individuals should not have done what they were done. If in regards to what if we just vote them out? Yeah, you can't just vote them out. They lose their fucking position in that regard, right? That's one of the best fucking parts is that we can just vote these individuals out. Unless we're going to argue that everyone is like a low information voter and all these individuals are somehow being swayed by one singular ad to vote for someone who's against their own interests, I feel like people are probably competent enough to figure out who votes in their best interest. Unless we're arguing that all the people are the majority of people are fucking stupid, which in that case we definitely shouldn't be advocating for these types of protests because then we're just incentivizing the tyranny of the majority here. I don't really think
democracy is tyranny of the majority. That's what democracy is.
If we're arguing that the U.S. currently has a tyranny of the majority here, it seems kind of dumb to me that now we're advocating for people to start protesting and rioting and taking over the government, because then we're essentially incentivizing that majority who's apparently being tyrannical here and being awful here to try and take over everything. We're just gonna have a race to the bottom, devolving into some sort of anarchist state.
Yeah, anarchism would be based, but I don't think we're ready for it.
I don't think we'll ever be ready for it because no society can function in that type of anarchy. Okay, no.
How did you guys get off to talking about this shit? Who cares? Do you guys think Trump? Should be held accountable or can be held accountable?
I'm sorry, Heem, but it's my turn.
Oh,
next.
sorry.
Yeah, let the Indians talk. All right.
All right, sorry, bro.
Okay.
Yalla.
Yeah. So, I just linked attempts to overturn the 2020 United States presidential election. If you look at January 2021, this is the Wikipedia article. If you look at January 2021 alone, there is quite a lot of shit in there. I mean, they sent they sent some bullet points to Pence saying that Thomas Jefferson used his position as VP to win the 1801 election. They're basically trying to justify that the VP can turn over anything. Luckily, Pence at least kept to what he was supposed to do. But it's wild. There's so much here. They had a noose outside. I'm sorry. You have people storming the Capitol and they had a noose hanging outside? No.
Have you ever been to a protest? Like a large
They
protest?
I have been to plenty of protests. I grew up in the DC area. We didn't put fucking nooses up. I'm sorry.
No,
That's
those were there
absolutely
all
bonkers.
of the time.
It
They're
can be a
not.
protest, but
They're-
I think again the differentiation
just
is like
normal
these
for
individuals are
protests.
threatening
It's
congresspeople with death and then proceeding to actually try and do it, right? There's
Yeah,
a huge
If
difference
they,
when we're
were, if,
talking
they
about
were, if they were
congresspeople.
threatening them with death, right, and they were going to go in there, and the plan that the 3%ers and the Oath Keepers wanted, right, was to go in there and take over the Capitol, right, and just like kill the politicians. Don't you think, I don't know, conservatives that show up that are in militia groups would be heavily armed? The overwhelming majority of
There
them
were
were
people-
unarmed.
Wait, some of them
There
were
were
armed.
people who
Some of
there
them
were
were
plenty
armed.
of arms. They took pictures of all the arms that they collected from people who raided the Capitol. What are you talking about?
The overwhelming majority of people that were in the Capitol building were unarmed.
Okay, that doesn't matter. They had a noose outside. They didn't give a
Again,
fuck
which
about
is
the
standard
they
practice
didn't
for
give a
protest.
fuck about the cop that was getting crushed between all of the protesters and the doors. They didn't give a fuck about the other people in the crowd who were suffering medical conditions. They had a noose outside.
They
were
planted a bomb. Like what?
Yeah,
I mean,
they were
presumably, like the like a few hours before a guy planted a bomb, and they have CTE
So
footage.
for
of it.
something to be an actual militia, you need everyone to come up with their AKs and ARs for it to be actually
protests.
Obviously, a militia
are
would
fucking
maybe
are disorganized things often.
the
right?
armed
A lot of
people will
crazy shit
obviously
happens.
take advantage of the fact that there's a huge crowd around them. That doesn't matter. If you are an armed person, doesn't it sound tactical to you to take advantage of a bunch of civilians around you that aren't armed, that don't know what the fuck is going on? There was something very nefarious going on that you can look at all of the investigations that are going on right now and just tell that. I mean, the fact that they're trying to justify to Pence, and Pence was the one who was like, no, I can't
There's
do
a bunch
this.
of people that were upset, right? Many of which believed in conspiracy theories about the stolen election, and many people that were upset by the ways that the election rules were changed, the way that they felt was done in an unfortunate manner.
No rules
whatever.
changed.
A ton of rules were changed for this.
No.
Please,
What
please stop
rules?
that.
What
Please
rules
stop.
changed? Tell me
How
what
about
rules
in
changed.
fucking
You could
Pennsylvania,
drive in and
mail-in
cast your
voting,
vote?
drive-in voting.
Mail-in voting has always been
Pennsylvania,
around.
like
Mail-in
no,
voting has always been around.
Has drive-in voting been around?
No, yes, mail-in voting for people that had to apply for it.
So
With
more
ID
people
and
were able to
signature
vote.
verification, right?
Yeah, more people.
More people were able to vote in
We're
democracy.
in the
That's
middle of a
fucking
pandemic.
based. Yeah, that's fucking based.
Right.
Man,
Okay,
I hate
so,
it when people
again,
don't get COVID during a pandemic. Oh no, you have to mail. Oh
Okay,
no.
okay. Let's
Okay, we
reshift the
like,
focus.
yeah, we
Earlier,
got it, but,
listen.
like, people had a lot of
Okay.
legitimate
Supreme.
concerns.
Okay.
I'm gonna go
earlier-
Supreme then Heem because Heem was raising his hand. I want to write that down.
So earlier you said that this was a commendable thing for people to do because protest is like a fundamental tenet of our democracy or whatever, and that the tree of liberty needs to be watered by the blood of tyrants. Who is the tyrant in this
Patriots and
situation?
tyrants.
Sure.
All of our politicians at this point. with
Wait, all
very
of our
few
politicians, all they were doing was officiating the results of a democratic election that demonstrated the political will of the entire country.
I feel like if you continue down this line of questioning, like we're going to get into a discussion of why I'm an anarcho-capitalist and why I hate the state, as opposed to actually staying on to the topic of the January 6th situation.
Well,
if you'd like to do that, that's probably
Sure.
more of
Okay.
a
In this case, you
1v1
got the January 6th situation, which was a conflict between our Congress people trying to officiate the election, which was a direct representation of America's political will, and people who did not want them to do that. So people who did not want to do that, and the people who wanted to officiate
Right.
the Americans'
You're
political
framing
will.
it from your perspective of
Oh,
like,
sure. Offer
that it
me
was a
the
legitimate
best
election,
perspective.
right? Like plenty of people felt that it was an illegitimate election, and plenty of people had valid concerns.
Why did they feel that way?
I mean, are we going to go through the entire? I mean, we can if you want. Like, I just gave you a few examples of why
Trump
people had
said
valid
because Trump
concerns.
said. Trump said.
Sure.
Let's be honest. It's
I mean,
Trump
like,
said,
yeah.
right?
Let's just say that. Let's just say,
Sure.
everyone there
Steve
was a
Bannon.
populist idiot that was just like swayed by Trump and did whatever Trump said. If they did, of course, they wouldn't have breached the Capitol building because Trump specifically told them not to and to peacefully protest. So
Last
obviously
second,
they don't
last
believe
second pull
everything
out.
to the
Trump
Capitol.
said.
Last second, even
right?
when you do a
Not
last second
true.
pull out, even when
Okay.
you do a last second pull out, you might get a little couple droplets in there, you know?
Right.
Aside
Mom's
from
like,
that, I would
Alex,
make the
right.
argument that a tyrant, in this case, a tyrant is somebody who tries to override the will of the people for his own personal power, right? To try to wield.
I would say that the politicians attempted to override the will of the people by constantly blocking
by
so
counting
many
their
of these
votes?
investigations. I mean, you had people whose families were threatened. And
Wait. Which investigations were blocked?
Tons of them. It took a long. People had in Arizona. You actually, the people actually had to sue the state legislator in order to even be able to do an investigation in Maricopa County. And even then, the state legislator blocked access to tons of resources and materials. Right. So a lot of people felt like the other side was saying, "Hey, cope with it. You lost. I don't care about any of your valid concerns." Right. Like we could have done investigations, right? And we did do investigations, but they were post facto investigations, right?
Wait a minute.
We
Should they have done the
rushed
investigations
Georgia.
in the future? Like what?
We
like
rushed
pre-crime?
certifying Georgia. No,
I don't
we
understand.
rushed certifying Georgia, right? Because we knew that there was a lot of weird shit going on in Georgia that needed to be investigated.
What? What are you
What was
talking
going on
about?
in Georgia?
How about where they had the fucking video?
They
of
already
people
did an
pulling-
automatic recount in Georgia, dude. I don't know what you.
That
What do
doesn't-
you
that
need
doesn't
another
change
one?
They did
anything.
several
The
minutes.
automatic
What are you saying?
recount
What are you
wouldn't
saying
have
about a
changed
video? What are you saying about this video?
Right, it was a legitimate concern. Have we done investigations?
Wait, what was the
Wait,
legitimate
what was in the
concern?
video? What was in the
What
video?
was in the video was that they told people that were certified, that were watching the people counting. I can't remember their name right. Poll watchers, sorry. So they told the poll watchers and the media that they were no longer counting, and that they needed to leave. They told the media that a pipe had burst, and either the media falsely reported that a pipe had burst off of bad information, or they had told them that a pipe had burst. Right? So the media and the poll watchers left, and then they pretended like they were cleaning up, and then 4 or 5 people stayed after to continue counting votes without poll watchers, and actually pulled boxes from different places as where they were storing other boxes, and all of that was on video, and people had seen that, and they were like, "Hey, where's our investigation?" They're like, "Oh, well, we did an automatic recount." It's like, that's not fucking good enough when you're counting the votes that may have been mixed in, right? People had concerns about fraud. Now, was that enough to sway Georgia? I don't think so.
Okay,
so Arizona had 5 recounts.
So to be clear here, there was a pipe burst. They said we had a pipe burst. We're gonna stop counting, and they stopped counting for 2 hours, and then they continued after the issue was fixed. I don't see what's wrong with that issue.
Without any fucking media or poll watchers, they just start counting fucking votes after the issue is
Where
fixed.
are you getting that from?
What do you mean? Where am I getting that from? It's been widely
Trump.
reported throughout the entirety of the election cycle.
Okay, I'm gonna go down to
post-election cycle.
We're
Sorry.
gonna start with Heem. I'm gonna go down the list. Heem, Gappy, then Turk.
Okay,
I raised
so
my
I
hand
want
a
to say.
couple times too.
All right, write it down then.
Okay, I want to say first of all that I don't know if the noose thing is really that big of a deal. I see lefties bringing gulags and shit to protests all the time.
I don't like
really
that
Or
either.
guillotines or whatever.
I agree. Yeah, whatever.
I don't like those
Fucking,
either.
did I say the wrong thing? I don't know. So and then the other thing is like I don't understand the position that you're defending, Fabian. That like there wasn't a riot, or I feel like there's a lot of talking past each other. So I guess
I believe that. Well, I don't know if they definitely broke in. They definitely trespassed. Right. Some people were kind of meandering in because there was very little resistance. At least in the beginning. So some people were just kind of stumbling in with the crowd. But
I agree. There was tourists for sure.
Definitely the initial people were busting windows, crawling through fucking windows. Like they intended to destroy and
Do you
move
think?
in.
Do you think the Republican Party or Republican Party officials should be held responsible? I'm curious what the position here is. Like, it was their rhetoric that caused this, right? Yeah, like
Free
Trump,
speech, absolutely.
everyone else.
So if you call
So
for
you think
direct
that they're
actionable violence, then that would be yes, right? But if you're not calling for direct and actionable violence,
so if he says like your country is being stolen from you, that's not direct call for violence for you.
no, not at all.
Oh, okay.
Gappy.
I think in regards to the call for violence, I think Fabian's staying a bit too much to the letter of the law in regards to like fighting words and like I think it's term in yellow Chicago or whatever. In regards to that, like you can legally speaking, that's protected. But I mean, like, you can advocate for violence without literally saying, "Let's go fucking do XYZ in a video game." Right?
Yeah, I mean, fuck.
That's the whole conversation about stochastic terrorism, and we want to actually go there, right? When you're constantly saying the election was stolen, these Congress people are lying to you, the election was rigged, we can't trust the voting system anymore. We're gonna have to take it into our own hands. They say X, Y, and Z. They say everything leading up to that final step, that one big no fighting words thing. They're leading people to that fucking final step of actually inciting the violence.
Yeah, and I'm cool with
I don't
it.
think we can be. I don't think we can be that fucking
I
done with it.
support
Okay.
it. I support people saying whatever the fuck they want to say, especially when there are questions and our fucking politicians aren't.
But I don't think we can. I don't think we can
sweep it under the rug so that we can just move past it. The people in power need to be fucking checked sometimes.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that's fine. I think that's fine. The
fair.
idea of
Yeah,
like,
but we have so many
making the
different
people in
ways
power
to-
unchecked. But in this case, the people in power were the people that were trying to steal the election from the American people, and
why?
they tried to file as many lawsuits as they could to try to prove voter fraud. And then when push came to shove, and it came time for court, the evidence that they had to provide was nothing. They had nothing.
And I wouldn't say that they had nothing, but they certainly don't have enough evidence to support that Trump won the election.
Right. So what is all this about, like, weird stuff going on? They had their opportunity. They had their opportunity to challenge the election, and every single case that they brought about the validity of the election turned up fucking nothing.
Yeah, but I believe in my principles, right?
What are your principles? I don't understand.
Fuck the state, fuck 12.
Oh, okay.
Like I don't fucking like the state. And when they fucking start lying and they start obfuscating and they start trying to push things away without being challenged, I agree that sometimes you have to go, hey, motherfucker.
So wait a minute. Do you not vote?
Listen to me.
Do you vote or no?
Well, the only time I'm willing to vote is if I'm voting for someone that is either a protest vote that I know has essentially no statistical chance of actually winning, but can possibly influence other Democrats and Republicans to be more libertarian, or if I would be willing to vote for someone that specifically has a proven track record of.
But wait a minute. Why do you vote for them? Because you're just voting to perpetuate the government as it exists. You write the vote, and then you go like, I hope this vote fucking burns up. I hope the truck that fucking transports this ballot runs off the road or something.
No. Like your point directly, like you interrupted me. So I will vote for someone that has a proven track record of.
But why vote for them if you don't support the government?
Supreme, because you're interrupting me and I'm answering your question twice now.
Okay.
I will vote for someone if they have a proven track record of getting rid of government institutions and drastically reducing the size and scope and power of the state.
But then you're entrusting the state to be able to undo itself. So you have to tacitly support the state in order to achieve those ends.
Yeah,
He's
I mean,
supporting
sometimes
the
you have to break
individual that's trying to do that.
But you're right. But he has faith that can
individual
happen.
to do it.
He has faith that the government is capable of allowing somebody to do that.
Yeah, and that's happening with the progressive side of things.
So, like, for example, I'll vote for a local sheriff in the executive, and I'll vote for them if they've proven that they're against the war on drugs and they're against violating people's constitutional Second Amendment gun rights, and as a form of dual power theory, and the idea that I will fight for your rights and I will not enforce the war on drugs, because that is reducing the size and scope and power of the state towards my ideas and pushing towards
But using the machinations of the state.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you have to use the machinations of the state, but I'm not going to vote for a Republican because he wants to lower the fucking corporate tax rate 4%.
So the activity that you're engaged in,
of the state can work.
Yeah, so the activity that you're engaged in is participating in democracy because you want to use the state's rules for the state to enact your will. It's no different than anybody trying to get their democratic will enacted.
Destroy the state.
Yeah, but you're using the state to do it. You're using the same principle that everybody else who participates in a democratic election are trying to use.
No, I'm not. These people.
You're voting.
You're voting for whatever candidate best fits your values. In regards to here, it's your values of destroying the state. So if those are the individuals you're voting for, you're using those same mechanisms, having faith in those mechanisms of voting and electoral democracy to get your plan in action.
The difference is you're voting to impose your will on others, and I'm voting
so are you.
to destroy institutions within the state.
But that's your will.
Okay. Look. We need to go to Turk and then Cat and then Star because we need to actually vote.
Oh, the democratic process, right?
Yes.
So I want to go back to the topic at hand, and that's how do we remember January 6th? Are we going to erect a statue? Are we going to leave the fence around as a stern reminder? Are we going to just put it into the history books? And Katarana, you mentioned it going into the history books. Who's going to write that chapter? Are we going to let our legislators write it? Are we going to let some think tank write it? Is it going to be some, other organization? I'm really curious. How do we actually cover this accurately from a, unbiased perspective so that we can give our future, democratic loving people an accurate accounting of what actually happened? Because we still don't know the accurate accounting of what actually happened.
History is written by scholars, right? History is written by a community of scholars that tries to compare and contrast evidence that exists to corroborate certain events, the validity of certain events.
There's some facts.
Right.
So we trust these scholars to be infallible here.
Well, the point is that a scholar
no one's
is
asking
somebody.
for them to
There's
be
transparency.
infallible.
The whole point behind things being handled by scholars and academics is because it's transparent. Anybody can review it. That's the whole point of the institution of academia. Anybody can see it.
So you're cool with once that book's written and it goes down to the local level for these school boards to actually vote on the next edition of books, that we throw it out because the academics' accounting of what happened on January 6th doesn't jive with their current understanding
your local
or what they're
school board
advocating
is less
for.
relevant than academic consensus. And the whole point is that they can establish and demonstrate how they were able to achieve this consensus.
But if it's not going to be taught accurately, it shouldn't, we need to have a better way to write this book instead of just
what do you propose?
A bunch of lefty academics write it.
Wait a minute.
Taught in 4K. There's
I had
video.
initially said that I was thinking about something about like a museum so that I can be public education, not something just the next generation learns about. So I don't know. My local legislation doesn't sit there and vote on what ends up in the African American Smithsonian Museum, like same way that we do for all other museums. Like it's not Nancy Pelosi or Schumer and anybody like that decides what ends up in a museum.
I don't disagree with that. So if we do a museum and someone's going to be, pro the left leanings agenda with this museum, that's fine. But if we have the exact opposite of that is touting some of the stuff Fabian said, are y'all cool with that museum being up too? That's advocating
if that's what's correct, then that's what I want there. I don't care about what what tickles my fiddle. I want what's right. Like
that's why we have that discussion in the academic field and have those have those historians be able to evaluate the facts and be able to compare and contrast to the previous things.
Ham from having the creationists exhibit down in Tennessee, right? Because their interpretation of some certain types of facts leads to this museum.
I don't think the museum thing's really kind of I'm not really fighting for the museum.
Hang on, I'm sorry. This shit was in 2020, bro. It wasn't that long ago. We got the shits in 4K. I don't think we need to compare it to the Creationist Museum. There's literally fucking footage of it.
The argument, come on.
Yeah, but come on. You can find a better example.
Okay. One at a time, please. Okay, Gappy.
The point that Turk's bringing up is that with a private museum, you can have like a museum that's advocating for young Earth creationism, a la like Ken Ham or Kent Hovind or whatnot, right? If we're talking about like academia though, and like how like in terms of like education, like a public education system, how we should be teaching this thing, that's something that we leave up to the historians and the academics there. I mean, like if someone wants to like prop up a private museum like about the January 6th riot, sure, all right, cool. I hope it would be in the perspective that actually advocates for people to protect our democracy rather than to erode it by trying to overthrow the government by any means. And I hope it treats those individuals as people who were, either troubled, fall into conspiracy theories and whatnot, and were affected by the impact of disinformation rather than treating them as national heroes or something like that. I would hope the museum would treat it properly, but we can't control the museum treats it properly. In terms of the education system, though, we should really be leaving that up to the historians. And I think it's pretty clear from what we saw from that cotton 4K footage as to where this might end up.
Gappy, don't worry about it, Gappy. Like the state will make sure to give tons of funding to museums that support their narrative.
Yeah, don't worry about it either, Fabian. Okay, don't worry. As long as you as long as you continue with your anarcho-capitalist philosophy of using voting and using the state to impose your will onto other individuals, I'm sure eventually you're going to be able to prove to everyone that you never use the state whatsoever, despite the fact that you were voting and trusting the state.
Hang on, the funding. Okay, so the funding might come from the state. The state might be responsible for funding.
The poor thing is someone who believes that anarcho-capitalism will ever accomplish anything ever. Okay, surely
one day.
Okay. Well, look. It is. We're getting closer and closer to midnight, and I'm not dragging the show past midnight. So, Stardust, you're on the list. I want to give it over to
I didn't go.
Oh, yeah. Kat, sorry.
Hi. Okay. So I heard from earlier that Fabian was saying that some people did suffer like constitutional infractions, and if that's true, I think that also should end up in our museum. I don't want any type of public education that is lying to anybody, making anybody think that something happened that it didn't. Same way where for other types of museums, once again, I'm just going to say National Socialist because that's where I was the most recently. You don't sugarcoat things. If something happened, it happened. No matter if it doesn't fit your narrative, fuck it. That's what history is for. Actually, that's what real knowledge is for. It's not just for like making everybody play a good game of Soggy Biscuit. That's not the point of it. The point is for you to actually learn something. If I want to play Soggy Biscuit, I'd go play with this. It's on my head. So the whole point is that you're supposed to get educated. And I think honestly, considering that everybody, quite a lot of people on this panel in itself have such crazy dichotomies in which they think happened on that day, it means that we even more than ever need some form of education that is able to give very clear facts. And I don't care if it's inconvenient for anybody.
Star?
Yep. I think 100% I agree with what other people are saying on this panel that January 6th should go in the history books. I think it is an important message on media literacy and misinformation, and we are plagued by misinformation right now. Memes are the new way of spreading it, and it sucks. I think it's incredible that a theory was peddled from 8chan, a site well known for being dodgy with young kids, and that story reached Facebook and reached all the boomers on Facebook. It's just absolutely incredible. And then secondly, I think that we should remember that when we leave certain groups out of political talks, we let them become prey to this kind of stuff, right? We abandoned Pantsuit Nation, okay? We left them. We left them Facebook moms by themselves. And now they're sharing shitty memes to each other. Or they were, at least. I'm sorry. I want them back, okay? I want the Facebook moms back. We shouldn't have left them behind. That was wrong of us.
Okay.
I never left your mom. I see your mom every night, Stardust, all right? Don't worry.
She doesn't see you. She doesn't like you. Sorry.
That's what you think, all right? But every night in bed, she's saying something different, all right? Wooya, 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 okay?
Okay. So now we're going to go into
Who invited this guy?
I don't know. Danabo, I need to fire him. But we're going to the last round now. Before the last round. Actually, semi-final, I guess. There's only going to be 3 people walking out of it. That's what I've decided, because I want to go to sleep. And then the 3 who survive are going to argue why they should win.
Why do you want to go to sleep? You're going to be on the couch anyways.
Because I have a whole ass paper to write, okay?
Oh.
My finger's right there. Okay. I could easily you know what? Okay. So I'm going to post the poll in chat. You all have an opportunity to post it in your community. Okay? So.
All I can say, Dylan,
Is it keep or kick?
It is keep. Top 3.
You need to learn to embrace the couch, my friend. I slept on the couch last night because my wife needed to have a little bit of extra sleep, and I'm a caring, considerate person. Embrace the couch, my friend.
Wow.
You got it, dude.
You should give him that advice when the person that's going to put him in the doghouse isn't present.
Nah, I'm an
saying.
open being.
It's
and
like
Katarana can use that to her advantage and be like,
you're
no, I don't
violating
wanna
the
put you
bro
on the
code.
couch.
You're violating the bro code.
Nah, dude, now there's going to be this internal struggle that goes on between them. It's like, if I give him the couch, is he going to actually enjoy it? Am I a terrible human being for picking him to the couch? That's how you be manipulative. Come on.
What do you all think of your chances?
Judging by the history of this panel, mine are probably pretty slim.
I'm not really sure of my chances, but what I really am sure of is that if you use your Twitch Primes, you're able to support people like Dylan, people like me, and other people on this panel as well. So make sure you link your Amazon Prime to your sub. And if you don't have Amazon Prime, I'm sure your mom does. I'm sure your dad, actually your mom definitely does if you're listening in chat right now. I know that for a fact, okay? So you guys should definitely make sure you link your Amazon Primes and support streamers that you really enjoy so you can continue having this great content, okay?
Wonderful.
And I think the real hero here is Danabo for trying to fill so many gaps left in today's bookings.
Okay, but you guys should gift your subs to Dylan, not Danabo, okay? Let's make things clear. The money only goes to one person.
That's true.
I support my Twitch politics pimp.
Okay.
I think it's remarkable that of all the people who are on this ballot, I'm the only one that's not really streaming right now, despite the fact that I can carry,
not streaming either,
1 or
dude.
200 viewers at a time. And so it really looks like if I win this, it's really going to be the only example of somebody who wins it by virtue of it being a fair vote.
I know it's true. Supreme does carry between 1 and 200 viewers.
Yeah, it's the lucky Chloe lobbyists who are carrying it in for Supreme right now.
Okay, I have the results. So, in first place is Supreme with 21% of the vote. In second place is Gappy5. And there is a Gappy5 in here, correct?
Yeah, that's me.
Okay. And in third place is Fabian Liberty, winning by merely 3 votes, staying into the last round.
There we go.
To everybody else, I'm very sorry if you voted past this point. I'm sorry. I'm not.
You could have had this, chat.
I mean, could you?
Could have had this.
Maybe.
You could have had this. You could have had the best beard on Twitch, but you chose to have whatever Supreme has. You could have had.
Yeah, they're here to listen to a debate, not look at a beard. Okay, they can just take a picture
So
of you. They
let
wanna
me
look
go
at
around the room. I'm gonna start with Kat. Kat, you have any final words?
Yeah, fuck Christmas.
Okay. Next, Heem, have any final words?
check out my podcast with Dylan.
Okay. You know what? That's actually a good one. See you later, man.
See ya.
Okay. Turk, you have any final words?
It's rigged. Peace.
Of course it is. Stop the steal. And Stardust, you have any final words?
As 4th place winner and first loser, thank you for having me.
Happy to have you, Stardust. Have me on Chaos Cast sometime. Don't ruin my career, though. See you later. Okay. So you are the 3 finalists. And so we have about
Congratulations.
15 minutes left if we really wanted to drag it out. So my question to you all is simple. Why should you win and give yourself a golden ticket to the Hippy Dippy Championship? I'm going to start with Fabian Liberty. I'll give him 1 minute.
Yeah, I think it's pretty simple, right? Do you guys really want to hear Gappy? I could totally understand wanting to hear Supreme. Seems like good people. He seems like he knows what the fuck he's talking about, and a beautiful camera. But do you really want to hear another lefty arguing with some other lefties on some basic lefty shit, and then getting into some pedantic definitions about one little tiny thing so that they can actually have some level of conflict? Or do you want somebody that you fucking hate? Vote for somebody that you fucking hate. Somebody that you think is a meme, but you know is well researched and will put up a good fucking fight. Because you want to cheer for me to get my ass kicked. But deep down, you know that it might not happen. And that's the only reason you could vote for these other 2 guys. Vote for a real fucking debate. Vote for some fucking fire and some passion and maybe skirting the line of what you think may or may not be TOS. Because that's going to be fucking entertaining. Or, you can see a CTV debate, but you're likely just going to get YR trains and a drunken idiot getting crushed, right? So let's have a real fucking debate between people that vigorously disagree. And I think I'm obviously the candidate for that.
Okay. Gappy, do you have any thoughts?
Yeah,
You're
we're
1
talking
minute.
about people who are well researched. It's certainly not Fabian, okay, as we saw from that last discussion. The reason why you should vote for me from a content perspective, which I think is the only perspective that matters, is that whoever wins this championship is going to be debating either CTV or Destiny. And if I was going to be debating, I would be debating on the Second Amendment, which is a topic that isn't really discussed right now because I think there's a lot of agreement on the horseshoe. I believe the Second Amendment should be abolished. I believe it has way too much security. I believe there's way too much leniency, and there's way too little possibility for regulation and gun control. That's a take that is very hot, very spicy, very controversial right now, both among leftist and right-wing streamers, and it's something that both I disagree with Destiny and something I disagree with in regards to CTV. That's content right there. That's an actual exciting debate, not one in regards to whether or not we think someone's being irresponsible on Twitter. That's something that's actually spicy, something that could result in some really good discussion, and more importantly is content. A vote for me is a vote for content, and that's what you guys should be going for.
Supreme.
Sure. I feel like after the last showing between Korn and Destiny, I think if we're choosing, especially from a content perspective, I'm curious how many people would like a repeat of that, where it's just somebody who has no idea what the fuck they're talking about, comes in with no information whatsoever, casting moral indictments, only to flounder terribly and back out of basically any subject that they start up, or like if maybe everybody's looking for something more refreshing, like an actual substantive discussion about something important and like interesting. I think everybody here knows the answer to that. And I know my answer to that. My answer is I want more corn debate. Okay. That's a million times more interesting. So with that, I withdraw from the championship and I direct anybody who would have voted for me to vote for Fabian. Good night, everybody. Thank you.
Wow. Okay. Damn. So now, Gabby, the odds are stacked against you now. You have 10 minutes to reverse that.
You got like quadruple the viewers. So.
Okay, maybe the Second Amendment isn't that bad, guys.
Good luck. It's hard. You got 10 minutes. You got 10 minutes, Gabby. Good luck.
Could we theoretically still vote for Supreme?
No, I'm not gonna force it. Good luck. Well, you have 10 minutes to make your case, both of you. Go.
I think
go ahead, Gabby.
I think I've said my case. I think I would have good content there, and I think I would have a strong disagreement that would cause some controversy there.
I agree.
I think that's all I can say.
Yeah.
I think that's all I can say at that point. I mean, really, you guys should be voting based on who you think is more content. If you think Fabian's more content than me and could bring more exciting things to the championship, vote for him instead of me. I mean, all I can say is I think I would have a really good top, and I would have something very exciting to talk about too. Something that both candidates would disagree with, no matter who wins on the championship.
So here's what I think. I think when you debate, oftentimes the conversation shifts from what you intend the conversation to be. Right. So I think you make a great point about the Second Amendment. But the fact of the matter is if you're debating, especially if you're debating CTV, right, it's going to be all over the place. And I think what's really more important is finding someone that is going to utterly piss off and be a good debate where you're going to clash against both candidates. And it doesn't matter who I'm debating. I can just call cops oath breakers and say, fuck the police to CTV and have him fucking enraged. Or I can go against Destiny and we can talk about why I think the state is fucking trash and why I think lefties are fucking stupid. And the thing is that as this window shifts, and the conversation changes from what you hoped and intended the debate to be about, you're going to find yourself, if you're debating CTV, just getting memed at. And let's be honest, CTV is going to win that because he's the king of fucking memes when it comes to this space. Or you're going to end up debating a Destiny, and it's going to be some pedantic, boring, dumb debate because you're going to be agreeing on like 90% of shit. So if you want good content, then don't pick one topic that Gappy happens to disagree with two candidates on. Pick somebody that you know they're going to fucking hate and be angry that they have to debate him.
I know, you know what? I know they're going to hate me. I know if I go to the Hippy Dippy Championship, I know people are going to hate me. You know why they're going to hate me? Because I'm going to fucking win the debate fucking easily. Against either of them, I'm going to fucking eat them in a video game, all right? I've already eaten enough shit in my fucking life. I didn't get this heavy by eating salads, all right? I can fucking easily eat either of them in a debate on the Second Amendment.
Are they going to hate you because you're so good at it, or are they going to hate you because you get offended by their jokes like you did on Brand for Liberty last night?
Do you know what sarcasm is?
I do. This is also sarcasm.
Oh, well, you don't understand that I was on the 5th level of irony there on Brand stream. I think you only understood that. I think you only understood up to the 3rd
You know what?
level.
The average person is just too dumb to get your full-head sarcasm.
No, I think the average person can't understand it. The problem is you're clearly not the average person, okay? As an anarcho-capitalist, you are nowhere near the average person.
You're right, and that's why you should vote for
Who
me.
is this? Who has just walked in through the rafters?
Ooh, he's got shades on because he sees a glowy because Gappy was supporting the CIA.
Yeah, I just dropped down from the rafters. See all y'all having your little matchup here, trying to decide who of the two of you, because I saw Supreme jump out. It was a pretty boss move, right?
Giga Chad. He's a Giga Chad.
Through all of his support behind Fabian Gappy, you're clearly on the ropes here, right? I'm wondering what kind of counter we're going to get. I don't think I've seen it yet, so I'm just here to observe, right?
Damn.
Great case you just made for yourself.
I don't think I need to make a case. I don't think I need to make a case. I think it's already been made. Vote for who you think is the most amount of content.
Are you saying that you're calling for the vote right now? Are you calling for the vote now?
I think a controversial Second Amendment debate would be great because I would be pissing off people on the left because I would be saying the Black Panthers are fucking awful, and I would be pissing people on the right by saying that people are like those fucking right-wing militias are fucking awful for trying to weaponize with guns in the modern day.
I just don't feel like you understand the people. Yeah.
I think you're going to debate CTV on the Second Amendment. He's going to whip out that gun and everyone's just going to start mauling and you're going to get your ass kicked the moment he whips out that gun and shows you that fucking base trigger discipline. This man could be fucking 20 shots deep and he's still handling that piece like it's your mom.
He ain't no Sparky.
I'm used to handling people's moms, okay? I see your mom every night, and you know what? I think your mom would vote for me. I mean, she clearly
didn't I
votes for
just
me
hear
every
that
night.
joke My mom like could use 15 some good minutes dick, ago? but unfortunately, I don't think you got it.
All right. There's a reason why there's a Dylan Burns woo yeah, okay? That's all I can say. I'm ready to call the vote right now. Fuck it.
Okay, you're ready to call vote? Fabian, are you ready to call the vote? Anything else you want to say?
No, it's fine.
Okay, we're
My
calling the vote.
t-shirt's red because I want there to be blood.
The vote has been posted. Who are you voting for? Are you gonna do what Wicked Supreme has asked you as a Wicked Supreme supporter and vote for Fabian? Are you a Fabian supporter trying to get in the trenches? Are you a Gabby supporter on the ropes gonna help him through because you don't want the righty to win? Are you somebody who just wants it for the content so you go with Fabian? Or do you think the gun control debate is a good idea? Or are you just a wolf packer, not even caring?
Yeah, why can't we vote CTV in here? Seems kind of odd.
The pack already knows how we feel about it. We're gonna keep that to ourselves.
You guys want to see the lone wolf take on the pack. You know you want to see him take on the alpha wolf. Let's see if the runt can come and get him on the ropes.
Whoa, this is a close vote so far. Out of 308 votes, it's pretty close. 53 to 47. 51 to 49 with 338. This is an extremely close election, probably one of the closest we ever had since CTV was narrowly defeated by Actual Jake after Fawn endorsed Actual Jake in the final round. No, not Fawn, Pixel Smissel.
That's right.
Oh, it's 50-50 now. Wowie.
It's
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's literally 50-50. Huh.
This might be within that 10 vote margin that I lost with.
This might be.
Yeah.
We might have to actually go into exact numbers to figure
Come
out
on.
who won this one.
You know,
I
you
do
know you want to
I
see
do
Satan
believe that if we
himself take
balance
on.
it,
Look.
Supreme ends up winning.
Look, hey, Fabian, Gappy, this is close. You have any arguments you haven't thought of yet? Anything you want to throw out there?
Gappy, let's hear your impression of a wolf. Can you howl for us?
I'm not a furry. No.
Oh, come on. Come on.
That sounded like a steer. What the fuck was that?
It's a dying deer.
Next thing you know, he's gonna come out with like the fucking the horse sound. You know, just
Oh,
fucking
it didn't
start
come
doing that
through. It didn't come through.
Yeah, well, sometimes the mics don't pick everything up. But, you know, just what the fuck, man. Jeez.
I
Oh,
got nothing else to say. You guys know that you want to hate me, and you want to watch
it
two
is.
people that hate each other
It's
go.
pretty interesting that Fabi now suddenly really cares about democracy here and really cares about this poll.
wait, I felt like that from previous arguments that Fabian is definitely a connoisseur of the polls, right?
I think he would want to take over the state, apparently.
Why would I want to take over the state? I just want to get rid of it.
All right, so we're
Okay.
looking here.
Yep. And now the poll will close in approximately 2 minutes. That's how much time you have left to vote. 2 minutes. I will post them all again.
We have 2 minutes to get more content. Oh God, what are we gonna fill this time with?
You know what? It's always problems with rookies. They don't know how to fill in time, right? To be able to get to the big O. You know, all it really takes is just a little bit of initiative, right? A little bit of, savoir faire, if you will, right? In order to really catch the moment and bring it around for. Yeah, a little bit of some of that. That's what you got to have.
You speak French, Cappy?
Very little, very little. I took it in high school.
Yeah, same.
Pot
I can read the back of a shampoo bottle. Pretty much. That's about it. Look, I think Gappy. I think you should maybe pitch something to the people other than just gun control, because I don't think one topic is going to be enough that is going to allow you to actually have good content against CTV and Destiny.
You know what,
Fabian? You agree with him too much on Destiny.
No.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Like, I thought that was going to be more of a.
We were
going to have. I thought we were going to have the Destiny beef settled, right, in 2020. But apparently, he feels like he's got to keep pushing it off to 2021. What's up with this?
You got his mental.
Look,
and it's officially been 2 minutes.
Always going to be.
The vote's over. Okay. Now, I have exactly 616 votes. The most votes we've had all night. The most voter participation we've had. So, nobody look, or you're going to spoil it for yourself. So everybody shut the fuck up, okay? with 416 votes and 51 to 49%. One of the closest ones we've ever had. The winner of the 3rd annual Hippy Dippy Championship Rumble, and the person who has the first rights to fight whoever wins with Destiny versus CTV, is the heel, Fabian Liberty.
Let's go, boys. Let's
I'm glad
go.
Supreme's dying wish has been fulfilled, okay? I think it's really important that we respect the wishes of our elders here.
No, honestly, I thought
This is an early birthday present for him. Let's put it that way.
I fucking hate statists, but I thought Supreme probably deserved more than you or I to go up. It would have been boring. It would have been boring. Let's be honest. Like he's not a memester. He's not excitable. He's not getting people hating him. But the guy seemed to know his shit, and he seemed to care deeply about the truth, which is not something I can say for Gappy V.
So, Gappy.
Gappy 5.
It's whatever it is.
Yeah, exactly.
It's whatever pisses off Gappy more that day.
So, you have any
The only thing that
words?
pisses me off are people who are apologists for fucking election rioters and people who are trying to overthrow the U.S.
All
government.
day,
Don't
baby.
worry,
All
you'll
day.
get it every single day.
Let's
You don't even
water
have to
that
call me
tree
Gappy
of
5.
liberty, son.
Okay.
Fuck politicians.
Gappy, you have any last words about this?
Hey, do you guys hate people who are in poverty? Okay, please consider subscribing to my YouTube channel. It's Gappy V. I need 1,000 subscribers so I can get monetized. Otherwise, for those who hate big tech, right now, Google and Susan from YouTube, that CEO, is taking ads, putting them on my videos, and not giving me any of the fucking money, okay? So go subscribe to my YouTube channel so I can get 1,000 subs and finally own big tech by taking pennies upon pennies from them, okay? I will single-handedly destroy Susan's business model of YouTube by taking a couple pennies of ad revenue.
And I'll say this. I think that everyone should, in fact, go support Gappy V here, right? Very entertaining man here on the platform. Happy to have him.
Awesome. See you later, Gappy. So CTV, first in the room right now, just won the Hippy Dippy Championship Rumble, something you have yet to accomplish.
It's true. It's true.
You
let's
lost.
also note this moment as the moment when the pack came in behind to make sure that Fabian pulled it out for the night.
What was that the deciding factor, CTV? Did you get involved? I don't know. CTV, did you get involved in voter fraud?
All I can say is that the pack takes care of its own.
Is this CTV? Is this us three caring about the business?
It's the business, ain't it?
It's the business, ain't it?
Can I say something about poor? Can I say something about poor people? If you actually care about poor people, don't go support Gappy V. Go support VIA, which is Volunteerism in Action. We did a charity stream for them. They're doing everything right now in a last push to get Christmas presents for foster care kids in Detroit. Right, they're a great libertarian organization, and like we're just trying to make sure that foster kids in Detroit have a good Christmas because that is a fucked up life that those kids have sometimes, and just like one smile for Christmas is something that's really awesome for these people.
Awesome. And I do gotta say that I'm happy that the business was protected tonight. We're gonna have I'm happy CTV did his job behind the scenes. I'm happy Fabian pulled through as we protect the monetary income of the Hippy Dippy Championship. We're working together here in great work. And Fabian, good luck. Good luck on whoever you challenge. Great luck, man. We'll have some talks behind closed doors about how you can get more into the elite of this industry. Not the people like Gappy or the rest of them get with.
Oh gosh. Okay. Do I have to wear a corn suit? Is that like part of the thing?
No. Look, all I'm saying is we have this thing called the corporation. Don't worry about it. Anyway, see you guys later.
See ya.
We care about the business here, folks. Care about the business. And today, that's what we did. I'm not saying I did anything. All I'm saying is I care about the business, and I protected the business. There's a reason why Hippy Dippy's here when the Infrared Showdown. Tree of Logic's old dipshit like fucking pissant company isn't. While we're being able to dominate all of them and they're all gone because we cared about the business. We're going to continue to care about the business. And Destiny is about to learn what caring about the business means. See you guys Monday.